Automatically builds a little bit of pressure.
2 without loss then at the end of that first over of this game.
We're fully aware of that.
The fourth one for these sides in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Holly Armitage just marking her guard at the other end. It'll be Dyson to start the bowling from the pavilion end here at Egbert. Such a grand old pavilion here, of course, from the Victorian era, and it almost feels as if much of it's still here. Certainly the paintwork is green and white, and it creates quite a sort of atmosphere here as you watch cricket, particularly from this wonderful vantage point we've got just above the sight screen on the balcony. So we'll have to sit quite still here, Graham Hardcastle, I think, as in comes Dyson to bowl right arm over the wicket. It's played away into the offside and no run is possible. We got backward point cover, that short mid-off position and a kind of wide mid-off really, so there's plenty in the eye line of Armitage, who's opened the batting here with Hopkins, Rachael Hopkins at the non-striker's end. In comes Dyson, bowling right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump, chopped down and away to that backward point position. No run on offer.
It's been a very solid start from the Thunder, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've just
made the kind of Diamonds play a lot of balls,
and they've just hit the spot. Really, it's been the main feature of it so far. Here is Dyson again then to see what she can muster from this pavilion end. Bowls right arm over the wicket, full toss this time, and it's clipped away airily into the leg side. It should go all the way for 4, and it does so indeed. So that takes the total on to 6 without loss, and just as we were saying, the spot had been hit. A full toss, and it's played away nicely by Armitage, who isn't going to miss out on balls like that, so they have to keep them down.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of food and drink, isn't it? Really, to a player who's confident and in decent form.
Dyson making her way in now. Still got that short catcher on the offside, but this one won't worry them as it's played into the offside. No run is possible. You may hear 1 or 2 bits of paper just blowing around. It's saying it almost seems as if we've got the weather that was forecast for yesterday, and that it's quite overcast and there's a little bit of a possibility of rain around, it feels. As Dyson is on her way to bowl beneath those cloudy skies. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide, and there's a single taken as well. So score moves on to 8 there without loss.
If the rain does come, it's not going to be something that we're not used to, is it? It's blighted the domestic calendar, both men's and women's, over the last few weeks.
Yeah, they've been relatively lucky in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Just the game in the opening round, I think, decided by Duckworth Lewis Stern, so thankfully they've been kept out the equation so far, as that one's wide outside the off stump now from Dyson. 9 without loss, the score moves on to Hopkins on to strike.
You do wonder, don't you, whether that kind of short mid-off catching position is also an indication of how the Thunder are seeing the pitch. It might just be a little bit kind of slow.
They've chosen to bowl first on it, and Dyson taking advantage here. Found the outside half of the bat. It goes down to 3rd for a single. Liberty Heap there with the fielding. And Hopkins is underway in her innings. She's on to 1. Score moves on to 10 without loss. But a purposeful mark of the guard there from Holly Armitage. Dyson would dearly love to get her out here, but she went with that delivery. It's very wide outside the off stump, and Threlkeld can't gather. Heap does well to get across and keep it to 1. 2 more to the total, 12 without loss. Just struggling with direction here is Dyson at the moment.
Yeah, that kind of slingy action. I mean, it's almost kind of like Lassie Malinga-esque, isn't it, a little bit?
Seemed a little on the short side at New Road the other week, but that's exactly where she wants it to be going, and she seemed to have full control of that slingy arm action to finish with a dot there.
Yeah, that was, as you said, the kind of perfect line and length. Good leave.
that is a safeguard.
And it will be a
utilised everywhere else.
good 2 overs now from the Northern Diamonds' point of view. Going at 1 a ball, haven't lost a wicket, but largely thanks to those extras. Armitage has 5, Hopkins has 1. She's at the non-striker's end and is waiting for Hannah Jones to come through and deliver her second over from the river end, and it's just blocked out into the onside.
There's been encouragement for both sides in this first couple of overs, hasn't there? The fact that there has been some tidy bowling, but what the Diamonds have been able to do.
As this one is delivered onto the stumps by Jones and played out into the offside. Brown with the fielding.
What the Diamonds have been able to do is put away the bad ball and kind of capitalise on any erring line and length, really.
Thunders coming is the hashtag to send your messages in of encouragement for the home side here. For the North is the hashtag for the visitors, as that one's played away into the offside. So do get your messages in on Twitter. Thunders coming seems rather apt looking at the skies at the moment, although they're a slightly lighter colour than when we arrived, but only slightly. As having played out a dot ball there, Armitage settles again. Jones probing and just seems to be settling into her work with another dot ball.
Yeah, very confident and competent start.
Fairly short bowler Hannah Jones, but certainly one with no little skill, it seems. As Threlkeld waits behind the stumps, hands open as this one is played into the offside. Armitage will quickly get through for the single, and the response came from Hopkins at the non-striker's end. 13 without loss to score. The good thing, of course, about the cloudier skies here is you can read the scoreboard quite well, because that can be difficult on a sunny day at Eggbeth. As Jones comes in, we'd certainly swap that disadvantage, though, I think, today, as this one's played into the offside. Rebecca Duckworth there with a red cap on does the fielding.
Kind of comment gives me an indication that your eyes are slightly better than mine. I'm still squinting a little bit over there.
I think as the day goes on, I've found in these games I do start to slightly struggle, but it's all right at the moment. 13 without loss. The orange figures read over there, and that means Armitage will be quite satisfied with her 6 so far. She marks the guard again, looks around.
The temperature check.
Had a good start in this competition with 50 in the first game. As in comes Dyson to bowl. This one's clipped into the onside, and I had to get out my chair to see a tumbling Alex Hartley just behind the sight screen, but it was always short.
It was, yeah. It was a couple of foot shot, and I think it might have hit her on the knee, actually.
Yeah, she's hopping around.
Yeah, just the acceptance.
And we've got a list of names who will potentially be coming on. Graham Hardcastle joining us at the moment, the ECB writer in this part of the world, as in comes Dyson to bowl, and this one's chopped away into the offside, but Alex Hartley said she'll pop up at some point. We might even tempt Danny Hazel up here as well, the coach of the Northern Diamonds. And we'll also hear from Jen Barden, the senior regional talent manager for the northwest of England. So will have been heavily involved in putting this team together, which is always a challenge, finding those players who can do it at this new regional level that we now have. As in comes Dyson again, down the leg side, a little bit of pad involved. A single will be taken. Armitage thought about a second. It was definitely a leg by, and the knee is raised and tapped a couple of times to signify as much. Score on to 14 without loss.
The thing about this summer is it is such a bonus for everybody, both.
In comes Dyson again, and this one is played out into the offside. There'll be no run on this occasion, as Hopkins was prodding on the front foot. Both
in the women's and the men's game, in that so many younger players will be getting opportunities to play. when they perhaps wouldn't have done in a normal season with overseas players and England's schedules not being quite as cramped.
In comes Dyson again, right arm over the wicket, pavilion end. It's played out into the offside. Again, a dot ball. Threlkeld there to pick up. I mean, one of the points was made about the choice of 50 overs. I thought maybe it was the fact that it was the format that wasn't being used was why they'd gone for it, but they were actually saying, no, it's the fact that 20 over cricket, there's much less opportunity for players further down the list to show what they've got, and that's the way they've structured this competition. As Dyson bowls outside the off stump, dot ball.
I do wonder as well whether the fact that I realise things have changed significantly now, but there was a 50 over Women's World Cup scheduled in the early part of 2021 in New Zealand, wasn't there? Has that been pushed back a year now, I think?
It's certainly the original date's been moved.
Yeah, but I think the idea and the hope for some kind of cricket was kind of composed prior to that competition being cancelled. So I wonder whether that had an impact as well, that they needed to be playing 50 over cricket to give people an opportunity to push for places.
Here's Jones bowling. This one's defended by Armitage, who is advancing, I think, for the first time we've seen today. Yeah, no, that was certainly sort of reason number one, actually, and then reason number two was the fact of giving the opportunities from what we've been hearing going around these games. So in comes Jones once more. She's going to bowl again to Armitage, who's advancing. Scores of 54 not out, 2 and 30 so far in this competition.
Personally, I have always preferred watching 50 over cricket to T20 cricket. Actually, I think it gives you more of an opportunity to kind of build a game, really.
In comes Jones again and is bowling to Armitage, who's forward and defending from the crease this time. No run once again, 14 without loss. Yeah, it certainly has the feel of more of a narrative, doesn't it? A 50 over game, even though you don't quite get the expanses of the multi-day games. As in comes Jones again, down the wicket goes Armitage, and she gets it away this time into the offside, much to the delight of the Northern Diamonds players, who you'll probably hear quite vigorously on the microphone we've got down there, applauding that for. 18 without loss the score moves on to, and Armitage progressing nicely, and the Huddersfield-born captain of the Northern Diamonds is looking in fine touch.
I thought she was the Yorkshire Diamonds' best domestic player last summer in the KSL.
Waits now and drives offside of the pitch. There's no run on offer there.
And it's just good to see her playing cricket as well, because she's had her injury issues over the years. A couple of, I think, ACL.
She just looks organised, doesn't she? She's one of those players who just looks at home in a crease. As Jones comes in again to try and make sure that's not the case, cuts it away to Duckworth at backward point, who returns with vigour, and I think poor Nat Brown ended up rather in the way there, because she's at this peculiar short mid-off position, and I think didn't know quite what to do with the throw coming in with such ferocity on it, but she did the work there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Holly Armitage is quite an imposing figure at the crease, isn't she? You can see she's really confident in her setup, and that will come from the fact that she's a contracted player, she's captain, she's a leader.
Yeah, some of those people just look at home in their batting kit, and Armitage is definitely one of those. Hopkins on strike, and she'll help herself to this one. It's a full toss outside the leg stump, and it's been put away to the backward square leg boundary. 4 runs, 22 without loss. The score moves on to Hopkins has 5.
I think it was actually 6. Actually,
Did it go all the way? Oh goodness me! Yes, you're right. It's appeared as if it was going to bounce inside the rope, but it's cleared it, and 24 the score goes on to. So a 6 there from Hopkins, and she's actually on to 7. Well, she'll be feeling very confident from that indeed. Made absolutely no mistake. It was a rank ball, it has to be said, but it got the treatment it deserved as Dyson comes in, and this one's left outside the off stump, which Always satisfies many cricket aficionados when a 6 is hit and the next one is left.
Yeah, and a good comeback as well. After being hit for 6, that's the last thing you want to do is concede another boundary.
5 fielders on the offside for Dyson, who's bowling a ball that swung quite appreciably actually from our point, just on the left corner of the sight screen at the pavilion end. So we have a fairly similar view to you at home today, and that one just seemed to swing away as Dyson is just trying to find the correct formula here. Turns once more, makes her way in, bowls down the leg side, Threlkeld's across, but that will be a wide ball, 25 without loss. Rachael Hopkins looking for a first real score of the competition, got just the 1 run for the Diamonds against Lightning. Nottingham-born 28-year-old, and she leaves this one outside the off stump, does Hopkins, and Dyson has another dot.
I don't know about you, just away from the actual action out there, but this is my first taste of outground cricket this year in a behind closed setting, and there does seem to be a little bit more atmosphere.
In comes Dyson again, onto the back foot goes Hopkins. She'll squeeze it away down to third man, where she finds Liberty Heat. 1 run added to the total, 26 without loss. Yeah, it was strange. I was at New Road for the last game that the Thunder played in against the Central Spark, and that was very strange because New Road's one of those grounds where even if there isn't a big crowd, it feels quite full. Yeah. And actually seeing the empty seats was quite strange. But you're right, here there seems to just be I think because it's a good proper old-fashioned cricket club, as this one's bowled by Dyson, driven into the offside, no run. It does sort of just have that feel of there's something going on, there's always a buzz. It might just be the buzz of the mower in the distance, well, I don't know.
That was what I was going to say, is the fact that you're quite close to the action. There's enough people around and voices and things like that, and enough sounds outside the ground as well that create that kind of hum and murmur, whereas in a big test venue where I've covered most of my cricket this summer at Headingley and Durham and Trent Bridge and places like that, you're almost sealed off from all of that. But this does seem to have a little bit more of a hum about it.
Certainly reports where obviously they've taken advantage of some of the test venues having been used for as bio bubbles for training for cricketers and to get this competition on, and obviously Trent Bridge and Edgbaston were used early on, and I think the reports from Trent Bridge was it was very chilly, and Edgbaston felt quite strange with no one in it as Jones bowled. There's no contact made with the bat there, so through to Threlkeld, dot ball, 26 without loss. It often can, even in sort of championship cricket where the crowds are sparse, Edgbaston can feel quite a strange venue, as there's a little bit of an appeal there, but it always seems to be creeping down leg. 26 without loss, but it's one of those big cavernous bowls. But I think actually that the playing surface and being able to be out there in the middle, the Sparks players and the Diamonds players certainly enjoyed that on the opening weekend, as did the Thunder when they made their trip there, as this one is defended into the offside. 26 without loss as the mower continues to add to that buzz and that hum. You sat with us on the balcony here at Egbert as in comes Jones again. This one is defended into the onside and picked up again without a run possible. Boyce with the fielding, but you're here with Mike Perkins and Graham Hardcastle, the ECB writer for the north of England, as in comes the delivery from Jones again, played out into the offside. Duckworth is across with the fielding and again has to evade the curiously placed Nat Brown in the offside.
A couple of shouts of heads here and there.
She's certainly got to be on her guard there, crouched in a red cap at the moment, and she'll do the fielding on this occasion, scampering across to her left-hand side, prevents the run. 26 without loss at the end of the over. Armitage has 10, 8 for Hopkins, including a 6, and this partnership just seems to be building nicely for the Diamonds, as Dyson will take the ball again to continue from the pavilion end. It'll be her 4th over.
been an extremely impressive start from Hannah Jones. She's managed to keep things very tidy and tight from that river end.
As Dyson will look to join in herself. In comes Dyson now. Right arm over the wicket, slingy action, appeal for caught behind, the finger goes up and it's out. And that is the end of the innings. The feet go together in celebration, and just as the Yorkshire, or the Northern Diamonds rather, were looking comfortable, they find themselves 26 for 1, just the thinnest of tickles behind to the wicketkeeper Threlkeld. The catch is taken, and it is Holly Armitage who departs for a well-made 10, but that's all it will be on this occasion.
That is the key wicket, isn't it? A really, really important strike for the Thunder. It was just threatening to kind of get away from them a little bit, despite that excellent start from Jones at the far end. But runs have been certainly leaked from this one, so to get Armitage without too much damage is a major boost.
And Alice Dyson will be feeling very good about that, because when she's found her area she's looked very threatening, but it's the balls in between that have been the problem. Stair Callis coming to the wicket, who's been struggling for runs in the competition.
It has been exactly that, hasn't it? It's been very mixed from Alice Dyson. She's either hit her areas and caused issues, but then quite quickly afterwards there's been that release ball that's been able to be either clipped over mid-wicket before the full toss, or another full toss which was just helped on its way for 6 down to wide long leg.
Well, she'll try a look against Stair Callis now, who's an exciting young player. Leaves outside the off stump, 26 for 1 it remains. Details of Armitage's innings: she made 10 in 24 minutes from 23 balls and hit 2 fours before being caught behind by Ellie Threlkeld off the bowling of Alice Dyson. And tapping her bat now is Callis. She leaves this one outside the off stump. A good lean forward into the leave though, which shows the feet at very least going nicely. Hopkins with a word of encouragement from the non-striker's end. Does seem to be a little bit of movement around there from Alice Dyson when she gets it right. Oh. This one's gone low and it's scooted through, and there's just a look of puzzlement on Stair Callis's face. As we say, she's been struggling in this competition, and that's the last thing you need. Thankfully it was just outside the off stump, and I think when it wrapped her on the pad, it's oh no, it's been given. Well, that was the look of puzzlement. It's out.
Bold.
Oh yeah, the bails have gone. Well, that was it was almost an apologetic celebration, and you can see why, because the ball pitched very short. It's scuttled along the ground. It's taken a little bit of Callis's pad, popped the bail off, and the Diamonds are 26 for 2. Stair Callis has just put her hands out, palms raised to the sky, as if what am I meant to do with that? And you can understand why, because it's pitched halfway down. It's got no more than probably a centimetre or 2 off the turf, and it's hit the bottom of the off stump, popped the bail off, and Stair Callis is out for naught off, well, just a third ball.
Yeah, I mean, her reaction tells you everything, and our kind of hesitation in describing what had happened, because it was such a short ball, and I wouldn't have even been surprised if it didn't bounce twice actually before it actually hit the bails. Hit the stumps. It scuttled that low, and there was just absolutely nothing that Callis could do about that.
It's a unique action that can produce sort of unique things, but that's completely off the radar, isn't it? I mean, that, as I say, it just didn't bounce at all, and has hit the bottom of the off stump. In comes Dyson once again. Slingy action from the pavilion end. This one outside the off stump, and will be signalled a wide ball. Well, you have to feel for Stair Callis there, because there was absolutely nothing she could have done with that one. And as I say, it was a look of puzzlement. I think the fielders were almost a little bit afraid to celebrate what had happened there, because it was such a freak occurrence. As Dyson bowls, this is a good ball, honing in towards the stumps. Hartley there with the fielding at mid-off, prevents the run being taken. 27 for 2 it remains.
What was kind of threatening to be a fairly damaging start for Alice Dyson has in a flash turned into be a pretty good one.
Yeah, a good piece of bowling this over, a moment of luck, but she's been carted away on the leg side here. Short outside that leg stump, and 4 more added to the total. 31 for 2 as the first plane of the day makes its way over to Liverpool John Lennon Airport. 31 for 2 is the score. Do get in touch with hashtag Thunder's Coming and hashtag For the North. I think Thunder's Coming will be fancying their chances a little more at this stage.
Like a bolt out of the blue, wasn't it? Those 2 wickets, really. certainly the second one.
The first one was a great deal of skill, and the second one perhaps a little bit of fortune, definitely a little bit of fortune, as Jones bowls, squeezed out on the offside. Duckworth again there at backward point, and again is able to stop the run being taken. As in comes Hannah Jones, squeezed away on the offside, down towards third it goes. We'll await any signal from the umpire here, but it's been hauled in inside the rope, so just the 2 added to the total. 33 without loss. And I wanted to check it before I said, but Staircallis without a run in this competition. She didn't bat against Sparks in the first game at Birmingham, a 0 at Chester Street, a 0 at Leicester, and a 0 here today. But the one today, there was absolutely nothing she could do about, as Jones has caused Hopkins to jab down on this one and again stop the ball heading on into her stumps, as it's delivered again outside the leg stump it's played, and Boyce is there with the fielding. Dot ball.
I feel really sorry for her, because as you say, there was absolutely nothing you can do about that, and when things aren't going your way, those are the kind of things that happen.
Hannah Jones bowling short outside the off stump, driven off the back foot. Such an interesting player as well, Staircallis, with her sort of involvement with the Netherlands, but she's kind of been one of these cricketers who's gone around searching for a standard of cricket. But she's, well, if that's an indication of her luck in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, she's had absolutely none of it, as this one is played out into the offside, and it's picked up without a run being taken once again. 33 for 2.
And that's the kind of difficult balancing act for the likes of Danny Hazel, James Carr, who are looking to build for the future. But how do you kind of marry kind of looking at, because you've got to look at performance and you've got to look at statistics and things like that, but they don't tell the full story. You know, there's absolutely nothing she could do about that. Yet she would have hoped to have got some runs to kind of say, look, this is a standard that I am able to thrive in going forward. And her sort of through no fault of her own, she's not had that.
And her international performances certainly indicate that she is that sort of player. You know, she's a player who regularly scores runs in international cricket. As Nat Brown's into the attack, bowls, and this one just seemed to shape away slightly outside the off stump. A good start from Nat Brown, bustled in there and delivered it into the gloves of Threlkeld for a dot ball. I mean, looking at it, Netherlands scores, you know, there's a 31, 34, 46 in there in recent innings in the tournament up in Dundee, which presumably was the qualifying event for the previous World Cup. It was sent back here to the crease by Hopkins, and no run possible there.
Wisely sent back. If both players had gone, there'd have been a run because of the misfield, but you don't know that, do you?
No, it's always certainly a risk not worth taking at this stage of the innings. As Brown comes in again, this one's driven into the offside. Dyson is there with the fielding and does it very competently indeed. This is Amy Campbell, who's walked to the wicket. She settles over her bat now, slightly bent of knee, and this one is clapped away into the leg side, and that's going to go all the way, it seems, for 6. The hands are raised in acknowledgement of that. 39 without loss, and the Thunder certainly aren't afraid of trying to clear the boundary when the opportunity presents. It had been a tidy over from Nat Brown, dropped ever so slightly short, and Campbell was quite happy to take her score on to 10 by lifting it over the backward square leg boundary.
Yeah, it was a gimme shot. You know, you'd have been very disappointed had she not put that one away and cleared the rope by some distance as well. Is there a kind of secondary rope?
Yes, sort of rolled up behind, isn't there? It's a little confusing.
I think it actually cleared that as well.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was a good hit indeed. As in comes Nat Brown, bowls outside the off stump, driven powerfully. This one will beat the field as well and looks as if it's going to race away for 4. It's just behind the sight screen for now, but the umpire very helpfully acknowledges the fact it has crossed the boundary for 4 with a wave of the hand. 43 the board moves on to 4-2, and 2 very emphatic strokes from the Diamonds number 6, Amy Campbell.
Yeah, that was the shot of the morning so far. No doubt. There's been 2 sixes, but they've both been balls that you would expect to be put away.
Whereas that was a nicely forced drive off the front foot, just wide of mid-off, which is exactly where batters like to hit it. And Campbell might have fancied some more runs there. She's worked backward square leg in the ring very hard, and 43 for 2 is the score after 10 overs. So that's the end of the opening power play.
I think both sides will be reasonably happy in the sense that the run rate is very good from the Diamonds' point of view, and the Thunder have got 2 wickets, including the key one of Armitage.
Hopkins then, who's been the more circumspect of the batters so far, although she'll be quite satisfied to be at the crease because 2 batters have already lost their opportunity today, as that one's played into the offside. Hartley there busy at cover with the fielding. Dot ball to start Hannah Jones's over, and she's been very tidy indeed, and again is bringing Hopkins forward in defence. No run scored there. In comes Jones, playing away as Hopkins, but that tightly packed offside field again prevents the run. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, and a very, very straight, short mid-off. Which, as you say, is perhaps an indication they feel the catch is coming in front of the wicket rather than behind it. Brown there with the fielding on the ground. 43 for 2 it remains.
At what stage do the England players come back into the reckoning for this competition? And when I say the England players,
it's Jones bowls down the leg side, worked away behind square on the leg side. 1 run taken, 44 for 2.
I mean those who aren't going to be involved in the West Indies series.
Well, that's it. It's I think it's potentially the last 2 rounds of. Oh, well, it wouldn't be last 2 rounds. I think last 2 rounds if you include the final, if that makes sense.
Right,
so
okay.
They'll be available for the last group game, and then if you make the final, I think they will be available if they're, of course, as you rightly say, not selected for England duty. As in comes Hannah Jones. This one defended out off the pad really and went into the offside. So Dyson will come across to do the fielding, keeps it to 1 run, 45 for 2, and that's the end of the over. Another tidy one from Hannah Jones.
Yeah, she's been superb so far. Really nice action, very compact, and she's bowled her line and length have been impeccable so far.
Yeah, big job to do, opening the bowling as a spin bowler. I mean, it's a big job to do anyway, but particularly when you're bowling slow little tweakers as Hannah Jones is, and she's done it very well today. There's another aircraft heads across above. That one might be, oh no, it's a little microlight. I was going to say, it almost sounded like a helicopter, that one, as Nat Brown comes in and bowls underneath these grey skies. Dyson is there at short extra cover with the fielding. No run taken.
If we're being honest, she has probably deserved the 2 wickets that have been taken from the other end, actually, with the way that she's bowled. But we all know that cricket doesn't work like that, does it?
No, often not. As Brown comes in and bowls, looking for the Yorker, and she's got it, and it's out. Just couldn't quite jam the bat down in time. And Nat Brown, who was dispatched all over Egbert in the last over, despite actually starting the over in tidy fashion, has her first wicket, 45 for 3. And the Diamonds are just in danger, in terms of wickets at very least, of letting this one get away from them and leaving themselves with a big rebuilding job to do in the middle overs. They got up to 43 in the power play overs, but they find themselves 3 wickets down at the start of the 11th.
That was a fabulous piece of bowling. Absolutely superb. And more conventionally, there was nothing that could be done about that either, was there?
No. Well, it hit
pretty unplayable.
I mean, it was a left-handed batsman in Campbell who made that breezy knock before being dismissed here for 15 in 13 minutes off 11 balls with 2 fours and that 6 off the bowling of Nat Brown. But okay, she's left-handed, so it hit a different stump, but it was almost the same part of the stump, wasn't it? But from a very different method. It didn't pitch halfway down.
Yeah,
that one.
I mean, as I say, it was a very conventional dismissal, and a fabulous piece of bowling.
But I'm sure Campbell will be quite disappointed. They haven't got to 15 off 11 deliveries to have not gone on with that, but she is the second player to be bowled. The other wicket going caught behind to Threlkeld. Diamonds will be very happy with where they find themselves. 3 wickets early is always a good sign in an innings, particularly when you put the other team in, and this one is played out into the offside. Dyson does the fielding, dot ball, and people would have you believe that a white cricket ball hasn't swung since about 1998, but actually there does seem to be a little bit of movement out there today.
There does, and it's been quite a strange start in the fact that...
In comes Brown again, this one again looking for the Yorker, but it was a full toss, but driven back at her, no run.
The way that the game has gone, you've actually felt like the Diamonds have been in control of it. Yet the Thunder are, you could bring a case forward for the Thunder being in control of it.
This one's out, into the offside, no run taken.
As you say, three early wickets is a very, very productive start for the bowling side.
Yeah, you'd probably prefer to be in the Thunder's position here, as it's 45 for 3. Brown moving into bowl, pavilion end, again looking for that full Yorker length. And there was a bit of wobble on it, but it should have probably been clipped away, but I think it was just that little bit of wobble that stopped that happening. And McDonald, who is into the crease, is unable to get her first run.
Yeah, it's not an overwhelmingly dominant start by the Thunder by any stretch of the imagination, because what would you think, 140 would leave you in the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking that sort of pitch and with the overcast conditions as if it could be a little bit of a low scorer today. And
with some experience in the bowling lineup as well of the visitors, the likes of Gunn, Langston, Levick.
Speaking of which, Langston appears with pads underarm and is about to strap him on. I think she heard us because she turned over the shoulder and acknowledged us up here on the balcony. That's where you join us here at Liverpool today. We've got Laura Jackson coming into the attack. It's quite an interesting tactic today, I think, and Hannah Jones has just given them that breathing space to keep the seamers back today, and they've done just that. Jackson will be able to come on now. Nat Brown as well was the first change. The clouds are a blanket of grey with just that little bit of blue mixed in there. But it's a dark blue, almost like the Thunder kit, in fact. And they can usually see them making their way down the River Mersey in the distance on a day with less cloud, but it's just an absolute uniform colour at the moment, as that one was squeezed out into the offside, and a lot rides on Hopkins' innings, you feel now.
Yeah, they certainly need a partnership. They can't afford to be 60 for 4 or 60 for 5 in the next 20 minutes or so.
That'll be the shout rising from the Thunder players as in comes Jackson outside the off stump and diving across with Nat Brown. I think she's almost deflected it into Jackson, who I think might say I could have fielded that one myself if it wasn't for your hand there.
Yeah, initially I wondered whether it might have been a catch, but I think it was hammered straight into the ground.
It felt bump bally. You had a good, probably a better view than us. We're behind the action when it's from the river end here at Egbert. But it felt as if it went into the floor, that one, as this one is driven down the onside of the wicket. Liberty Heap scampering in. It's 15 years of age. Goodness me, that makes you feel old, doesn't it, Graham? We're watching on here, and there's somebody who's far less than half my age out there providing the entertainment today for this game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, as this one is played into the offside. Hopkins was forward with the defensive stroke. No error made by the batter Hopkins though, and it is...
I don't think I was quite as productive with my cricketing development at 15.
No. Many who aren't, but big things I'm sure expected from Liberty Heap, as that one's defended into the offside. Nat Brown is there with the fielding. I'm sure Jen Barden, who's going to pay us a visit later on today, will be able to tell us plenty about how these players were sourced, because as we say, Graham, it's such a challenge, isn't it, to sort of find the right players who are going to step up to this new regional level as it's squeezed out into the offside. Marshall there with the fielding, no run, 45 for 3 at the end of the 13th over.
Yeah, I'm absolutely convinced, I can't remember where I said it before, but absolutely convinced that this season will end up being one that teams across domestic cricket, whether it's women or men, will look back on in years to come when they've had success with having included some players who they have blooded this year, and they will say, do you know what? We all thought 2020 was going to be a write-off.
Brown down the leg side, taken well by Threlkeld, but it will be a wide, 46 for 3.
And it was anything but. It produced, for example, a Liberty Heap at 15, who may well start producing performances at 18, 19, 20 and being part of a winning side.
Here's Brown, played into the offside. Dyson is there with the fielding. That's a dot ball, 46 for 3 is another motor greets us in the sky, and the sun's just starting to poke out.
So having spoken to some of the Thunder management, I think they feel that this is a long-term project here.
Here's Brown, bowling outside the off stump, just prodded away. The ever-eager Duckworth is in to do the fielding and prevent the run this time.
And if you can get results and kind of challenge for titles, then that is a major bonus. But the primary objective is developing players.
Here's Brown, bowling from the pavilion end. Oh, and it's a drop catch at backward square leg, but it's an incredibly good effort over there, because that was hit with some force, and to be honest, Marshall has saved 4 runs there, but having got there, she would have desperately wanted to cling on. 47 for 3 the score, and that is the first run for Alex McDonald, who must have thought she was getting 4 of those when it left her bat. Really firmly struck pull stroke as Hopkins drives out into the offside. Forgive us if there is a little bit of flapping of paper around in the wind today. But We're delighted to have the position we do, as I say, just over the left corner of the sight screen here at Egbert in the grand old green and white Victorian Pavilion, as in comes Nat Brown down the leg side, worked away behind square. There's going to be at least one here, and there'll be four because it's just popped up over the rope before the fielder can get round from long leg. So that takes the total on to 51 for 3. So a big moment that Alex McDonald dropped without scoring, but it was a fantastic effort to get anything on it.
Yeah, it was one of those catches where we would have been talking about it for quite a lot of the day, wouldn't we?
In comes Brown and bowls, and that's right in the spot there, middle and off stump, wicket to wicket, and it gets the defensive stroke that it deserves. 51 for 3, Mike Perkins and Graham Hardcastle.
Here's the sun. So I don't think I've seen the sun for about 3 weeks. Just peeping through the clouds.
Yes, it's just squeezing through over there, isn't it? It's just found a little hole in those clouds, and it's just found a way through. Almost like a kind of an old door with a kind of little gap in the wood, isn't it?
It's quite watery, isn't it? It's certainly not bringing much heat with it.
No. The jacket's on to my left for Graham Hardcastle. I'm just on the one jumper at the moment, but that could well increase as the day goes on. There are another 2 and a big coat behind me.
I've gone early with a thick jacket and a bobble hat, have I?
Yeah, well, Jade's got the winter jacket on there as well, I think, operating the camera to our left-hand side. As in comes Jackson outside the off stump, and Threlkeld is just able to block it in the end, really, because the bounce wasn't particularly kind for a more low bounce, actually. It's in a relatively reasonable area of the pitch, but didn't come through. But I've certainly left myself somewhere to go if the chair behind me is anything to go with. As Jackson bowls, and attempt to heave that over the leg side, did McDonald, which is perhaps not what the situation requires. Inside edge, squirted out on the offside, no run.
No, she got into that shot. I was thinking quite dangerous, because it was a pretty straight ball and she was quite lucky to get an edge on it. If she hadn't, I think it might have been an LBW appeal.
Bowling here is Jackson. Seemed to just have a bit of wobble to that delivery as well as it came across, and no run is possible from McDonald, who in more orthodox fashion was forward in defence. Jackson with that decides she's going to come around the wicket. Right arm bowler. McDonald waits, and she's got a job to do here, and she's forward resolutely in defence to do the first part of it. Dot ball.
So we've spoken about that unconventional kind of very short mid-off. Well, that position has been in play right throughout this opening 15 overs.
In comes Jackson again, through outside the off stump. Another dot ball. Yeah, they clearly feel if a catch is going anywhere, it's going there rather than behind the wicket.
Kind of bowling tight lines, wicket to wicket, and with a little bit in the pitch and a little bit of hesitancy as well. Can't afford to lose another wicket here.
Here comes Jackson again, and this one is played away in the leg side again, sort of going against the angle of the ball. Jackson had gone back over the wicket for that delivery, but McDonald does squeeze it away into the leg side and has 2 relatively precarious runs so far to her name. The score is 52 for 3, and we have had 15 overs of this match.
Yeah, I think at the moment I would rather be in the Thunder's position. Not by much. It's just one partnership.
If we are feeling it'll be a tight, squeezing sort of a game where 150 is a total, then the fact that the Thunder have 52, the Diamonds have 52, will mean they're a third of the way to what they could need. There are 2 back on the leg side boundary, and that's where the ball is played for 1 run from McDonald, and the most comfortable of the 3 she has so far. Hopkins back onto strike, and a lot rides on her. We've got 900 of you watching on YouTube at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic, so thank you very much for Joining us today here at Egbert as this one's driven down the onside of the wicket. Alex Hartley picks up. Imagine some in the southern group will be having a little bit of a peek today just to see what's going on with the Diamonds, who've been very impressive in this competition. The sun really is out now. Don't think we'll be seeing too much of it today as in comes Brown down the leg side, looks to flick away, doesn't make much contact. Rachael there.
If my mathematics are correct, and there's a very good chance that they're not, am I right in thinking that a win for the Diamonds wouldn't?
As this one's played outside the off stump, and through goes the single from Hopkins, so she adds the 1 to the total, 54 for 3.
Am I right in thinking that it wouldn't qualify them today, but would leave them in a very, very strong position?
The Sparks, with 2 wins from their last 2 games, could get equal, couldn't they? But they would be in a position where run rate would be required, or bonus points, of course, because you get 4 for a win and 1 for a win with more than 1.25 of the other side's total. So a single taken. Very exciting. I think we have Danny Hazel coming up as well, and we've also got Jen Bartram at the end of the over, I think, as this one's played behind square on the leg side. Threlkeld has the ball returned to her. 55 for 3 the total moves on to, and Thunder will be very happy with their 3 wickets so far.
They will. I say it's not a kind of unassailable position that they find themselves in, but to have got the 3 wickets, including Armitage, was a very, very encouraging start.
Well, thank you very much, Graham Hardcastle. I know you've got plenty of writing to do, so we will allow you to go and make a start on that, and we will get Jen Bartram to come in just a moment, as this one's through outside the off stump, and a run is possible there. So 56 for 3. And in fact, it's going to be Danny Hazel to come on first. So we've got a queue of people wanting to get to the mic. So that's absolutely excellent news. As settling over her bat here is McDonald, waiting for Jackson through outside the off stump, and a dot ball is recorded by our scorers away to our right hand side. So see the smiling face of Danny Hazel arriving, just moving into the chair next to me, so we'll switch her microphone on there as Jackson delivers. This one is played out into the offside and no run is taken. Well, fantastic to have you here at Egbert, Danny, and this competition's been going rather well for the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been a good start for us so far. 3 out of 3, so obviously looking today to push on, but guys have got a pretty good start, and yeah, looking forward to the day.
No single on offer there out into the offside. How are you feeling about this situation in the match then? As I say, the tournament as a whole is going very well. You're undefeated so far. I guess the 3 wickets will be a concern, but the board's moving in the right direction. We'll get some thoughts after this latest delivery from Jackson through outside the off stump to Threlkeld. Dot ball recorded by the scorers to our right.
Yeah, so obviously looking to lost a couple more wickets than we want to be, but I think, you know, the pitch looks pretty good. I think with ourselves looking for 200 plus and moving on from there, really.
In comes Jackson again and bowls short of a length, chipped up into the offside, and the catch is taken. It's Hopkins who departs, caught for 16 in the offside. The short fielder just in that straight mid-off position, that peculiar position, has finally worked. The catch is taken. 57 for 4 is the Diamond score, and a little bit of rebuilding it feels perhaps needed here. Danny, if you're going to get to that 200.
Yes, nice when you get the head coach on and use a wicket, isn't it? Yeah, obviously not ideal, but we've got a pretty experienced batter walking out there in Jenny Gunn, and you know, she had a really good innings last time. Hopefully that can happen again, but I think it's about kind of building another partnership for us now and getting ourselves past the 100 and then more partnerships down the order.
Well, I mean, a half century it was in the last game in a match-winning effort. I mean, it shows the value of having those players with the sort of experience that Jenny Gunn has, but perhaps the most experienced player in the tournament in many ways, to have those players around the younger players you're trying to bring through.
Yeah, we do joke with Jen that she's played a few games over the few years, but yeah, it's nice to have her coming in these situations, and especially the day when she got us over the line with a great partnership with Beth Langston, and as I say, she's got plenty of experience.
Well, she's settling over her bat now and needs to use that experience well as Jackson comes in and bowls off the outside half of the bat. The ball goes down towards third, which means I'll have to just stand up for a moment and check there is a fielder down there. Duckworth returns the ball obligingly, and a single is added to the score underneath these grey skies. So 59 for 4 the total. Should credit the catcher Nat Brown as well, who's been in at that short position all day, catching off the bowling of Laura Jackson. Rachel Hopkins made 16 before being out off her 48th delivery. She was there for 58 minutes and hit a 4 and a 6, and Brown now has the ball in her hand. And I suppose it must be quite strange to sort of have you in the coaching role, Alex Hartley in the captaincy role. I guess in the days where you were playing together, you wouldn't have thought that would happen. Let's just bring you this ball from Nat Brown as through it goes outside the off stump. I guess you as a coach maybe was more on the cards than Alex as a skipper?
Oh, I think it's great. Alex out there, captain. She's obviously one of my good mates, and I wish her all the best. Not too much today, but yeah, she's a good one.
In comes Nat Brown, and this one's driven down the offside of the wicket. Jackson will come across, can't prevent it escaping the ring, and now there's the chase on to prevent it going over the boundary, but the aforementioned Alex Hartley is able to return the ball there. I mean, I've said it before in these commentaries I've been doing on this competition. The Thunder side are certainly going to have a lot of fun under Alex Hartley, you would imagine.
Oh, she's a lively character, isn't she? But yeah, I suppose I enjoyed my time across at the Thunder in the KSL, and you know, I know I'm coaching Yorkshire, but I do have a soft spot for Lancashire as well. So, but yeah, it's a great group, and they will have a good laugh under her. In
comes Brown, and she's bowling short of a length. It's defended out into the offside. The voice of Danny Hazel that you're hearing there, of course, international honours with England, and now just trying to put together the Northern Diamonds side, which I guess is a tricky task to get that mix right. We'll get thoughts on that after this ball from Brown, who's bustling in on that relatively short run. It's chipped over the top of the leg side. It would have been a heart-in-mouth moment for a second, but it's away for 4 runs. Score moves on to 64 for 4.
Yeah, and obviously at one point there was going to be kind of no cricket throughout the summer, so you know, to see anything now is really exciting. And yeah, it took a little bit of getting sorted over the last few weeks, but we're pretty happy with the squad that we put together, and as I say, it's just nice to kind of see some cricket being played.
It certainly is, and it's an absolute pleasure always to be able to bring it to you from the city of Liverpool. Egbert stashed away just to the south along the river, and the bowling at the moment coming from the pavilion end. So how different for you was, and I suppose it's a difficult one to answer in some ways, but as Brown is turning now, we'll just bring you this delivery. She's delivering it straight onto the stumps, played away into the offside. But how different did it feel going through that lockdown experience as a coach as it might have done as a player? Because I guess they're incredibly different roles.
Yeah, I suppose for a player it's about trying to keep yourself fit and being ready to play at any point. For us as a coaching staff, it's about, you know, every eventuality that we could play, we could not play, we might play 50 overs, we could play. So it was all very, very up in the air at times, but it was just kind of, once we got the squad together, we've just tried to get as much cricket experience in for them as we can, and as much training as we can, and get them in the best state for them to go out there and play.
So is it almost one of those where it's more about other people when you're the coach, whereas as a player you have to just almost focus solely on yourself and then see if you can help out your teammates after that?
Yeah, I suppose you're trying to get them all in the best state of mind, ready to play, and that's not just physically, that's just kind of being sat on your couch for maybe 6 weeks.
Yes. It's plenty of challenges during lockdown, and cricketers have been no different to them, as this one is just clipped away into the leg side. There's no Single? There is a signal from the umpire, just teasing us a little bit there. 65 for 4 it moves to with that leg by Jenny Gunn back onto strike to face the bowling from the River End. As Jackson turns, end of a run and makes her way in, and this one is flayed away into the offside. No run on offer. And I suppose even when this tournament did come about, we weren't sure whether there were going to be England players involved at first, and the first 2 rounds there was a lot of challenges to just keep the players alert, as Jackson's on her way again and bowls outside the off stump. Gunn forcing away, still looking to add to that total, but can't do so there.
Yeah, so obviously for us we had 4 England players who came in for our first 2 games, so as great as that was, and obviously they did really well.
As Jackson is bowling here, no run on offer from a defensive stroke from Gunn.
It was getting that sorted within probably 3 or 4 days, and the came in. We obviously had Catherine Brunt, Nat Siver, Lindsay Smith, Lauren Winfield, who did really well. And I think they add value around the group as well. It's not just that kind of playing ability.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. As Jackson comes in and bowls again, it's chopped into the offside off the back foot by Gunn. Again, no run on offer. 65 for 4 the score as we approach the end of the 19th over. I saw your first game at Edgbaston. Obviously Catherine Brunt played very well, so did Lauren Winfield Hill, but it seemed as if with Nat Siver involved there as well, those 3 were really sort of driving standards in this team, as Laura Jackson comes in and bowls, and this one's played away into the offside, and a single is scampered, and that will, I'm sure, be appreciated by the coach Danny Hazel up here with us on commentary. 66 for 4.
Yeah, and as I say, it's not always the performance that these people give you, it's what they give you around the group, and what some of these youngsters can learn from watching the likes of Nat Siver bat, Lauren Winfield, and watching Catherine open the ball. And and I was as much happy about them being around as they were scoring hundreds, taking fifers, and for these girls to even warm up, train with these people is such an experience for them, and they still talk about kind of how Nat batted, like what Catherine's plans were, how Lauren got down the wicket. Obviously Lindsay as well came and took real key wickets at Durham.
Here comes Nat Brown, bowling from the pavilion end here at Egbert. Slight chill in the air, it has to be said, but no run on offer with the squeezed back foot defensive. And I guess those players, particularly Catherine Brunt and Nat Siver, but also Lauren Winfield, they will have been idols for some of the younger players you do have.
Yeah, exactly.
In comes Nat Brown. We'll get some more thoughts on that in just a second, as this one's defended away into the offside.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they obviously get to watch how these people play, and a lot of the time you kind of see them on the TV and things like that, and think like in real life, how do they go about what they do and how they warm up, as taking things from that as well.
Here's Brown, bustling sort of an action, and this one's defended out into the offside. There's a run on offer, and Gunn, who out of nowhere really has just moved herself on quite nicely to 9.
And I think, as I say, Jenny Gunn as well has played as many games for England as many people have, and it's especially for me as well, just somebody like that around is quite a calming head, and the experience that she has is invaluable, really.
I'll ask you how the sort of getting Gunn into this side came about, as Brown bowls outside the off stump. It's played through the offside, and that one's going to go away for 4, as the noise from the Diamonds bench will tell you. Plenty of applause there, and the score moves past the 70 mark. 71 for 4 with that boundary, because I mean, she was, for all intents and purposes, going to retire, Jenny Gunn, and you seem to have managed to persuade her out of that.
Sometimes it's a nice WhatsApp to a friend, as simple as it is. Yeah, obviously knew that Jen had obviously retired and from international stuff, and just the value that she added was going to be as much as her cricket is.
In comes Nat Brown and bowls, and this one's played out into the leg side. A single taken. Score moves on to 72 for 4. So it wasn't a come and get me plea from Jenny Gunn then, because we hear about those, particularly in the world of football transfers these days. There's often WhatsApp come and get me calls, but it was the other way around, was it? The coach was doing the persuading.
No, I used to chat with a friend.
In comes Nat Brown, and is bowling right arm over the wicket. It's down the leg side and played away comfortably enough. Gunn moves into double figures, and it's 73 for 4.
I mean, a lot of the time Jenny does complain that she's not moving too well. But, we get her out there. But if we have to wheel her out there for the next 3 years, I think I would. But yeah, well, it's really good to have her, and she's obviously a lot of value, not just in our cricket as well, just around the group. The girls obviously look up to, and after that 50, I think she's even got a song now. So she's going down in Northern Diamonds history.
Now, I won't be cruel and ask you to sing it, but the words broadcastable to the Jenny Gunn song? Because I think people will want to know.
Just a, bit of Jenny Gunn. It
I
kind of goes
see.
on and on
Keep it
like
simple.
that. Yeah, keep it simple.
Well, she's on strike and assessing the field at the moment. We have a long leg, a backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, so all fairly orthodox on the leg side, and it is on the offside as well as this one goes through. Rachael appealing for a catch, but I don't think she's going to get much joy there. So we have a fielder down at third, a backward point, a cover, a extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. So that completes the picture here at Egbert. Fairly well kept green outfield, bit of colour coming into the trees, as we've been mentioning. If you've been listening to any of the other live streams, it's been creeping in throughout this tournament. Nat Brown there with the fielding at mid-off, and we were talking about that kind of driving of standards. How have you gone about then trying to keep that through these games now, where you've got the kind of the nucleus of the squad, if you like, as this one's outside the off stump, chopped away into the offside by Gunn, no run on offer again?
Well, I think a lot of that's down to kind of their team culture and how they drive it as players. We as coaching staff can point in a direction as much as we can, but at the end of the day, it's down to them, really.
Here comes Jackson, bowling to Gunn. She plays forward, despite the complaints about what it takes to get the body going these days. She was forward in orderly fashion there.
I haven't seen her ball yet. That takes a bit longer.
She sort of needs pushing off the run for that one, but Jenny Gunn's contributed with bat and ball in this tournament, and she's facing up with bat now. Just defends into the offside, and the Diamonds number 6 is through to the non-striker's end for a single. 10 she has. Her partner as well, Alex McDonald, has 10. And tell us a little bit about Alex McDonald, because she's one that not everyone will be familiar with, particularly those tuning in at the Thunder Persuasion. I'm sure we've got plenty from the South group having a little spy in as well. What are the sort of things we should be looking out for from Alex McDonald?
Yeah, Mac is obviously, she's a good player. She was obviously on England Academy radars as a youth.
Facing up now as Jackson comes into bowl, and she's played it away into the leg side. We will see long leg return it. 75 for 4. I
would say probably a genuine all-rounder. Batted really well at Chelsea Street, then bowled really well at Leicester. Hopefully get her put together today. But yeah, she's a handy cricketer, and somebody who we were keen to get involved. So she's played for Yorkshire for the last couple of years, so she knows the girls really well. I think she's pretty much lived a bit of everywhere, so she's a nomad. But yeah, she's hopefully she builds a good partnership here with Jen. She's got a steady head, so I'm pretty hopeful so far.
Here is Nat Brown, bowling from the pavilion end onto the legs, clipped away, and there'll be one run to backward square leg. Single taken, 76 for 4 the score. Nat Brown making her way back. Delighted to be joined by Northern Diamonds head coach Danny Hazel as Brown makes her way in once again. Rachael's gloves spread, but the ball goes in the opposite direction down the ground, and Boyce has to be across with a slide and stops it. And how do you feel the tournament's worked as a whole? Because as we say, it's come together in quite a hurry, but this is a format we've been told is going to go on for a few years to come. We'll get thoughts on that again, because Brown's short run is about to be completed once again. Just played away into the leg side, easy single on offer, 77 for 4.
Yeah, I think it's obviously a great initiative for the ECB, putting some real time and real money into women's cricket. Obviously we bounced off the back of the World Cup in 2017. I think this type of competition is only exciting
There's a couple of taps of the bat. Brown is bowling. This one is defended down the onside, and there is no run on offer.
And it gives the opportunity for domestic cricketers who maybe have toiled away in county cricket for many years, somebody like a Katie Levick who now has the chance to play on that higher stage.
Here comes Nat Brown to bowl right arm over the wicket through outside the off stump. It was a stabbing sort of a shot from McDonald there.
And I think obviously with the KSL in the last few years that was really starting to build, and this competition obviously leads from that. And then as much as the 100 was cancelled this year,
as McDonald waits again, scores of 28 and 1 so far in the competition, and she moves on to 13 here, 78 for 4.
I was saying the 100 is obviously exciting for women's cricket as well. It's disappointing this year with being cancelled and with COVID and the like. So that going into next year is obviously really going to propel women's cricket forward again. Obviously with BBC being involved and from Sky over the last few years has been fantastic. And you know, I'm just happy that these girls now get the opportunity to play on that stage, and for the people who maybe are that little bit older and now getting the chance to really put their names forward and to be a domestic cricketer now and still be able to earn a contract is huge. And I think it's only going to propel not just this competition of it, England as well. If you're going to produce better cricketers from domestic cricket, you're going to push your England players, and you'd love to see somebody break from this into that over the next few years.
And it's a former England player, World Cup winner as well, Alex Hartley, is going to come on and deliver left arm around the wicket. So the 23rd over of the game is where she decides to introduce herself, and it's going to start with an outside edge that will trickle away for 4 runs. So 82 for 4. Perhaps a sign here that Alex has just seen a partnership building and looking to restrict your team, Danny Hazel.
Yeah, and obviously Al's brought herself on as to try and break this partnership. She's obviously a very, very skillful bowler, and yeah, she'll be trying to see if she can get a bit of turnout of this wicket.
It's been on the low side in terms of bounce, this one, as that one goes through outside the off stump. No run or particular sign of the turn just yet from Hartley.
Looks like she's got a good smile on her face today. She looks pretty cheerful as usual.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Katie Levick as well, as in comes Hartley, and this one's forced away into the offside. I mean, she's another one who always seems to have a smile on her face, or it seems to really enjoy her cricket. Well,
yeah, that's obviously the hope, that we kind of create an environment that people enjoy that cricket, and as I say, it's no point turning up if you don't enjoy what you're doing.
In comes Alex Hartley to bowl from the river end. Down the track comes McDonald, but doesn't quite get there on that occasion, so just defends into the onside. Boyce with the fielding, no run. 82 for 4 as the Thunder skipper turns at the back of her mark and will throw it up. This one's defended out into the offside. Threlkeld comes to pick up once again. And the sun that had arrived has just crept back behind a cloud as Hartley bowls. This one's played into the offside. Single on offer, so McDonald takes it. Nice productive over of 5 there for McDonald. She's on to 17.
Yeah, that sun's getting a little bit nippy now, I think.
Well, I'm glad you've said that, because obviously coaches of the most northerly side in the competition, I think that's official, that we're all allowed to wimp out ever so slightly here today.
See, people always say this, but just because we just wear more coats. I've just got more layers. That's the only thing.
Well, as you can see from the chair behind, I'm well prepared should it come to. I mean, the main thing is that it stayed dry today, because there was a bit of a worry that we'd sort of swapped yesterday morning on the forecast for the morning we were meant to get, which was meant to be nice and sunny, as Brown bowls. This one's played away behind square on the leg side. Liberty Heap, 15 years of age, returns that one into the wicket-keeper. 1 run taken, 84 for 4 the score. The buzz continues. And would this be your first game at one of the sort of the outgrounds, as we call them in first-class cricket? As Brown's bowling here, and this one's clipped away in front of square on the leg side. It's going to go away for 4 runs, and that's another nice contribution to the Northern Diamonds score. 88 for 4 the total. Gun going along nicely.
Yes, our first outground, shall we say. I've played here a few times, obviously, with the Thunder over the years. It's always nice to come here. It's a really nice ground. It's good. It's really good facilities. So
in comes Brown again to bowl to Jenny Gunn. It's just defended into the offside and no run taken there.
So I was pretty keen as a spinner to bowl here. It always spun a little bit, so it's quite nice to bowl here.
Brown bowling the seamers at the moment. Plenty of spin already used by the Thunder as this one's bowled outside the off stump. Clapped away really into the offside. Boyce is there with the fielding. So you must have been quite impressed with the opening spell from Hannah Jones, actually coming on and opening the bowling. Never an easy thing for a spinner to do, and she did it very well. 6 overs 11 without a wicket, but a maiden in there as Brown comes on and bowls again, short of a length and forced away into the offside.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I've never really seen her bowl in real life, shall we say. She looked like she had a really good action. I mean, you've got 2 really good left arm spinners across Lancashire, obviously Alex Hartley and Sophie Eccleston, so there's a good crop of left arm spinners over here.
Yeah, there's plenty to learn from, isn't there, as in comes Brown and bowls into the leg side. It's clipped away and that will again be a chase on to prevent it going over the rope, and that chase is in vain. 4 more runs, 92 for 4 the total as the halfway mark of the innings starts to approach. Just 1 over to go before we get there.
So yeah, so they've got, you know, they're quite renowned for having quite a few spinners over here, and I think that it's, you know, it really shows that you learn from the likes of obviously Alex Hartley, Sophie Eccleston going up and play for England, both of them. I think that it's exciting. I love it turning up when there's kind of young spinners in the opposition. As much as they're playing against us, it's nice to kind of to see them coming through, and you know, I hope she really gets a good chance in this competition and pushes on really.
Well, as I say, we'll make the most of having Danny Hazel here for another over with Alex Hartley coming on. So overall, I think the impression has been that there's a sense of excitement around this competition, and there's a feeling it has been a success and served the purpose and could for the future.
Yeah, I think it's been fantastic. As I say, it's...
In comes Hartley to bowl. On the sweep is McDonald, and that one goes away for 4 runs. And as it does, the beautifully written note by Alex from Lancashire is blown away in the wind, but 4 more added to the total, and that will take the score on to 96. As Alex Hartley again turns in and bowls outside the off stump. It's played away to Laura Marshall, no run on offer. And that is the feeling now, isn't it, that this is a structure for, particularly for 50 over cricket, that can go forward. There's Hartley just made to wait for a second, comes in and bowls to McDonald, who defends into the leg side.
And that's the thing, I mean, we've gone from having no cricket to having this, and personally I didn't think we were going to get any at one point, so I'm just glad that there's something going on.
In comes Hartley outside the off stump. Played away with a flash of the blade by McDonald, and she's found the gap at cover, and that brings up the 100 for the Northern Diamonds. And it's been a very productive little spell whilst we've had you on, Danny Hazel. The 1 wicket at the start I think you're a bit worried about, but 100 for 4 now.
I know, I thought I cursed us at the start. I thought I'll have to get off this radio. Yeah, good start, obviously big partnership, these two.
In comes Hartley to McDonald, who's had the better of this over, but Hartley gets a dot ball to a tally there.
I mean, this is our real engine room. A good partnership from these two, and hopefully push ourselves to a good score. Still 26 overs to go.
Yeah, approaching halfway, and the 100 is up, so that target of 200 is looking very gettable all of a sudden, but it relies the wicket staying intact. Dyson with the fielding on the 45 there. A dot ball to finish with, 104. Massive thanks to Danny Hazel, and you're more than welcome back later on in the innings as well, because I think people will have really enjoyed hearing from you. So, but I think to address the balance, we're going to have a little bit of a Thunder contribution as well now. So we'll swap the microphones over. Thank you very much to Danny Hazel for popping in. That was excellent to have her on and have the benefit of her wisdom. We'll just give the microphone a little clean if Alex, or I feel a bit rude to ask our guest coming in to clean the microphone here, given we're having you on and getting the benefit of your wisdom. But somebody I'll want to ask you about straight away, actually. Liberty Heap is coming on into the bowling. 100-4 is the score, as this one is attempted to play away into the offside, but no run on offer there. A welcome to Jen Barden here, who is the Senior Regional Talent Manager, so we'll have had a lot to do with putting this Thunder side together. Heap about to tiptoe into bowl once again, throws it up, played away into the offside. Brown is there, who's taken a catch in a short position, but only does the fielding the dot ball there. Welcome, Jen.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
So what can you tell us about Liberty Heap there? We know she's young is the first thing. She bowls a leg spin delivery that's played into the offside, single on offer. McDonald gets through. Gunn will be looking for the second, but it's not there. 101-4.
Yeah, so Liberty's come through our junior programme at Lancashire. She's just 16 years old, so she's one of the young up-and-coming players from the Burnley area. I'll make sure I say Lower House there, though, otherwise we'll get the Burnley fans going crazy. Well,
of course, I mean, that's the thing about these competitions. There's just so many sort of connections with club sides all over the northwest of England and, well, the north of England with the Diamonds as well, as this one's played away into the offside, single added, 102-4. So, I mean, there's just so much sort of goodwill towards these players, and it's great to see them getting the opportunities on the big stage. Heap coming in once more, 102-4, and this one is played back down the onside of the wicket.
Yeah, no, it's great to see some of these young girls getting opportunities they perhaps wouldn't normally have got when we had the England players around.
Heap once again looking to take that opportunity here, bowling to a former England player in Jenny Gunn, and hit away to another former England player in Alex Hartley, who ensures it's a dot ball. 102-4. So in terms of putting together a side, I imagine at quite short notice, given the way the competition came together. How much of a challenge was that?
Yeah, it was an exciting challenge. Obviously, there was some speed bumps in the way, and but we rose to that challenge. And obviously, so our regional development centre has been running for 4 years. So that's in effect the academy to this. So that's what it'll be named moving forward. But the younger girls have been kind of exposed to playing some of these games around the country against some of the other opposition's RDC programmes, so they've had some experience. The difference being that this is 50 overs, where our general programme was aligned to the Kia Super League and being T20. So that was where the difference is playing that slightly longer format of the game. Perhaps it's that transition piece, but these girls were so excited to be involved, and an absolutely brilliant opportunity for them to get some learning from some really good experienced players, to be around it, to play on the big stages, to play on some first class grounds that perhaps they might not have got the opportunity to for another 3-4 years had the England girls being around all the time, and perhaps an overseas in the side. So to have those extra potential 4 players involved on match day is huge.
And I mean, New Road the other day, I mean, that's one for anyone who goes around these county grounds. It gets circled in the book, and okay, it wasn't the best result, but so many will have taken so much from that. It was such a beautiful setting.
Definitely, and I think that's what we've kind of encouraged the girls to do. Almost, yes, the results are important, but this is a long process. This is something that we're building for the future, and the education of the players and building some of those exposure pieces into them to get them some unbelievable experiences that they can look forward to in the future and having impacts on games. And also, I mean, it's not just about experiences. That's the thing that's important. As I just see another message, we've got more than 1,200 people listening at the moment, which is absolutely fantastic numbers. And as I say, I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 from the Southern group having a spy in as well, but plenty from the Thunder will be enjoying hearing from Jen Barden here. But it's not just about those experiences now as well. I mean, there are actual contracts on offer, which is a huge step forward for the women's domestic game. Yeah, and something that, so I obviously grew up playing cricket, and there's nothing on the radar at all for as a junior coming through the county age groups. You're playing it because you absolutely love the game.
Waiting here then is McDonald, and she's sweeping away as she likes to do. Even if the ball doesn't quite seem to be there for the stroke, she is happy to take it on. Adds another single, 103 for 4.
Yeah, so those contracts are an exciting piece for young girls coming through our programmes now. They can actually play cricket for a living, which brings a massive dynamic to it, but it's exciting at the same time.
Here's Alex Hartley. Left arm around the wicket, defended into the offside by Jenny Gunn, but no single is on offer on that particular occasion.
Yeah, having some conversations with the juniors pre-COVID.
As in comes Hartley. This one's defended down the offside of the wicket. 103 for 4.
They were so keen to, they were actually unbelievable that they could actually be playing for a living in 12 months' time.
And here comes Hartley again, who's had that experience with England, but's now captaining this Thunder side, and the chase is on. And I think that's Daniela Collins, is that right over there? Because that's a number I don't have on my list, so I'm assuming 30 is Daniela Collins, who couldn't quite hold that in. 4 runs, 107 for 4.
Anyway.
As the ball is returned to Hartley here. Cricket at Egbert under cloudy skies. Settling over the bat is Jenny Gunn, who'll play it away through extra cover. The fielder Collins has gone back now in the offside, and it's returned to Hartley, 109 for 4. As I say, I'm indebted to Claire Jenkins, the former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer, who's been providing us with the numbers on viewers here. We're up to 1,400, so it's fantastic to have people with us. Make sure you hit the little like button at the bottom of the video as well, because that lets us know that people are enjoying it, and it's really important. We've got Jen Barden with us here. So we've spoke kind of about the putting together of a team. In terms of how you approach that then, what sort of a mix are you looking for? Because Thunder seem a particularly young side in many ways, of course, though, with the notable experience of the captain.
Yeah, so we are a young side.
As Heap comes in to bowl, one of the young players, 16 years of age. I think I had her as 15 earlier in the commentary, but 16 years of age, no run there.
Yeah, but I think that's an exciting for us, so think what we're going to be like in 4 or 5 years' time.
Here comes Heap, who's one of those who'll be hoping to have plenty of experience by then. Dabbed out into the offside, one taken, 109 for 4. Jen Barden with myself, Mike Perkins.
Yeah, there's some debuts been given to players who haven't even made senior county debuts yet, which, it's a quite a big step up for them, but an exciting one at the same time. We've got some senior players who've played a lot of cricket, so age-wise, maybe not so.
Here's Heap. Throws that one up, defended into the onside. Threlkeld will pick up, despite the eagerness of Brown. Dot ball.
But you look at some of our players, Threlkeld has been playing county first team cricket since the age of 14, 15, so she's got 6 years.
Waits now with the gloves opened as Threlkeld. It's driven back at Heap, and no run is on offer to McDonald.
So those years of experience in that senior game are invaluable for these young girls to learn from.
109 for 4, the orange figures on the scoreboard away to our left reads, and it will tick on now as the ball is ticked away behind square by McDonald. 110 for 4.
Yeah, it's important to get that balance right between senior and players coming through the system. Obviously there's some restrictions around who we can have and overseas, etc.
As in comes Heap to bowl, throws it up. This one is defended. Prodding forward was Jenny Gunn, completely over with a dot. 110 for 4. And in terms of what stands out to you then when you pick a player and you think, right, you haven't even played county cricket yet, but we've got this regional competition and we need you in the side. I mean, what is it that sort of stands out to you in a player that makes you think that gamble's worth taking?
Yeah, so a combination of a thirst to kind of improve and get better and perform. That ability to perform under pressure is, really important, because they've been thrown in at the deep end to actually be out there on the pitch and bowl and bat.
More of Hartley from the river end, and she's bowling outside the off stump. That seemed to be chopped back dangerously for a second, and the hand's gone to the mouth of Hartley. And excitement and exasperation at the same time. 110 for 4. Hartley turns once again. spins herself a catch. McDonald made to wait. All part of the theatre of a left-arm spinner. This one's played away into the offside. 1 run on offer, and it's taken to Marshall before she can return the ball. 111 for 4.
Yeah, you've got one eye on how do we perform now and how do we perform in the future, and looking at those players on how are they going to get better.
In comes Hartley with that unique sort of almost underspinning action. No run on offer in the offside. Brown was in with the fielding.
Yeah, so consideration, if we've got players for a 6-week period of time, what impact can we have on them? How can we move them forward in those 6 weeks?
Here is Gunn, who's forward and defends out into the offside. Another dot ball recorded.
So yeah, you've got that balance between experience and youngsters coming in to give them that experience and build that profile for them.
Here is Hartley, 111 for 4 on the board, and that's where it will remain. Will it appeal for a run out? A single taken, it was a tight one, and McDonald just gets through and ticks it on to 112 for 4, but it was the tightest of singles.
Yeah, indeed. You've got the consideration you're building a team as well, so you've actually got to put 11 players out there on the pitch, so you can't just pick everyone that bowls and forget about having some batting.
Here comes Hartley once more, played away into the offside, and comfortably across came Marshall, couldn't prevent the single. 113 for 4.
And vice versa, you can't just have loads of batting when you're playing a 50 over game. You've got to have the depth in the bowling. Players have got to bowl potentially 10 overs, so yeah, you've got to get the balance right, and do you need a reserve keeper in your squad, etc. So I think we've got the balance about right for where we want to be, and looking for now, but also for the future, more importantly.
29 overs, 113 for 4. Jen Barden, senior talent manager for the northwest of England for women's cricket. I'll just get your thoughts in a moment after this Liberty Heap delivery as it's played into the offside, and just how you're assessing this game at the moment. It's been a strange one. There seem to have been runs on off around wickets throughout it virtually.
Yeah, there's plenty going on. It looks like it's in the balance almost.
Here is Liberty Heap trying to tip that balance towards the Thunder's favour. It's swept away behind square on the leg side. 4 runs added, 117 for 4 is the total.
Yeah, I think we'd be looking for a wicket to fall to just break this partnership and perhaps just slow the run rate down a little bit. But I think we had a really great start, which is something that we've been looking for throughout the games that we've had, and that's it's great to see some of these youngsters taking the ball and having a go.
And Heap is doing just that now for the Thunder. Throws it up, driven into the offside. Dyson, I think it is there with the fielding. No, it's Hartley, in fact, the skipper, who prevents the run being taken. As Heap comes in and bowls, throws it up again, swept behind square on the offside, and that will be 4 more runs. Takes the partnership on to 60, and it's been a very good one for the Northern Diamonds. 121 for 4, in fact 64 the partnership goes on to.
Yeah, and this is where Alex Hartley's just having a quick chat with Lib to say, using her experience and how they can perhaps just tweak the line or the field to just help her along a little bit to get her perhaps bowling those ones or dots that we need to create that pressure again.
Got a backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. A short mid-wicket, mid-on, and a 45 completes the leg side. That one through outside the offside, where we have backward point, a shortish cover in the form of Hartley, cover on the boundary, and we have mid-off as well. Hartley more at extra cover, actually, as Liberty Heap, right arm around the wicket now. Leg spin bowler, turns it back towards the stumps. Single on offer. McDonald gratefully accepts, moves on to 39.
Yeah, I think obviously with that experience of Alex just helping Lib through the back end of that over really helped, particularly when she's turned the ball away from the left-hander. You're looking for her to hit that off stump line and not drift too far down leg and over pitch.
McDonald now with a highest score of the competition, 11 higher than any other she's made so far in just her third innings. Also taken 2 for 31 with the ball. So a useful contributor, and she's facing up again to Alex Hartley. And I think that's an important point with Alex Hartley as she comes into bowl once again. Short outside the off stump, played away comfortably by McDonald, who progresses on to 40, 123 for 4, the score. I mean, that experience is so valuable. I mean, I've been saying the Thunder players are certainly going to have a lot of fun under Alex Hartley as captain, but she offers so much as a cricketer.
Definitely.
And she comes now trying to find her side a wicket that they badly need here. This partnership's creeping up. Gunn adds her 29th run to it, 124 for 4.
Yeah, that experience of Alex bowling at international level, playing against and with some of these players.
And we saw that on the bank holiday Monday as she bowled her team back into a game when they only had a low total, and she's trying to just work out McDonald here. Comes in again, bowls left arm over the wicket now to the left-handed McDonald. No run on offer once again.
Yeah, Alex has definitely brought the fun with her, which is, you know, a great aspect for the young girls to settle into a new team.
And Hartley bowls, and there's an attempt of a sweep. There's a big appeal for LBW. What's the umpire think? Well, no is the answer. I think, Jen Barden, you might have thought you were in with a shout there.
I thought we were in with a shout. Maybe not.
Well, certainly a loud shout from Hartley. All she got was a dot ball, and she'll have to settle for the same again as this is played into the leg side. 124 for 4. Delighted to have you all with us on the live stream today. Thunder's coming, and for the north of the ways you get in touch with these two sides on Twitter. My name's Mike Perkins, and I'm alongside Jen Barden, who's the senior talent manager for women's cricket in the northwest of England. And in terms of the health of women's cricket in the northwest of England, how would you assess that at the moment?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, we've had so much developments over the past 5 years, and you know, there's been a lot of reports around COVID hitting sport and women's sport in particular, but we've seen cricket, particularly in Lancashire, which was my previous role, overseeing all cricket in Lancashire for women and girls. We've seen it go through the roof. I think Liv's just about to bowl here.
Yep, he delivers, and it's kept low, and it's out, and that's another bit of a grubber really for the Northern Diamonds. Will be unhappy. I think Jenny Gunn might have felt there was a little bit of bat involved. Either way, it doesn't matter because she's trudging off the pitch. The score is 124 for 5, and Jenny Gunn is out. And once again, the Northern Diamonds have been stalled, although that was a very impressive partnership indeed. It was 67, I think, in total. I'll just check the maths on that in a moment, but a huge wicket for the Thunder there.
Oh, definitely, and a great one for Lib Heap to grab first up in a comp, so very nice to see her take that.
Yeah, not too many better wickets to get than Jenny Gunn. I mean, again, the bounce, we saw Alice Dyson's, which was a real proper grubber, and you felt for Stair Callis, who's without a run in the competition so far, to get a delivery like that. But Jenny Gunn out, LBW for 29. She faced 45 balls in 42 minutes and hit 4 fours before being LBW to Heap.
Yeah, so going back to before about Liverpool, they hosted a women and girls taster session on bank holiday, and they had 45 new women and girls down, which is awesome.
Liberty Heap, who maybe was one of those who went along to a taster session not too long ago. This one is driven back up the pitch, and no run is on offer there. There's Heap again. Well, just gets an adjustment from the field here by Alex Hartley. She's going to switch herself onto the offside and also switch the sweeper back to backward square leg. There's going to be a short catcher in the form of Nat Brown, who's already managed to get one of the wickets earlier, that of Rachael Hopkins, who made 16. There's Heap bowls, and this one's driven down the pitch, and again, no run on offer Boyce, I think it is, there at mid-off with the fielding. As Bess Heath, the wicket-keeper, looks to start her innings. Tries to drive away through the offside, can't do so. So 124 for 5, the total remains. Heap again, long ponytail down over the number 39 on her back. Throws it up, nice little drive, but doesn't find its way past mid-off once again, and 124 for 5 it remains. Brown just pulls the trousers up and waits there at short mid-wicket. Heap bowling back to her, and it's gone to floor, and it looked as if it was a cordon bowled chance, and 2 wickets in an over would have been absolutely massive for the Thunder. They still have got Jenny Gunn, LBW, the first wicket for Liberty. Heap at this level, but it's 124 for 5. Could have so easily been 124 for 6 there, Jan Bard.
Yes, indeed, that would have been a nice over to get in, but we'll still take the 1 wicket that we got.
Yep, and it will be one, I suppose, Liberty Heap will remember and will be able to tell people about when she goes back to a cricket club.
I'm sure she will.
Where is it you said she played?
Lower House.
Lower House, so
in Burnley.
I do hope we have a few from Lower House listening along in Burnley today, as it's Hartley bowling. This one's played away into the offside. There's a single on offer and it's taken, 125 for 5.
I'm sure there'll be a few from Lower House listening in. They've got a huge following down there and very supportive of Lib and her career so far. She's played down there since she was tiny. She's been part of our system since I think she was 8 or 9, so she has genuinely come right through the programme from being a tiny tot. And scoring her first 100 at age 11, so we've got some exciting things to come further down the line.
Well, wherever you're listening in the northwest of England, the north of England, this match, of course, always has a little bit of a Roses feel about it, even though it's now a regional setup. But Lancashire and Yorkshire, very much the counties at the centre of these two sides, and it's the Northwest Thunder. Captain Hartley bowling here, again kept low. Heath forced out onto the offside. 125 for 5 it remains, though. And of course, wherever you're listening, wherever it is in the world, we're very glad to have you with us here, enjoying domestic women's cricket, and it's just good to have women's cricket back, because it looked as if the summer was slipping away without it.
Definitely.
Dot ball from the previous delivery. Hartley bowling, Heath working and having to go back. I feel the shouts were almost coming from the Northern Diamonds bench as much as from the non-strikers end. Yeah. There was a no from the 5 players sitting over there. Another dot ball to Hartley's tally. Just trying to build her overs. She knows McDonald on 42 is looking very dangerous. Powerful sweep from Heath, but it doesn't beat Laura Marshall. Perhaps one of those with a bit more experience, Laura Marshall. Yeah,
she's played for Lancashire for quite a long time now. I think we were talking about the other day, it was over 10 years, surprisingly.
In comes Hartley, bowling full. Heath plays away on the offside. There's a single on offer, and it's taken, and that gets Heath off the mark. And she was looking a little twitchy, so she'll be glad of that.
Yeah, so Laura originally, well, she still lives there. She lives in Cumbria, so she played through the Cumbrian ranks as a junior player, but at sort of 16, 17 years old, she moved down to Lancashire to play her cricket. I don't think Cumbria at the time had an under-17 side, so she came down and played senior cricket with us, and she played the first year of the Kia Super League for the Thunder, but she was injured with her shoulder for a couple of years, which has kept her out of most of the cricket. But it's great to see her back on the pitch and adding some seniority to the ranks.
Here's Liberty Heap, pavilion end, down the track goes Heath, and that's a tremendous shot. That's as good a stroke as we've seen all day. We've seen sixes, but in terms of an authoritative cricket stroke, down the track came Heath, playing with the spin through extra cover all along the floor, and it was always going to be 4 runs. 130 for 5 the total moves on to. Heath is on 5.
Yeah, having watched Bess play quite a lot of cricket, she's an attacking player and hits the ball very hard. So something to have a think about where our fielders sit on the ring and making sure that we're putting those dives in.
In comes Liberty Heap once more, throws it up, and Heath is on the attack again, and she's going to clear the leg side fence for 6 this time. It was a less aesthetic cricket shot, but it was a more valuable one. 6 runs to the total, 136 for 5. Heath is on to 11, and having looked very sort of eager to get off the mark in the way batters always do, she's played 2 very authoritative strokes there.
Yes, indeed.
Liberty Heap, back of a run. What can she produce in terms of response here? 2 back on the leg side, but Heath was able to clear them now. This was uppish towards Dyson at mid-on, who slips over as she tries to throw in, and is not quite. I think she was maybe lost her footing because she was expecting to have to try and get under the catch there. That didn't happen, and then lost her bearings somewhat.
Just dropped short of her, to be fair, but her feet went from under her quite spectacularly.
Heap just has one fielder moving across to 45 behind square on the leg side. As for the left-handed McDonald, just happy to pick up a single here. 43 she moves on to. Northern Diamonds undefeated so far in this competition and building a total. No, it's interesting. I mean, you're saying about Bess Heath hitting the ball hard, but Laura Marshall actually at New Road the other day, as in comes Liberty Heap, bowls, and Heath is hitting this one hard into the leg side. It won't clear the boundary on this occasion, but 4 runs added, 142 for 5, and Bess Heath has started in very emphatic fashion.
Yes, indeed. I think, consider the pace that Lib's bowling at, perhaps just pull the length back slightly, just don't give her that chance to come down the pitch. Meet it on the full toss.
Well, she's bowling in very attacking fashion, is Liberty Heap, but Bess Heath has been in equally attacking fashion and is looking for another boundary on the offside. There's a diving attempt. I think that's actually a great piece of fielding just to keep it in, because the ball was nearly lost behind. Is it Collins out there? Yes. And she just got across and managed to keep it in the rope in expert fashion. 144 for 5 the score at the end of the 34th over. So we're approaching the final power play as well here. As I say, it was interesting you saying about hitting the ball hard, because I felt Laura Marshall hit the ball very hard at New Road, but at mid-off and mid-on a lot of the time. But she was looking in very good touch despite a relatively low score.
Yes, indeed. She found the fielders quite often, and I think, you know, we're excited what she could produce should she find those gaps.
We'll get to see that later on, but it's Alex Hartley, the skipper now, just trying to tempt McDonald out the crease. She was successful, but McDonald's bat was able to get there and just knock a dot ball to Collins in the leg side. Here's Hartley again, red sponsors board behind her, as well as the black sight screen. The white ball is returned to the palms of Hartley, who has been enjoying her work so far, but it's not produced the wicket she would have hoped for. Short outside the off stump, played away on the back foot. 26 runs she went for in 6 overs before this latest one, which will be the 35th of the innings. Yorkshire Diamonds trying to find a position of dominance in this game. 145 for 5 they move on to with the latest McDonald single. So what's the message here to the Thunder players that needs to be coming from their skipper Hartley?
I think we talked about, you know, changing things up and don't let the batters settle, just keep that intensity going throughout the whole innings, don't let it drop. So I think they've done that quite well. Just be keen to kind of maybe nick another one before Heath gets too settled. Going into that final 10 overs, she could be quite destructive.
On strike now, the voice you're hearing there, Jen Barden, Senior Talent Manager for Women's Cricket in the northwest of England, as this one's played away into the offside on the bounce. It's fielded by Georgie Boyce, no run. And Heath continues to settle into her work. It's been very destructive work so far, on to 18 already. She defends that one into the offside. She's certainly, on the scorecard I'm looking at, above 1 a ball in terms of the strike rate. Over comes to an end, 145 for 5 as we head into the last 15 overs. So with regards to that, I mean, that intensity and that feeling. I mean, is this something that comes easily to a young side?
I think it does, but you need to. It's that almost that experience of playing those 50 overs as well. They've played a lot of T20 short format games where you can be up and about for the whole game. You've got to learn in 50 overs to be switched on and switch off, and that takes some time for them to learn how to fully understand how they can switch off and the times to switch off, and then be able to switch back on and be fully immersed in the game straight away. Whereas in T20 cricket you can get away with almost being switched on for the majority of the game because of the short format, but in 50 over cricket to be switched on for 100 overs is a tough ask.
Well, our thanks to Jen Barden for joining us. I think we luckily don't have more thunder on the way in the skies, but I think we have more thunder in terms of contributions to this commentary as Hannah Jones bowls the latest delivery of this new spell. It's defended into the offside and is a dot ball. First spell was 6 overs, 1 maiden, 11 for no wicket, but it was a very, very tidy spell indeed, as this one is worked away into the leg side. Hartley throwing at the non-striker's end. The bail did get knocked off, although I think it was from the hand of Hannah Jones, and this one is going to be played away into the leg side. So we've got James Carr from the Diamonds, in fact, is going to join us here. So we will just pop his microphone on. Fantastic to have you here, James.
Hi Mike, thanks for having us. Good morning everyone.
So what are you making of the situation of the game here? We've just had the Thunder perspective on it. What are you making of it from a Diamonds perspective?
Oh, I think it's very much in the balance right now. Thunder have made some real good inroads, to be fair, and we've had a couple of decent partnerships.
That one's cracked down the ground for 4, and well, Bess Heath is looking in very destructive form, and I hear that's the way she bats.
Very much so, yeah. She's come up through the regional development centre programmes and hits a long ball. Just going back to your original question, I think it's whoever finishes strongest now in this last 15 overs. I'd say it's been pretty even thus far, but whoever finishes the strongest now is going to take the momentum into the second innings, I think.
150 was brought up with that stroke as well by Heath, and she's at it again, but Nat Brown tumbles across and makes the stop. Dot ball that. 5 wickets down for the Diamonds so far as Jones turns again at the back of her mark and throws this one into the pitch, but Heath likes the look of it again. Doesn't quite get as much of it as she would have ideally liked. There's a couple of gulls core in the sky. 151 for 5 here at Liverpool, and the sun has joined us with your arrival here, James.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's anything to do with me, but it's played ball so far, the weather, hasn't it?
Yeah, just about. I mean, the main thing's it's been dry, which is what we're after, but just a little bit of heat coming off the sun for a second there, which has been rare, it has to be said, so far here in Liverpool. Another run to the total, 152 for 5. So in terms of that strong finish, I mean, there's enough wickets in hand now, which at one point they didn't look as if there necessarily would be.
No, we were 4 down pretty early and just losing Jenny Gunn a few overs ago. However, we do bat really low. We was 7 down last week against the Lightning, and Jenny Gunn and Beth Langston saw us home with a 100 partnership, and Phoebe Graham batting down at 10. So we do bat all the way down, to be fair, and I'd be pretty confident that we can kind of edge way beyond 200 here and sit pretty, hopefully going into the interval.
And Hartley bowls. This one is played back down the pitch to a dot ball, and I mean, a win today, it wouldn't guarantee qualification, because I think the Central Sparks could catch you up with a bonus point win, or 2 bonus point wins they'd need going into their game tomorrow, as this one's played away into the leg side and it's a dot ball, but it would put you in a very, very strong position for that final back at Edgbaston.
It would, yes, it would. I mean, take each game as it comes, as so they say. It's a bit cliche, but yeah, we're just trying to focus on taking each game as it goes, learn as we go. Great 4 there.
Yeah, 4 more here, forced away off the back foot by Alex McDonald, who moves on to 49, 156 the total now for 5, and this has been a fine innings by McDonald, her highest score of the competition.
Yeah, Mac has come through the pathway. She's been around a bit, and is an experienced player.
As in comes Hartley. McDonald on the sweep, which has been one of the characteristic strokes of this innings, and she is able to send it away behind square and raise her bat with that for 160 for 5. McDonald has a half century, and I know, James, you wanted to applaud that there. I saw you getting to your feet and very politely didn't because of the microphone, but your girls on the bench down there have certainly let Alex McDonald know what they think of that innings.
Yeah, no, I'm delighted for Alex. She's been great round the dressing room.
As in comes Hartley again and throws it up. It's swept again. This time it won't be 4, but McDonald settles for the single, 161 for 5.
She's in a mid to late 20s. She's been on England pathway programmes and played a lot of women's county cricket. And I think this new structure is ideal for that type of player. It now gives them a viable career in the game, even though they're in their mid-20s. And as the women's game matures, you want the Alex McDonald players in the system, because players will learn from Alex, and as you can see, she's stabilised this innings.
Hartley bowling there, played into the offside dot ball, and there's lots of those cricketers around. I mean, I've seen plenty of the Central Sparks. They have Marie Kelly and Eve Jones, who both made runs in the Thunder lineup. You're going to see Laura Marshall and Georgie Boyce coming out to open the batting. There's lots of these players about who are just getting this opportunity in this regional structure that I guess provides a more competitive environment in many ways.
Yeah, we've got to look to create more best match experiences throughout all the programmes, and ultimately, so that on the world stage we're competing.
Here comes Hannah Jones to bowl a second over from the pavilion end. She opened the bowling from the river end in very impressive fashion.
And that's our goal, is to produce as many England cricketers as possible, really, and support that system.
Played away behind square on the offside. Turning back is Heath, and that one actually hit the stump, which gave the umpire a decision to make, but Heath was well in her ground. She seemed very anxious to get off the mark, and seemed quite anxious to get through the single again there. It almost looks like the way she's most likely to get out at the moment, because the stroke play has been so impressive.
Yeah, it's one of our strengths, has been running between the wickets and trying to squeeze as many singles as possible. But
here's Jones bowling. This one's just played with a little bit of a flick back down the pitch. No run.
But also, your strength can be your weakness if you take your eye off the ball a bit. But yeah, energy between the crease, trying to get as many singles as possible.
Here is Jones again with a flick played, but still can't quite get it into the leg side. Here can McDonald, is on 54 and will be looking to make that half century count now. Getting as many as she can. Short ball, and it really did keep low, that one, and we've seen a few do that today. And that one's through to the wicketkeeper Threlkeld, 161 for 5 it remains.
They're the ones that you really are just happy to not be on the stumps. Those ones you can't really teach anyone to play those type of deliveries.
In comes Hannah Jones, outside the off stump, played away by McDonald, who'll be adding 4 to a total. No, she won't. A good bit of fielding out there by Georgie Boyce, who's done very well to get across and return that one on the bounce. 163 for 5 is the total.
Great bit of fielding there, actually. I thought that was 4 all the way. That might prove costly.
Yeah, I mean, you say those sorts of balls you want to avoid. You had to field for Stair Callis. I mean, she's had a real struggle in this competition, and to get a delivery like she did today, I mean, it just seemed cruel beyond words that she was the one who ended up on the end of that.
Yeah, it was devastating. I'm devastated for it. It is devastating. I think it's just one of those. You've got to just put it down, put it away as soon as you can. You can't train to face that kind of stuff, and if you get one in a game, it's just the funny old quirks of cricket, isn't it?
In comes Hartley, and this one's clapped over the top, but will it be caught on the boundary? It is, superbly. And Bess Heath, who has played an attacking knock of 23, is out. It was what the Diamonds needed. It provides impetus to the innings, but it hasn't gone on as long as she would have liked. We'll just confirm the catcher out there. I think it might have been Liberty Heap who got underneath it. It was very well judged, and Alex Hartley has her first wicket from the River End. It's Bess Heath out for 23.
That is the way that Bess plays. She probably just dragged that a bit with the bottom hand, probably wanted to go a bit straighter towards the sight screen, but you've got to take the rough with the smooth there. It is the way she plays. Unfortunately, she's just not quite executed that one, and a real good catch out there on the boundary. Bethany Langston will come in now, another experienced cricketer, played for England, and hopefully can steer the Diamonds through to 50 overs and a competitive score.
East Lancashire. Yeah, the Heath innings over, but I mean, for all the world, it looked as if she'd played another stroke down the ground for 6, but just, as you say, just dragged it slightly. It was Liberty Heat with the catch there, so fantastically well judged catch there from her, particularly given the fact she's on bowling at the moment and has her mind in that. But yeah, it was just that slight dragging, as you said, just brought it inside the rope, and well, the Thunder will be glad to see the back of Heath. Batters have swapped ends, so it'll be McDonald on 56 to face up. Cricketer that it sounds like many in Yorkshire and the north of England go way back with, as in comes Hartley to bowl to McDonald, worked into the leg side. There isn't a run on offer to Collins at short mid-wicket.
Interesting little battle, this housemate versus housemate. I don't know if you were aware of that one, Mike.
Oh, I wasn't, no. As McDonald bowls, and this is worked into the leg side. Hartley bowling to McDonald. So they live together, do they?
I think they're soon not to be living together as Alex moves further north for work up in Leeds. But yeah, lives with Alex in Manchester.
In comes Hartley bowling to McDonald, who's quite happy to take a single, and I suppose we'll have the bragging rights at the moment with 57 to her name, 164 for 6. So I suppose maybe the split allegiances as well is breaking up that particular living arrangement in some ways.
I think it's purely for work and cricket reasons, but we don't want to break any friendships up, that's for sure.
Well, there'll certainly be some discussion about that, no doubt, between two firm friends as another microlight makes its way over the top of Liverpool here. Fine scene of September cricket. A bit of yellow in the trees away to our right. Beth Langston looks to get her first run, but doesn't find it there. 164 for 6, and in fact that is the chopper for the first time. Looks like one of those military Chinook aircrafts that is making its way across the sky. You're listening to full match commentary of the Northwest Thunder versus the Northern Diamonds in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and we're with James Carr, the Diamonds director of cricket, who you must be incredibly impressed with the way the team has come together and played in this competition so far, as we say, undefeated as yet.
Yeah, I'm delighted. I mean, you know, the 6 months leading into this competition, the 6 months leading into...
It's Jones bowls. This is played away on the offside. Brown with the fielding, no run.
The 6 months leading into this was obviously has been really challenged through the COVID era, shall we say.
It's Jones bowls again, and this one's played back down the track, no run on offer.
And it's really hampered the momentum from the Cricket Women's World Cup and the women and girls new strategic plan with the ECB.
Clipped away into the leg side. There will be a single on offer, and it's taken by McDonald, who's on to 58, 165 for 6.
But I've been really impressed with, you know, we've worked collaboratively as a group of 8 regional directors of cricket to get the competition on. The players mobilised as soon as we kind of got the green light. You know, I'm really proud of cricket as a general, just to get it on. It's been a slog, but it's been more than worth it now, just to see this happening right in front of us.
And it was important, wasn't it? Because there was no guarantee there was going to be women's international cricket because of the difficulties with travel, as Hannah Jones comes in and bowls, and this one's played away in the offside. Single taken, 166 for 6. I mean, it's important to say that, you know, there did seem to be some sort of double standards and that kind of things around who was and wasn't allowed to travel. But it also made it very important that this was put on, as Jones will come in and deliver this ball, short of a length, but it's still picked up into the leg side, and that's going to be 6. Well, that's a terrific shot to take that from outside off stump over the leg side boundary. 172 for 6, and Alex McDonald looking to open the shoulders.
Great pick up there from Alex. He looks really in the zone. But going back to your point there, Mike, yeah, this is professional women's cricket. It's a women's elite domestic structure. And ECB has now got the full house on with men's domestic and international cricket.
In comes Jones, and this one's worked away into the leg side. Hartley is able to pick up at mid-wicket, 172 for 6.
And then on top of that, women's domestic and international cricket. So we've got the full house. We've got all 4 competitions on, or 4 programs on. So we're, from a national point of view, that's brilliant. And it just gives us some momentum in terms of we've got professional women's cricket on. You know, ultimately, unless you're an international cricketer, there wasn't professional women's cricket this time last year, as we strive to catch up with a few countries around the world. So I'm really proud of everyone, my counterparts around the country, for getting this competition on.
Here's Hartley again to McDonald. In fact, it's worked away just for 1 in the end there, so a single is the damage to the Hartley figures. 174 for 6. And Hartley at the back of her run again. River End just waits for a second, and now twirl another ball down to Langston, who's awkwardly forward and can't find the single.
Another little mini battle going on here.
I'm enjoying these.
Yeah, well, Beth and Alex were in that 2017 England World Cup winning squad.
Of course, as in comes Hartley, and Langston drives, extra cover. Collins does the fielding, dot ball.
That's a nice little shot for none there from Beth. Certainly not the shot of a genuine number 8.
Waits again now, and again drives pleasantly up towards mid-off, but again is made to wait for a run. Jones is in there with the fielding.
I'll copy into this one, I'll send it now.
Here comes Hartley once more. Down the leg side it goes. Threlkeld's taken the bails, and that's out. And it will be a wide ball as well, but most significantly it is the end of Langston's innings, and that particular set of bragging rights goes to Alex Hartley, who has Langston stumped for 1 down the leg side by Ellie Threlkeld. The feet are tapped together by the Thunder's players in celebration. It's 175 for 7, and it's quite a long time to bat, James Carr, now with just the 3 wickets.
Yeah, that's a big wicket actually. Beth can hang around. She can be one of those stubborn little batters that can just make the tail wag a little bit. So that's a good dismissal for Alex Hartley, and as you say, it's a bit of bragging rights from that World Cup squad. A lot of players that have played together on programmes, so interesting how they're now opponents, and all part of the new structure and of transforming women and girls cricket.
Yeah, and I think it was an interesting point you made there, that it's actually not just significant because of the fact that in the context of this summer there was a need for women's cricket to be on, but also it's kind of mimicking that Australian structure now and looking to close that gap a bit.
Absolutely, I mentioned it before, it's all about best v best. We've got to get more women playing the best cricket they can play, or playing the appropriate level of cricket.
As in comes Hartley to deliver this ball outside the off stump.
So, club cricket, county cricket still has a massive part to play, but just creating this regional structure elevates a new level between county and international cricket.
As Hartley bowls, this one's swept away behind square on the leg side. It's a good piece of fielding in the end. 2 will be on offer though as a result. Boyce returns with the throw, and just on her haunches slightly, bent over double really, just I think she's hurt herself slightly. 177 for 7 the score.
I think it also would have been terrible to go through this whole summer without some cricket for the ladies, and then go into a winter which was still a lot of unknowns around how we can train in indoor facilities, and that would have been further momentum lost. So it's really pleasing. You get to see a lot of players, and yes, it's a short abbreviated season, but it's also an opportunity to see what talent is out there, and there's been a lot of encouraging youngsters coming through and seeing them play up against some real experienced cricketers. It's a good yardstick for the future, and an exciting time to be involved in women and girls cricket for sure.
Certainly is, and one who's very firmly involved is Hannah Jones, who's coming into bowl now to MacDonald. Worked away on the offside, Hartley with the shy at the stumps, and it's going to go right through, and this could be 4 overthrows, but it's not hauled in. 4 runs will be signalled as it disappears behind the sight screen to our right, and the looked as if the fielder might get there for a second, but didn't quite. 181 is going to be my guess. I think the scorers are just totting it up themselves. 181 for 7 there with the 4 overthrows from Hartley, so they'll go on to the total of MacDonald, which now stands at 70. Drives up to Dyson for no run. A little bit of warming up from Boyce here as well, it seems. New batter, we should have said, is Phoebe Graham, who has 2 to her name from the previous over, and will come down onto strike now as MacDonald's latest single takes her on to 71. I guess the thought of 3 figures might be creeping into her mind, but I suppose as a coach you wouldn't be wanting that necessarily at this stage.
Alex is really process driven, to be fair, and you can see the way she's paced her innings. She's just kind of take it ball by ball, over by over. So knowing Alex, I don't think that will be in her head just yet.
Jones to Graham, who drives on the offside. Boyce with the fielding, no run.
If we bat the 50 overs, Alex will go close, I think, and talked up Beth Langston, but also Phoebe Graham's no mug with the bat.
She's proving it here by keeping that latest delivery from Jones out. Hartley mimics to throw once again, but after the 4 overthrows declines the invitation. 182 for 7 it remains as the chopper continues to chop through the skies above, as this one's played out into the offside. The throw does go to Jones, who's, I think, a little stung by conceding the 4 earlier in the over, made sure she got her hands to it on that occasion. Over ends 182 for 7 after 41.
Very interesting period this now for both teams. 8 overs to go. Pressure will be on, trying to keep the score as low as possible for the Thunder. Only 3 wickets in the 10 left for the Diamonds.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts, James. I think we're going to get in Dave Thorley as well, who's the your opposite number with the Thunder. So let's just pop the mic off for a second there so we can switch it round. Yeah, if we can just give it a wipe in between as well, that'll be much appreciated. We do have some spray somewhere. There it is. There we go. But yeah, we're obviously having to make sure we meet all the COVID regulations, but we're going to get Dave Thorley, the Thunder Regional Director of Cricket, to pop in now. So thank you very much to James. I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more from the Diamond side later in the day, but we are now joined by Dave Thorley. Thank you very much for popping in as well, as Jackson is on into the attack. There's an attempt of that sweep again from MacDonald, which has been relatively profitable for us so far. 183 for 7. I suppose I should ask you the question that we asked to James, which is, well, how are you assessing where this game is at the moment?
Yeah, firstly, thanks for having me on. It's a tricky one. I think earlier on we had a bit of a few early-ish wickets and some pressure on. They've scored quite a few boundaries, to be honest. I think put away some of the bad balls, and looking at it now, 8 overs to go, I'm hoping we can just get a couple of wickets down and just tighten it up towards the end here. I'd be worried that they might score a quick 40 or 50 here to add the pressure on, but hopefully we can do the opposite.
Graham chopping away into the offside of the bowling of Jackson. 1 taken, 184 for 7 is the score. I mean, there's been some great numbers on this live stream today, which I suppose just shows the enthusiasm for cricket in this part of the country, and this new team that they've got to support in the Thunder. As in comes Jackson to bowl right arm around the wicket to MacDonald, trying to cramp her for room on that sweep, and I think there was a reason for that little intake of breath there.
Thought that would, yeah.
Dave, because it looked close, that one.
It did. But I'm fascinated with the stream as well. It's great we're doing it, and good to see so many people watching. And hopefully it's a good product to watch. And it's only going to get better as the years progress as well. This is just year one.
Here comes Jackson bowling, and this one from outside the off stump. It didn't look as if it was going to end up going into the leg side, but it does, and Graham will add to her total, and I suppose that's her job to get to the non-strikers at the moment. And what's the job for Jackson here, because it's a difficult time to bowl?
It is, and some of these players have played more than others. Laura missed the first couple of games, but she just needs to tighten it up here, and we're just looking for
Crampy McDonald for room again, as this is worked into the leg side. It might run all the way. It's going to just trickle over. No, good bit of fielding on the boundary. And we will await the decision from the umpires here. It was certainly close, but seems to have been brought back inside the rope. So 2 added, 188 for 7.
You've got better eyes than me there, I think.
Well, yeah, I think the zoom lens on the camera operated by Jay to our left here might have given us the best view there as in comes Jackson. This one's again into the leg side. There's more work to do, and again it has been well done by the sweeper out there. That's not Boyce. There are 2 without numbers, and I think Boyce is elsewhere in the field, so I'm struggling to identify that field, and we should probably give us some credit, because that was a good effort. That is Boyce, okay.
Yes, yeah, that's Boyce.
Well, she's got hands on her hips from having been made to run one way to the other. I think a slightly indignant look towards Jackson, but 189 for 7 the score at the end of the 43rd over. So, I mean, Danny Hazel was saying when she was on the joint head coach of the Diamond, she was saying 200 was their first port of call. It looks as if they're going to get there. Yeah. How many above that would the Thunder think they could still chase?
Well, I think that's it. What they're doing very well now is racking up these singles. They're just
Dyson bowls. It's played into the offside, and that's a dot ball.
Just rotating the strike really well. Obviously it didn't bear, but they're getting it up there. I would probably say I'm hoping that it'd be under 200. I think psychologically that does help. And now you start thinking 6 and a bit overs to go. I'm hoping we can keep it under 220. But it's all about
Dyson delivers in towards the stumps this time, work to Collins, and that is a dot ball.
Yeah, it's all about just keeping pressure on the batter here. Obviously, what's Shanghai for? So just getting that pressure on her where we can.
Yeah, the more balls that can be bowled at Graham here will be helpful, but it's McDonald on strike at the moment, who works it into the leg side, 74 to her name. She remains there, examining the toe of the bat slightly.
But fair play to them as well. The Northern Diamonds, seen the last couple of games as well. They can bat deep. They've added quite a lot of runs on. Yeah, after losing wickets the last couple of games.
They've proved that. We'll wait for the signal here, because it just squirted through past Threlkeld. There were no bat involved by signalled, so that's added to the total, 194.7, and they've very much come through and been the dominant side so far in this competition. But what I've heard from other people in these kind of regional director positions like yourself, Dave, is a lot of this 8-team structure is going to be about keeping competition as even as possible and keeping teams together to keep it as a good breeding ground.
That's well put, I think, keeping them together, because we're probably one of the youngest teams in the competition, but there's a group of 5 or 6 who are around 20 years old, and if we can keep them together for the next 5 years, I think we've got a fantastic team on our hands. And there'll be moments when
Dyson bowling down the leg side, that'll be a wide, and there'll be a single as well, because Threlkeld, I think, did well to actually prevent it being worse than that by getting something on it. 192 for 7.
She did, good athleticism there. But that's right, there'll be moments when the inexperience will go against us, but it's a great learning experience for these players, and if we can keep them together, and there might be opportunity to add to them as well, I think it's an exciting future for the Northwest.
Here is Dyson coming in, and she will bowl right arm over the wicket. This one flicked away on the cut into the offside. Boyce is there with the fielding. 193 for 7 the total moves on to, with Dave Thorley, who's the regional director for women's cricket in the northwest of England. We've sort of been around the north of England really in this game, as is the way we get to do when sides like this meet. As this one goes off the outside half of the bat, there'll be one to Heap, who took that well-judged catch on the long gone boundary. 194 for 7. And as you say, we mentioned sort of it had been about development and about learning, and you were saying the running between the wickets is something you particularly spotted from the Diamonds here. And has that been a big area to look to improve with this team? Because I think certainly at New Road, when I was watching the other day, that was maybe a difference between the two sides between the innings.
Yeah, I think that's well picked up on. It was there was a period there where the score was just gradually increasing, and I think just rotating the strike and putting away the bad ball is something to focus on, and being comfortable with periods where the run rate drops.
Jackson bowls, and it's crept through outside the off stump. Threlkeld there with the keeping. 194 for 7 it remains.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be moments when pressure will get on us, and I think it's just being comfortable, just rotating the strike. It's not desperate shots for boundaries, and when there is a bad ball, making sure we do put it away appropriately. So it's something to work on, and Paul Shaw, our head coach, has been doing a lot with them recently from his experience. So yeah, it's exciting what we've done in the past couple of months. So I'm already looking at next season and thinking, what else can we do over winter?
Dot ball there with Graham not quite able to find the gap. She faces up again to Jackson, chops it past the stumps in fortuitous fashion, and there will be one added to the total as Dyson comes across. 195 for 7. The McDonald innings has ticked past the 100-minute mark as she waited at the non-striker's end as we approach 1 o'clock on this. What day are we now? Thursday. It's getting
losing track as well.
There's that much cricket in August and September. It can become difficult, but it's a Thursday game that you're getting to enjoy today as a single adds to McDonald's total of 75. 25 away from the 3 figures now. In fact, 24 away as the board ticks on to 196, and I'm sure there'll be many at home. We've been hearing the numbers sound good, so delighted to have you with us in enjoying this Thursday of cricket. Of course, not much else on at the moment, which is why we haven't been mentioning it, but it's a real chance for this to take centre stage, Dave Thorley, which you must be absolutely delighted with.
It is. I think it's exciting exposure for it all. Unusual that it's just us playing today. I couldn't help myself earlier just having a look for the other scores and just found ourselves there. So it's good to see all the other players from around the regions watching this game as well.
In comes Jackson to bowl, chopped away but not into a gap, and Collins is there with the fielding. 196 for 7 it remains with those couple of dot balls. Yeah, it's one of those you sort of almost look around over your shoulder and realise there's no other games of cricket, which has been so unusual. I mean, it's just Hampshire versus Sussex later on in the Blast, and a game in the CPL today. It's
unusual. You know, it's good getting the feedback from the players as well of the amount of friends and family watching, and you know, that's additional pressure as well. We've got to remember for these players, it's more eyes on them, but that's part of the women's game. The next few years, it's certainly going in the one direction. There's going to be more coverage and a lot more streaming at most games, I hope. Yeah, it'll be a delight to be able to bring you more games of cricket like this. And make sure you hit the little thumbs up if you're watching the stream on YouTube below, because that lets us know people are enjoying this and helps us do more of these, as this one's played away to the cover boundary for 1 run. 197 for 7 is the score. McDonald ticking on to 77. Dyson picking up 2 wickets in a first spell, one with an excellent little bit of bowling outside the off stump, and then perhaps a fortuitous one with one that bounced halfway down and still hit the base of the off stump to dismiss poor Stair Callis without scoring. A single is taken here. It's Graham who gets off strike, which is pretty much her job at the moment. 198 for 7. Yeah, she's doing that well. In all fairness, I think they're doing well, these two now. Just need to add a bit of pressure and hopefully get lucky and take one of them out of the picture. You sat with us here on the pavilion at Liverpool Cricket Club in Egbert as Dyson bowls. It's really sort of hoiked into the onside, and there's a misfield on the edge of the circle which allows McDonald back for a valuable 2 there. It also brings up the 200 for the Diamonds. That was their first aim, as we were hearing from Danny Hazel, and
it comes up with 7 wickets down in the 46th over of the game.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a competitive total. And then I think for us it's just going in with that mindset of nothing needs to be forced here. Play our own game and it'll certainly be achievable whatever they end up with.
Dyson bowls, it kept on the low side again, which would have worried McDonald for a moment, having seen what happened earlier in the piece, but she got a bat on ball, and that's a sign that she's got her eye in and moves on to 80, 201 for 7. It's another fine performance in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Put on 67 with Jenny Gunn earlier, and is now doing her best to keep the board ticking, and as is Graham, who that's probably the nicest shot she's played so far.
Yeah,
still only gets 1 for it. Out to Nat Brown, 202 for 7 the score. Things just settle here. 2 back on the leg side boundary. Dyson approaching once again. Slings it down. Rachael can't get to it. It's a wide ball and it'll be 4 wide. So costly there. 207 for 7. And we've spoke about the aims of this competition, David. I mean, what's your assessment of how it's gone? How do you feel it's sort of played out so far?
I'm very happy overall. I mean, there was a stage obviously a few months ago we didn't know if we'd get any cricket. So it's all been pulled together quite quickly, to be honest, but players at the centre of it all. For me it's been great just seeing where we're at as a team.
As Dyson comes in and bowls, it's short of a length, tried to flog it away into the leg side, did McDonald, and was disappointed to miss out and only get a dot.
Yeah, so we can see where we're at as a team. Obviously just in the northern sector, it would have been great to play everyone, but I know it's not possible this year of all years. But working with Paul Shaw, our coach, just to work out what we need to focus on in the winter, what structures. As I said, we've got a young team, but equally that's a big asset, so we can very coachable young players who've been in the system at Lancashire for a long time, and now as a region we should be in a strong position to get the most out of them for next year as well. So very happy with it all, and lots of new experiences for them as well through staying in team hotels, team briefings, etc. as well.
207 for 7 as we begin the 47th over of this Diamonds innings. They're in a strong position indeed as Graham can't quite find a run off the first ball of this over. And you just look at the venues that have been there, Trent Bridge and Edgbaston in particular,
Fantastic.
sticking out for your first 2 games.
That's it. It's incredible the way it's worked out this competition. So the players are very
Jackson
very
bowls, and this one's played into the leg side. Single on offer to Graham. She moves on to 9, 208 for 7.
Yeah, to play at these venues, as you know, we've got 16-year-old Olivia Thomas, for example, playing at Edgbaston and Trent Bridge. What an experience. So I think it's a big year for learning for all these players as well, and a lot, you know, they won't be intimidated or daunted by a lot of these experiences going forward.
And she's actually been a really impressive performer in many ways. She had that big partnership with Kate Cross,
Yes.
At Edgbaston, which she will have, I'm sure, learnt a huge amount from when she really had to dig in and get the Thunder to a total. As one is on offer there, of course, was bowling at New Road the other day as well. But it just seems a useful sort of cricket. The score goes on to 209 for 7 with that leg by, and just seems to be busy and around things. You're always in an extra cover, always sort of contributing to the game as Jackson bowls and Graham forces away for a 1, just dragging it into the leg side in the end. 210 for 7 the score.
That's right. I think Liv's a good example of athletic fielding. We want people busy and on the toes, adding to pressure. And she's still young and still learning, but that was great maturity, that innings you mentioned with Kate Cross. That's what we want, following instructions.
Jackson bowls, full toss, played into the leg side, and McDonald might be a little disappointed not to have got more from that, and in fact she raises a voice to the sky there as she reaches the non-striker's end. 81 is her total, and I think maybe that possibility of 3 figures just nagging away at her. She's perhaps running out of time with just 12 balls to go after the remainder of this over as Jackson delivers outside the off stump, forced away, and there is no run to Hartley there. 211 for 7 at the end of the 47th. So sorry, 18 balls to go in the innings, and it's going to be tight with 19 needed for McDonald to make the three figures.
And McDonald, that's what you want from someone coming in when she did, just to anchor the innings, and very mature innings, to be honest. There, that's what I'd hope we'd have as well if we have a player coming in at the same situation.
Yep, it'll be down to the likes of Rachael Heyhoe, who has a half century in this competition, and Nat Brown. They're sort of the 4 and 5 spots in the Thunder team so far in this competition.
That's it, and Nat's a good example of someone who's played a lot of cricket, the most experienced player in our team, and so far she's come in and done a job every inning she's played. Not hitting half centuries, but done what she's needed to do for us.
Brown bowls through outside the off stump, no run on offer. Do hope you're enjoying this live stream brought to you by the Thunder via their website and also via the Northern Diamonds website. So plenty of you, I'm sure, have been enjoying a bit of cricket on a Thursday, and it's always easier to sneak a watch when you're working from home, of course, isn't it? As 3 back on the leg side to prevent the boundary here. 1 taken, 212 for 7. McDonald's score is on to 82. Although it doesn't have quite the same thrill, does it, as trying to sort of sneak an earpiece in when you're in the office. But
I'm quite fortunate. My office looks out onto Old Trafford's pitch, so it's.
Well, that is always helpful. That is always helpful. It's almost as if you planned that, Dave Thorley, director of women's cricket or regional director of women's cricket in the northwest of England, and of course that means for the Thunder too, who are the franchise in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. As this one's up into the air, there's going to be an attempt for Heat to get to it, but she doesn't manage to do so, and as the ball's exchanged on the edge of the circle, the single is added. 214 for 7 as the sun comes out, perhaps as strongly as it has during the day so far, which is good to see, because it looked as if we'd swapped the weather forecast with yesterday, which was meant to be what we've had today, unfortunately. And
it's deceptively bright, actually, no?
Yeah, it was a fine day here yesterday, as this one's heaved away into the leg side, and that one will be fielded just short of the rope. 215 for 7 the score moves on to, and singles seem to be in abundance here, but Thunder won't mind too much unless they concede the boundary, of course, before this over is up.
That's right. I think at this stage, just keeping that pressure on, keeping it low scoring. These singles are not too much damage for now.
Well, that might be damage. It's been lifted high into the leg side. It'll cross the rope for 6 runs. The whoops and applause will tell you that was a very impressive bit of cricket by McDonald, and she moves on to 88 and is still in with a chance of those 3 figures with that 6. 221 for 7 is the score. She had to do something to move towards it, and she's done the best thing possible by clearing the rope for 6. Brown again just bowls, and this one's played away into the leg side. It's going to be 4 more, and McDonald is on to 92. Some more applause. David Thorley.
Yeah, that didn't time well my comments about singles. So,
yes,
2 fantastic shots though.
It's always a risk, and as I say, it's a very good over from the Diamonds' perspective, because they ticked it along, and then 2 big hits from McDonald take her into the 90s and take the Diamonds on to 225 for 7.
That's right, and looking around the group games so far, there's not many teams been scoring above the sort of 230, 240 mark on average. So it's just trying to keep it tight now these final couple of overs.
Plenty of discussion about just how to do that between Jackson and Hartley here. And Hartley just sends another one back to the leg side. It'll be poor, in fact 2 go back to the leg side. Marshall and Nat Brown. I was going to say poor Nat Brown, because she's been bowling and she's had to be dispatched to the boundary in the field as well. As in comes Jackson, tries to cut, does Graham. There's going to be a single because McDonald's so eager to get to the striker's end, and Graham has to put the dive in. Whether it would have saved her had the ball hit the stumps, we don't know, but certainly with the missing, the single is completed. 226 for 7.
Yeah, there's a hunger by McDonald to get on strike, certainly.
The partnership has now passed 50 as well, with These two having put together some very useful runs. McDonald just assesses the field. She needs 8 for what would be an incredibly impressive 100. She's going to try and heave it down the ground, but she's bowled, and the innings comes to an end. McDonald absolutely disappointed, even though I'm sure she'd have taken 92 if you'd offered it to her at the start of the day. 226 for 8. McDonald out in the penultimate over. She's bowled by Laura Jackson, and fair play to her really, because it could have been quite a nervy delivery, that one. McDonald was clearly keen to get through for the single to get to the striker's end. She'd hit 2 boundaries at the end of the previous over, but Jackson doing what all good bowlers do and making sure she hit the stumps.
I think that's it, what we encourage our bowlers to do, just keep it with for the stumps and you're in with a chance. But yeah, fantastic knock by McDonald there. Credit to her, that's a game changer.
It certainly is. It's certainly the defining innings of this match so far. 92 before she was bowled by Laura Jackson.
And now it's simply match management now for us of finishing this off, of keeping it tight, give nothing away for these final 9 or 10 bowls now.
The stats of that innings: 117 minutes, 110 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes for Alex McDonald in her 92. She was bowled by Laura Jackson. Field assessed, and here will be Laura Jackson once again to run in from the river end and try and deliver exactly the same ball. It squirts out on the leg side. Single taken, 227 for 8 the score. Graham, who all of a sudden becomes the senior partner now in this partnership, is on to strike. The bat is tapped by the waiting Graham. Looks to deliver outside the off stump, and it's cracked over mid-off. Looked as if there might be a chance of a catch for a moment, but Graham got plenty of it, and she hits the boundary, taking the score onto 231 for 8. 18 to Graham, and as soon as she became the senior partner, she's acted like it with that stroke.
Yeah, it was a good shot. I think not a bad ball, but well put away. I think Laura just needs to keep it tight here. Again, cracking young player. She had a great season in Australia, just gone.
Here is Jackson again. Down the track goes Graham. Femby, the new batter, who was off the mark with that single past the stumps, gets back to the striker's end. 232 for 8. We've been royally entertained during the first innings of this match, both by the cricket on the field most importantly, but you've also had contributions from the likes of Danny Hazel, Jen Barden, who's in charge of finding the talent in the northwest of England. We've got David Thorley and James Carr have been here, as well as Graham Hardcastle, who started things off. So 232 for 8 as we go into the final over. This is going to be quite a chase for the Thunder players, and I guess running between the wickets will be key, as well as valuing those wickets.
It is. I think that's it. Give nothing away, particularly early doors. We don't want to heap pressure on ourselves straight away. But if we can just keep rotating strike, and as I said before, putting away the bad ball, we should be in with a chance. I know from a couple of our earlier games we lost wickets early, and that just changes the team dynamic massively. So if we can keep it quite risk-free to begin with, we should be in with a chance.
That's actually one of the impressive things about the Diamonds innings, really, is that they were 2 down by the end of the 8th over as Brown delivers this last over, and it's bounced up off the pitch and over the top of mid-off and gone away for 4 runs. Really impressive stroke again by Graham, just opening those shoulders now that she's got the licence to go and doesn't have to get McDonald back onto strike. She's on to 22, 236 for 8. A good start to the over, and then they were 3 down in the 12th over, 4 down in the 17th, but then rebuilding with that partnership between Gunn and McDonald, who went on to make 92. As this one's played away into the offside, there's an attempt at a catch, but you'd need a step ladder to catch that one. 6 runs, 242 for 8 the score. 2 boundaries off the first 2 deliveries of this over, and Phoebe Graham seems to be enjoying her work.
Yeah, she seems to have found her range there, so pretty damaging at this stage, obviously. Hopefully we can just get some control of the last few balls here.
It's really tough on Nat Brown, who bowled very well for her first 8 overs, but went for a 6 and a 4 at the end of the 9th, and is now being played away for another single, although she might be glad that's all the damage is. 11 off the first 3 balls of the over. Graham brings strike partner Femby onto strike. Only one thing to do here, even though she has just come to the crease. 2 for 3 for 8.
And that's it. It's tough to bowl in these situations. They've got nothing to lose now, these 2 batters, and they're putting the kitchen sink into it now.
In comes Brown, and that was a good length right on the crease from Brown, and it's prevented a run being scored. So a valuable dot ball at this stage of the innings. 243 for 8 is the total. Brown turns again. It's going to be a big chase for the Thunder that Brown will be part of, as this one is driven down the ground. Gets Graham on strike for the last ball, or does it? They're going to come back for a second run here after what I can assume was a misfield. It's gone for 4, in fact. 247 for 8, just disappeared behind the sight screen there, but 4 runs added, and it's a costly conclusion to the innings for the Thunder, a valuable one for the Diamonds. There's another single at least on offer. And no mistake made by Alice Dyson coming across from mid-on there. Single taken, 248 for 8 is the total at the end of the innings. Well, David Thorley, what do you make of that? It'll be a chase of 249 for your team in the second half.
That will be tough. I'll be honest there. I think it's certainly achievable, but they've got some very good bowlers, the Diamonds. All credit to them for pulling it back together, though. I think those early wickets gave them a challenge. But if we can stick to our game plan here, we'll hopefully give it a very good fight and be in there towards the end.
Well, our thanks to the contributions from David Thorley, also from James Carr, who's the Director of Cricket in the north of England. I'll just try and remember which one our effects mic's on, because there's some very enthusiastic applause for the Diamonds batters, and I think that's an acknowledgement of the innings as a whole. But we've also had Danny Hazel, Jem Barden as well, and we will have plenty more guests for you in the second half of this innings. Let's just run you through the card and the bowling figures before we depart for well, it's a picnic at the moment, but we'll head off for that. But the innings started with the wicket of Armitage in the 8th over. She was out to Dyson, caught behind by Threlkeld for 10. Then Snare Callis got that incredibly unlucky ball that didn't bounce at all, hit the bottom of the off stump even though it had pitched halfway down. She was also out before the end of the 8th over, just faced 3 balls including that absolute rotter. She was out for naught, bowled by Dyson. The score was then progressed on to 45 before Amy Campbell was out. She made 15 before being bowled by Brown. She was there for 11 balls in 13 minutes and hit 2 fours and a 6 in that brief innings. 57 for 4 was the score when Hopkins was finally out. She made 16 in just short of an hour, caught by Nat Brown in that peculiar position, short and straight on the offside of the bowling of Jackson. That's when the big partnership of the innings came together, really, between Gunn and McDonald, and it really started to swing the game back into the Diamonds' favour. It lasted until the score was on to 124. Gunn was out LBW to Liberty Heap, her first wicket in this regional structure. She got Gunn LBW for 29, but McDonald continued on her way. That was the impressive innings of this match. Beth Heath, the wicketkeeper, added impetus, 163 for 6 when she was out, caught by Liberty Heap out on the long on boundary. A well-judged catch off Alex Hartley, giving the skipper one of her 2 wickets. She also got Langston stumped down the leg side for 1 when the score was on 157 for 7. And that brought Graham in to join McDonald. McDonald was eventually out for 92, bowled by Laura Jackson in the penultimate over with a score on 226. Just trying to find those 3 figures, just short of it in the end. 92 from 110 balls in 170 minutes. She hit 10 fours and 2 sixes in that magnificent innings. Femby came in to join Graham. Graham was 29 not out of 27 balls in the end with 2 fours and a 6. Femby was in for a 5 balls in 5 minutes, made 6 runs, including a boundary. The bowling figures then: Jones bowled very well at the start and finished up with 34 with a maiden from her 10 overs, but no wickets. Dyson got 38 for 2 in 6 overs. Brown bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 74 for 1. Jackson 9 overs, 1 maiden, 23 for 2. Alex Hartley made hit 41 runs for 2 wickets in her 10 overs, and Liberty Heap went for 30 runs for the reward of 1 wicket and bowled 1 maiden over in her 5 overs. So that is the card for you. We'll be back for the second innings of this game in around about half an hour's time, but make sure you're back a few minutes before that just to make sure. As I say, the chase will be 249 for the Thunder against the Northern Diamonds here at Egbert in Liverpool.
It usually says
Right, I think we're off in all the important ways.
Good work.
I can't remember if the effects mic's on 3 or 4. Which
You need me to clean this?
If you could, that would be impossibly kind of you.
Spray onto
Thank you.
this?
Yeah. Just that's the way I've been doing it now.
How much are we like? Am I to?
Yeah. Just all over it basically. 3. That's the
Kind of rough, isn't it?
people on the side. Cheers for that, David.
No worries.
So, right.
Yeah, just got away a little bit. They had some tall, powerful batsmen, didn't they? That's
I couldn't remember if it's in. Is it? Yeah, all the others are off. Is it sounding all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
There's nothing needs to go. Yeah, that's fine. As long as there's nothing that sort of needs to go. Or down. I mean, that I'm drifting a little bit away from that, but I'm not going to hold it all. I need to write stuff down.
They were clearing the ropes with relative ease, weren't they?
Lovely stuff.
You're an adult. You
can see that.
Brilliant. Well, that's it. I just don't
Yeah. Whereas just some of them, I was just annoying, like the end, just 36 hours, you just go in.
Yeah, I think 200-ish would have been.
I started thinking, when they last 4 weeks, which I think not for about 1 6 months, then I started thinking, yeah, 200-ish. And then he asked me, and I was like, oh, under 220, alright. I'll go in.
If you can get it.
Yeah.
Some good feedback on the stream though, on social, a couple of tweets and stuff like that, saying there's been some good insight and things, some good views, so
It's good getting Danny Hazel and
yeah, it's nice to have a couple of different angles. So. Yeah, James was pretty helpful lining that up and doing a few overs himself. So
that's it.
You can't ask for more than that, really.
Different voices on there, a couple of the players next, so
yeah.
we've got Al.
So Graham has asked if he can do overs 1 to 10 for it, so he can get back and get on with his report. So then if Al jumps on after the 10th over and does until she wants to, really.
Yeah. That makes sense. She's happy
Thanks
just
for managing all that, Alex.
Yeah, no worries.
I appreciate it.
Hi Graham, you alright? Right, okay.
Which is an area of lockdown, so we can't sell tickets to the Bolton event. No, they're not locked. Hi mate, what's time? There's no way to say over in Edinburgh.
Took me a gig, mate. Very hungry, mate. So,
1:30. 1:30. 10 minutes. 1:30. Is everything? That's all right.
yes.
She's just going to check, but that means you only have to wait 10 minutes. So yeah, I've got some footage with me, thanks, but I'm just going through something. Trafford have now decided that they don't want to sell tickets to anybody from Pendle, Bolton, Trafford. No, we have to tell them of those control measures so we can actually have Sam. Sorry. Well, we've just got to put postcodes.
Those are the only ones on, aren't they? 4's on as well. It's 4 Atmos.
That's all of them off now.
So it's 3's Atmos, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 throughout.
Ah, right, cool. I just want to know, make sure I know that so I can look it up and down and stuff.
I know.
Just slightly changed.
Of course, then he'll be good. Alright. No, don't even bother. No, it's alright. I've got my buttons. Alright. Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Eve. Cheers, mate. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Downstairs.
Cheers, Dave. Yeah, we're past 2,000.
Control tool. Well, that's not working.
My dad used to say that all the time.
Sorry, you go. Right.
There was one the other day. Now you're relatively local.
Yeah, no, well, you have to do
One said the other day. Head full of
Joe.
John.
No, you put 2 for it. Are you putting the...
You've not heard it.
Yeah. I mean, I was writing originally, but I live in Bolton now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, my missus knows about that one. She's from Blackrock.
Sorry.
Yeah, she knows. And of course, Blackrock. Thought they were in Wigan. Yeah, Hesful has got a job. Yeah, not a basically.
Yeah. What's the Johnny Robbins?
Johnny Robbins, the link break, you probably just jump back up.
Oh, as in the bed rock.
Yeah.
I saw mine.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, makes sense, yeah.
It's just parochial school. Yeah. All the Lynch's That's a first.
She's happy.
I didn't get shouted at, and she's answered her own question.
I've been sitting with people here from Worsley, you know, Worsley.
Was it Cheshire?
Yeah, Worsley, Cheshire. It's the biggest borough in the whole country, you know, Worsley.
Is it?
Is it?
Well, anybody that lives in Eccles says they're from Worsley.
Swinton.
Yes, and it goes as far as Little Oak. You know, where are you from? Bolton Road, Little Oak, Worsley. Yeah.
No.
Tell you, it's the biggest borough in the whole of the world. Worsley.
So where Brownie says he's from?
Yeah, he's from
He's from Wesley, isn't he?
Boothstown, Worsley.
Boothstown, Worsley, Cheshire.
And you can prove he lives in Cheshire because Hello Magazine have written an article on one of his neighbours and said in a leafy suburb of Cheshire. And I've been to Brownie's house, and I don't think it's a leafy suburb of anywhere. Yeah.
This is true. Worsley. Oh God.
So, what's the crack then next Friday? How many horrible people are you letting in? Because I've got used to this.
1,000.
1,000.
What,
Yeah.
punters?
All stands open.
No. E and A are all. 100 hospitality, 900 GA. Needless to say, our commercial side, we'll have fun. No, the government say it's 1,000. 100 of which hospitality. Oh, but we've got more people, and the government say,
Just for everybody showing.
well, the reason we got it is because Sorry Dick.
Oh, right.
They had one with Mrs. Middlesex at the Hall, 2,500 with 250 in hospital. Now, bearing in mind, it's at the Hall. They opened the OCS stand. So first of all, the Oval is only populated with cricket by people who know cricket.
Yeah.
We go from the city and just get pissed. So, yeah, I know, but that's what they did on this trial event. They got pissed to the extent it comes out. Then when it rained, they all gravitated from the OCS stand to the concourse. So 2,000 people in the concourse, no social distancing, all charging at the bars and franchising and everything. So it just went belly up. So the ECB were told by J. So the ECB were panicking. Just send a standard memo. Does anybody want to?
Does anybody want to do this?
Do this and that event. The original was 2,500 next time. Until yesterday. Oh, it took 7 minutes for him to reply.
Yeah, that long.
I think he was out the room at the time. So up until yesterday, until the announcement yesterday, it was 2,500. So we were going to open A B, C and D. Well, now it's down to basically 900 punters. Justify opening E and A. We can populate that with all the social distancing and things like that. It's not stop going around it. Like I said, Traffic Council are now saying we won't issue a certificate unless you bring it through to us. You're excluding people from not bottom, because they're a higher lockdown. But how do you do that? Because Bolton's not smart.
I was going to say, Bolton's alright, you put in the top of the postcodes, BL16.
That's not bad for Wigan. Wigan's not in lockdown. So you can't put WN, but we can't in Bolton. It's actually got Wigan postcodes.
You got Wigan
in West Yorkshire.
But you were a big opponent. Your sister in
Yeah. So West Yorkshire.
Yeah, so you've got a BL.
But the other side of the
You've got a Wigan postcode. Scammers.
I don't think we'll need it, but there you go.
But then you've got traffic.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. As I say, hopefully not.
SK? Basically,
There's John Strong.
To the side of anything, or anything to the west of the Mersey, or junction 7 of the M60 that I know it, is in Cheshire, or is the old Cheshire, so it's SK. Yeah, parts of Wigan and in Warrington,
It was top knot, that.
Yeah, it was very
true.
Yeah, very good.
So it's not as easy as that. So now our tickets on this map, we sat at home in Bingley, scratching there.
It's going to take some catching this.
Thinking, how the hell can we do this? Because we've still got members.
Yeah, it's as big a score as we've seen, and I mean, I know there's been a few down south that have been bigger than that, but
Postcodes, certainly in Bradford, and they're both in lockdown. It's not. How you doing? We've got next to Dublin. We've told them to do something. And the only issue is at the very Friday. Wednesday. Wednesday lunch.
And you're playing Friday.
Yeah.
Do you want a display next?
No.
Sure.
Positive. My normal medical family probably arrange that. Cover everything. I just have a thing from our library officer asking for a medical plan from the Pakistan test or something like closed down record. So he says the one that we've got covers all games, even though they're not. You know.
Hello.
Dan's just texted me saying pilots off.
Oh.
No, I've just thought, what are you on about? I've just spent an hour doing a site plan.
Oh,
We made a conversation about it.
Oh, so I was like, please can I have your PO system login? I know it's not legit, but I need some of our POs amended and I need them through. I appreciate you're busy with more important things.
Yeah.
And you replied saying, I'll ring you in 10, pilots off my phone.
Oh, brilliant. Well,
Okay, so I'll stand down all those.
Please can you make sure that you're wearing full PPE?
I am wearing full PPE.
You can do that to me if you want.
I have a paramedic that should be.
He's wearing PPE. Pants, pull over.
Ed.
Long John's on.
Ed. Ed.
So it looks like it's not.
I don't
That's
know.
not a surprise.
I just replied saying, can I stop this drawing then?
Well, I spoke to Mrs. Douglas half an hour ago and she said that the council were putting a lot of pressure on it. Oh wow.
I don't know.
Well, this morning, you and Tom...
Yeah, it's later on. The scoring stuff was on its way over about 2 minutes ago.
Where's the word?
To the marquee, like normal. The 10:30, at 10, was 1.
You have to go downstairs, you don't get it.
We can bring it up for you if you want.
No,
I can bring you something up if you want. Put it up for it. You know, I'm so desperate to quit my job, it's unbelievable.
Well, as desperate as me, and I'm retired.
I am not next year. I'm not the caterer next year, no way.
When do we go downstairs?
It will be available downstairs, they said between 1:30 and 1:45, so...
So that's not what you told us, you said 1:30.
Well, you can queue by 1:30 in the rugby bar, yeah.
Alright, 1:30.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's...
Do you not know who I am?
No!
I don't
I
queue.
don't know who you are.
Do you not know who I am?
No!
I don't queue.
You recognise me on your PPE. I can bring people food if that's what you want.
Right, Liz Cooper, we have just been notified that Trafford will not approve the
There you go.
Never.
Because like I said, when I spoke to Nicky Duckworth half an hour ago, she said she was saying we were putting pressure on. But you went on the call earlier on.
No,
Which they just wanted to turn it into a jamboree for all the sponsors, which was not the...
You don't make any money.
Do you know what time they came off the top?
I don't know, sorry.
Because everybody's how we've just made a lot.
No, that's it's the sort of thing I should make a scribble of, but at the moment I'm a bit...
I think it was about 1:15.
They're an open match.
It's not ready yet.
You're all going to kick up the it's not there, but...
There is traffic. Hi, Sheena's been sacked. Sheena lasted 3 weeks.
Alright,
So tell Elizabeth.
Not Sheena now.
No, it's not Sheena now.
Oh, she was literally started on the morning and then was sacked like 2 weeks later. Because of COVID.
Oh, right.
We binned her off. Anyone who was in the
No.
thingy period, we binned off. What's it called? What's it called again? When you first start the club.
Probation.
That's it.
Probation period.
Probation. 6 weeks.
Who's it looking after this now?
Sianda. Sianda's in all.
Sianda. No,
Great name though, right?
Claire's Bulldog.
Great name though, right?
Well, we deal straight with Lee these days.
Oh yeah.
Sianda or...
Lee, we need money.
Cash injection, please, Lee.
Yeah. Sianda.
Sianda?
Sianda. Sianda Mirsky.
Oh, right, okay. Is she on accounts payable or something?
Yeah, she's on all sorts. Sianda's the one that sent it to me anyway.
Yeah, she's on.
Yeah, so Sianda. SIA and
Who's that? I'm going to tell you this off.
Steve there. Hi Steve. Yeah, I'll take it.
Where is this?
Where is this, Joe?
We'll have to go that way.
You can go.
Can we go this way?
Yeah.
Oh, you said we couldn't.
You can't. What did I?
You said get out this morning.
I said go that way.
Basically, it's off.
I'm not sure that gets.
Yeah.
Do not use.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, you joke.
Not a chance. No. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, I'm not. Well, I spoke to Nicky Duckworth, waiting over the 2 emails I can copy into, which she was wanting the postcode data and other stuff, and she was saying then that they were putting pressure. Trafford were putting pressure on the club to withdraw. So, you know, I got the feeling then that even public health would pull it, because licensing probably wouldn't have the bottle. Public health said go ahead, licensing wouldn't have the bottle, pull it on their own. But it was quite obvious that where it was going at that point. So we're just back to a normal behind closed doors. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's got to go, because it's not even piloting like that. Yeah, that can't happen. There's that one, and there's also Steve Paddy's all sorts of on the 27th of September, top of the edge, but that's got to go as well. Can't have that one. Yeah. No. Well, reputational, no. Certainly, it's not worth it anyway. We can't put an end to anything like that. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, this morning I was on the meeting obviously with Liz and Ange, and it was difficult to try and get it through to them that it wasn't a corporate jamboree, which is what they were looking at. We were talking about 400 or 500 hospitality. But no, it's 100 hospitality, 900 on the stadium. That's it. You know, that was. Because the numbers they were coming out with are absolutely crazy. Yeah. So you know. Yeah. Well, all I did was said no. You know, you've got to keep to this 100. And 900 in the stadium. That 900 you can put it to whoever the hell you want, I'm not bothered. But they're not in hospitality. You know. So anyway, that's all by the mind. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll not tell the corporates. As you know, I've told the police, I've told the NWAS, I've told TFGM. Matt's just come back to me actually, saying that they won't be prepared to all 20 services for us. So that's not a surprise, because London have been out. So I would have thought so, because one thing that Nicky Douglas wanted me to do, or speak to Sam and John about, they wanted a postcode data to show that we weren't selling to people in the lockdown area. Yeah, so that was, you know, that was going to be something else. It was very, very difficult. So Sam was working it. So as soon as I finished speaking to you, I wouldn't know who you get the good news. So, yeah, no problems. All right. Cheers, Steve. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Yeah. Cheers. Bye. Right. It's definitely off.
As you were. As you weren't.
Hi mate, just to confirm that email, I've just spoken to Steve Davis, it's definitely hot. It's public health that's pulled it. Yeah. No, traffic. Yeah, public health has said that how can we go ahead with this event and signage and this event, which is what we've all said. Yeah. So, yeah, undo it all, mate. Put it in a bin. No, we won't. We'll have the home quarter-final, but it will be behind closed doors. Yeah, and the testimonial, as far as we're concerned, that's off as well. Yeah. Yeah. Job done. Yeah, that's it, mate. Yeah. Or possibly a whole quarter final, that's it. Yeah. Jolly good. All right, mate. Cheers, Sam. Take care, pal. Cheers. Bye.
Some guy getting in the news just come back from a small deal from a trip abroad.
Yeah.
Not so far selected, he just gone carried on as normal.
Yeah.
Just had a message asking if there's more people. We are muted, aren't we? We are all muted.
As far as I can tell, we've got nothing on.
Cool, thank you.
I've got my butt in. I'm 4 hours in me. Lower half.
Too busy to ring the bell. Give you one job. One job. One job.
Are you resident here? No, look.
Why would you have London and Herb if
That for next week is? Yeah.
Just talking to yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right? Oh, I went chat to Ash last night. Ash, I've got transfer one. No, what do you know? What time? So maybe that day.
Right, no problem. Yeah, just confirm it.
I'll just ring you and
yeah. For next Friday, no. It's no guy full floors.
Oh, definitely, you saying?
Yeah, he's been pulled through.
That'd be the weeks, didn't we?
Yeah.
Nice one, mate. It actually works out better for Wednesday, maybe. It would have been hard to work out from supposed to start, so just a week till one.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Brilliant. Thanks, Steve.
Like I say, no one knows how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go, 8 and 12.
Oh, that's... Didn't see him sneak out, did I know. Went to the sleeping.
Number 12 is going up to the top end.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the reply from the Thunder to the Northern Diamonds total of 248 for 8. Those of you who are following the game along will know that means it's 249 to win for the visitors here today, and for a win that would put them in a very demanding position at the top of the Northern group in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It put all the pressure on the Central Sparks to win their game tomorrow at New Road. So it is going to be Beth Langston to open the bowling. Delighted to say Graham Hardcastle has popped back in alongside me amidst my writing all the reports on this game for the ECB, and Langston is bowling the first ball of the game to Laura Marshall, who defends it down into the pitch. There is no run, and 249 more are still required. What have you made observing from the tent over on the far side? Looks as if you were a little bit in danger once or twice there during that innings. There were some big hits towards the end.
I must admit, I'll be honest, I didn't spend a great deal of time in that vantage point. Actually, I was able to just have a bit of a wander around, did a couple of laps of the outfield.
In comes Langston. Bowles was appreciable swing on that one. It's played down to third. There will be one taken, and it will bring Georgie Boyce on to strike Laura Marshall off the mark.
But there's, whichever kind of vantage point you took, there was absolutely no doubt that it was an extremely good recovery from the Diamonds, and the Thunder have one heck of a job on to chase this down.
They certainly will, and it's innings that was dominated really by that 92 by Alex McDonald. A very impressive knock indeed, as Langston comes and tries to make the most of it. Caused a little bit of a jump at the crease from Boyce, although that's maybe out of keeping with the bounce we've had from this pitch. But 92 from 110 balls and 10 fours and 2 sixes, I suppose, is the thing that says it all. The boundary count at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you always felt she was very much in control. She had I don't want to say reliance on a sweep shot, but that was
In comes Langston, and it's down the leg side, and there must have been just a little bit of pad involved as it went there, because there was no wide signalled.
Yeah, reliance on a sweep shot would I think be doing her a little bit of a disservice, but it was certainly a go-to shot that she played.
There were times where it sort of came out early in the innings where you thought, ooh, not sure about that, but as it went on you could see exactly why she did, because it's a stroke she plays very well. Langston bowling again, Boyce playing into the offside but can't find a way through. Stair Callis getting involved there at backward point. Dot ball.
I mean, it was a pretty expensive drop, wasn't it, on naught. We were both on commentary at the time. Laura Marshall, I think, wasn't it? It was
yes, it was
a very difficult chance, and would have been talking about that catch for some time. But these are the moments that change games.
In comes Langston, short of a length, through outside the off stump. It goes to Bess Heath, the wicket keeper, who played a attacking knock herself. Dot ball brings the over to an end one from it. It's gone to Laura Marshall. Yeah, it was a difficult catch, that, wasn't it? Because it was a pretty well hit pull stroke that we thought when it was hit for all the world was going for 4. But when you get your hands there, you hope you cling on. And as you say, it proved costly. But we did see a fine innings, I suppose, is the other side of it.
Yeah, and then from now, the Diamonds have a more experienced bowling attack with the likes of Gunn and Langston. We've got England experience. Katie Levick is one of the most prolific bowlers in county cricket. So it would surprise me if the Thunder were able to chase this down. Doesn't mean they won't.
First ball of the second over, it's down the leg side, and that will be a wide ball against Phoebe Graham, who hit a few with the bat late on. 2 without loss, the score moves to 29 to be precise, made by Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, they were important contributions, weren't they, from Graham, Heath, Gunn. Yeah, absolutely perfect when you've got somebody at the other end.
Here is Graham, and she's been hit away for 4 on the leg side by Marshall. It was a little bit of a help yourself delivery in the end, and Marshall made sure she did. Keeping control of the ball, hitting it down behind square, 4 runs, 6 without loss to score.
The one thing, I mean, it's a low and slow pitch. The one thing in the Thunder's favour here is that the Diamonds have got pace, which, and you do get, you always have done here, get value for your shots on this ground.
In comes Graham, who's the first trying to deliver a bit of pace, forced away off the back foot with a slight jump from Marshall, but doesn't find a run on that occasion. 6 without loss.
So if they can get off to a decent start, then work with that momentum that's created, and you never know.
Graham Hardcastle, the ECB Reporters Network's writer in the north of England. is the voice you're hearing. That ball through outside the off stump, and there is no run alongside myself, Mike Perkins, as the score remains 6 without loss on those orange figures on the board. Away to our left-hand side, Graham running in with the black sight screen behind her and delivers the white ball short of a length. Marshall couldn't quite find a gap with that one, and a dot ball is recorded. Second jumper has gone on in the interval, I have to say. One of the two on the back of the chairs come on.
I think you're a wise man.
But thankfully it's staying dry, and it looks as if it will stay that way. Rather optimistically, the Duckworth Lewis Stern card is underneath the big book with us that I'm writing the scores in, so hopefully it will stay there throughout the innings. Marshall dragging that last one into the leg side, and just a bit unhappy she'd lost her shape there. She was hitting it very hard at New Road, but unfortunately for her, straight at mid-off and mid-on in the game last weekend. Still settled over a bat. He crouches behind the stumps. There's a slip in as well. This one won't bother any of them. It's played away behind square on the offside. Callis there with a diving stop, and 6 without loss it remains.
Stair Callis dismissal is still quite fresh in the memory, isn't it? You just wonder quite how much she'll be thinking at the moment with. You know, we've seen some uneven bounds, and unfortunately for her, that was the biggest example of it so far.
Yeah, it's always the way. It's the person who is in that poor run of form, as Stair Callis is in this competition, who gets that absolute horror delivery, and she's keen to get involved at backward point and has been so far. No slip to Langston, it's a gully instead, the catcher, as Langston bowls. Back she goes and defends the ball, does Boyce. And another dot is recorded.
Slow pitch, fast outfield, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Very much been evident.
No, most things have raced away today. As in comes Langston to deliver, and bowls Georgie Boyce, who is out without scoring. Just seemed to pick the wrong line of that one. There was a touch of movement to it, but it found its way through a big old gap, and Georgie Boyce is bowled for naught by Beth Langston, and the Thunder in reply, looking for 249 to win this game, find themselves 6 for 1.
Yeah, as you say, down the wrong line, and a fast bowler's joy, off stump out the ground.
Not really the start required in a pursuit of 249. It's a formidable total in this 50 over a side game, and Georgie Boyce will have to come and sit on the balcony away to our right here at Liverpool Cricket Club, because it was a ball that just did enough but didn't really have to do too much in the end, and it results in the end of Georgie Boyce's innings. She trudges back to the green and white pavilion building here at Liverpool for naught. Laura Jackson, the new batter.
Yes. Early in the game, the Diamonds lost Holly Armitage, and we said that was a key departure. They managed to recover from that. Now it's a pretty identical situation, with Georgie Boyce being one of the more experienced players in the Thunder side, and can they do it?
Well, we will see. And of course, there were wickets, as you rightly say, in the Diamonds innings. They were 3 down in the 12th, for example, as Langston bowls this one, and it's played away on the offside, and 4 down by the 17th, so that was where the recovery came from. So even early wickets doesn't necessarily hamper the Thunder's chance, but runs on the board always so valuable. As Langston, back of her mark, turns, gully still in place. There's a short extra cover as well, as this one goes through outside the off stump, and there is no run.
A little bit of a way swing there for Langston as well. which whilst it didn't trouble anything, it was just a little bit too wide. If you can just drag that line in a few inches, then that will be a real problem.
The latest plane rises from left to right from Liverpool Airport as Langston bowls, and that was a late decision to leave it there, and ultimately it was a correct one from Laura Jackson, but I was, for all the world, thinking I was going to see the off-stump hit there.
Yeah, good leave.
Yes.
Good leave.
Yes.
You can tell, can't you, the Diamonds are up and at them. You know, there's a real confidence about them, there's a buzz in the field.
Looking for their second wicket, and Langston got the first, but can't find the off-stump there as it's left through to Bess Heath. Diamonds quickly round through their work, 6 for 1 at the end of the over. Laura Marshall then will be the opening batter who this chase rides on, because she's the only one remaining after Boyce was bowled from her 6th delivery for naught. So it was a short innings from Boyce, and she found herself dismissed. As settling in is Marshall, slip back in place for Graham. As the spikes of Collins clatter down the steps away to our right, and a single is on offer. 7 for 1 the total moves to. Marshall is on to 6. And Graham Hardcastle is alongside myself, Mike Perkins.
Even with those early wickets in the Diamonds innings, they were able to, well, they were allowed to keep the scoreboard moving, weren't they, quite comfortably with. It was either extremely good bowling or some loose stuff in between.
Armitage settles in its slip, as does Heath, who takes the ball for no run.
There just hasn't been that so far in the Thunder innings. It's been a very, very tidy and potent start.
Yeah, you can't say these days you can hear the ball clacking along because, of course, it's all electronic, but it had that feel to it at the start of the Diamonds innings. The wickets were also clacking along as well, as that one goes through outside the off-stump again from Graham, and it's 2 balls, no runs, the contest between her and Jackson so far. But yeah, 7 from 3 overs now is a very different complexion in this second half of this game. As Jackson waits, bat raised to stump height, lets it go through outside the off stump. Wide ball is signalled, and the score moves on to 8. And that was the other aspect of the start, actually, was there was a lot of extras as well, which helped the board as well.
Yeah.
And although Hannah Jones was very tidy at the start, as in comes Graham outside the off stump again, rises through to Heath, and Jackson's happy to watch it as it goes. Dot ball.
The one thing that the Thunder don't need to do is they don't need to get themselves too overwhelmed with the scoring rate. You know, runs can come quickly later in the innings on this ground.
Wind whistling in from right to left there. Hope it's not too damaging on the ears at home, because we had some very good numbers by the sound of things in the first half of this game. Single taken there, 9 for 1, more than 2,000 people at one point watching this stream, so you're in good company if you're doing just that. Cricket from Egbert, just south of Liverpool, on a Thursday in September. What could be better than that, as Marshall back foot drive down the offside, no run on offer to her again. 9 for 1 the score at the end of the 4th over.
Thursday in mid-May would have been slightly better, but there's nothing we can do about that this year.
Yes, we couldn't quite get the protocols in place for that, and it would be really nice. It looks as if it's going to be a distant prospect now with what's happening with returning people to sporting events, but it would be fantastic if they could get some people in Edgbaston for the final of this competition.
Yeah, and I still see no particular reason why that can't happen. I realise it's not just quite as simple as saying,
Langston bowling, it hits the pads, but I could see plenty of the stumps from our vantage point, which isn't a million miles away from the umpires, and I think that persuaded him it was creeping past leg stump. 9 for 1 the total.
Yeah, I see no reason why that can't happen. I realise it's a lot more complicated than just saying, right, there's 1,000 people allowed in, there you go, get on with it kind of thing.
In comes Langston once more. Right arm over the wicket. That one moved appreciably, but almost felt she lost control of it a little bit as it went from the hand. It's often actually the wider balls that you notice swinging more. Often the straighter ones, it's harder to spot the movement there, and that one went through outside the off-stump dot ball.
Yeah. I just think that as long as there is enough time to kind of work on these things with crowds, then it should be okay.
Photo been taken in the distance as Langston again hits the pads here, but again there is no run on offer for Marshall.
Today actually feels as normal a game as I have covered this season. I've covered all of Yorkshire men's cricket, including the Roses Friendly and the 4-day.
Langston bowling, right arm over the wicket. Again, an appreciable bit of swing. It was full of length, and Marshall examines the toe of her back. She couldn't get it away. Dot ball.
Including the 4-day Bob Willis Roses game. So I've seen a little bit of the 2 Roses counties, and this is as normal as it's been. And that is because there is a little bit more of a hum and a murmur around the ground.
In comes Langston and bowling down the leg side. That was going had it not been for the pad of Marshall. Another dot ball, 10 for 1.
But it was right at the start of the Bob Willis Trophy that I was left scratching my head. I really was. A game up at Durham, Yorkshire v Durham. There was nobody allowed in the ground. Well, there were 2 instances actually, Yorkshire v Durham.
Langston on her way. Medium length of run and a medium pace sort of delivery is forced away into the leg side. I think the throws actually hit the batsman Marshall here, which is not the best from Gunn. She's going to go over and apologise. 10 for 1 is the score, is the important detail.
Seems to be a bit of bother.
She's thrown the gloves off.
She says she's okay.
Yeah, it's caused Marshall to bend over double there, but she's clearly made of tough stuff. She's going to continue without too much fuss.
But the Yorkshire Durham game had nobody in an international venue, and at lunchtime I walked up to Chesterley Street to one of the shops up there, and on the way it's no more than 5-minute, 10-minute walk from the ground.
Yeah,
was Chesterley Street Cricket Club, and there was a league game going on, and I bet there was 200 or 300 on watching, and you know, not a great deal of social distancing going on. That was strange. And then the biggest one was last week. It was at Durham for the Blast game against Yorkshire. There was around about 100 people in
Jackson waits and just manages to chip it away on the onside. Single taken for Jackson. She'll be pleased with that. Second run, 11 for 1.
There was 100 people in corporate hospitality with, again, no social distancing going on, pints and all that kind of stuff in their hands and things like that. And you know, it just baffles me as to why.
As this latest ball from Graham goes down the leg side, it'll be a wide, 12 for 1.
Why we can't have spectators in grounds? What is the problem in having? It doesn't have to be many. 250 at this ground. What's the problem?
Well, I think certainly the friends and families of the players who'll be, you know, sort of missed out on their opportunity in some ways to see these players at the likes of Edgbaston and Trent Bridge. As through goes Marshall, and she gets the single. 13 for 1, getting a bit ahead of myself there, looking over at the board. 13 for 1 in pursuit of 249. You know, they've it's been great that we've been able to bring him the live streams and that kind of thing, but equally I think they would have, they'd have loved it if 200 people could be allowed. As in comes Graham to bowl, threw outside the off stump, dot ball recorded.
Yeah, your point is right. I mean, even if it's just family and friends, there is so much space here, and this is a big deal for these players. It's a really big deal. So I find it very, very strange as to why they can't even just allow a little bit of leeway.
Graham bowling, and Jackson was trying to work but didn't get much bat involved there. It's no run on this occasion.
And it would add so much more to the occasion as well. I'm talking about the kind of hum and murmur that is around this ground today. It would be even more so.
Yeah, and I think, as I say, somewhere like New Road, which is kind of in the middle of this and the bigger first-class venues, goes through outside the off-stump to Bess Heath. Graham's hands go to her head with a little almost cackle of delight there as it went through. She felt she'd worked out Laura Jackson, but didn't take the edge of the bat or the off-stump. That's the sort of ground where it makes a real difference, because you sort of end up with, at least there's some people in those seats that are just sitting there empty. And as you say, we've been lucky to get that kind of buzz here at Egbert as Jackson tries to work it into the leg side. Can't find a run though. 13 for 1 is the score at the end of the 6th over, and as I say, I think you make the case for it very well. And certainly Edgbaston, when I was there earlier in this competition, it seemed very well set up, and like they got their protocols and their precautions in place very nicely indeed. So it'd be absolutely lovely to see spectators in for the final of this competition.
Yeah, look. I mean, this kind of conversation has got a danger of getting very political and things like that. But let's face it, at the end of the day, if you can open the pub, then you can let 250 people, even 1,000 people into a cricket ground without any problems at all.
It would certainly seem so, and as I say, I'm sure many people watching this live stream at home would be absolutely delighted if they were able to watch a little bit of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and why not the final? It's a final that the Northern Diamonds, Yorkshire Diamonds, their former moniker, will be very hopeful of reaching, because they've got runs on the board, 249 of them. And they have the Thunder 13 for 1 in reply, as a big swing outside the off stump doesn't produce the edge of the bat. It's a dot ball instead.
But back to the cricket, and it's been an excellent start to their defence from the Diamonds.
Well, they certainly won the last 10 overs, didn't they, of the previous innings, and they're going a long way to winning the first 10 of this, as Langston bowls, and this is played away beautifully to try and readdress the balance. And Marshall, when she hits the ball, it often stays hit, and that one did. 4 runs, 17 for 1. It was all along the ground, and a superb stroke there from Marshall.
Yeah, up there in contention for the shot of the day. Yeah, it was a cleanly struck off drive.
Hands through the ball, but the foot got across and was close enough as well. Everything in the right place. 232 more required. It's a big ask, but Marshall will try and get there. And Gunn, who nearly felled Marshall with a throw in the previous over, decides to hold on to the ball at mid-wicket on that occasion. 17 for 1. As we see Langston bowl in the 7th over of this game. The houses with their neat little windows behind the sight screen at the far end. We're sat in the pavilion, that's where you're observing this game from, and that one goes through outside the off stump from Langston. Another dot ball to her analysis.
If you look to our right hand side with the houses down over there, then you'd be really miffed as a cricket fan if you were placed behind one of those trees, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah, they're in full bloom, as you say, slightly sort of browning and yellowing the leaves over on that right hand side of the ground behind the marquee, as this one's driven to mid on for no run. But yeah, you'd miss out your summer of cricket looking at leaves, essentially, if you had one of those flats, which is a bit disappointing.
It's the only vantage point. There's a gap in a fence around about deep point as we're looking now.
As in comes Langston and bowls onto the pads. It seemed to be all pad there, but the signal will confirm in a moment. 1 to the total, 18 for 1 the score, and it is a leg bye.
Which apparently a couple of cars were parked during the championship game watching, and somebody had to be
moved on.
Moved on from sat on a wall as well. I hope they weren't too vigorously moved on, or they'd fallen off the wall.
Yes, they were. Might have been a nasty little end there. Well, sedate progress being made by the Thunder, but they've lost 1 wicket, and that just gives the complexion that the Northern Diamonds are on top here, because they've only conceded 18 runs. They've got 249 on the board, most tellingly. I'm sure we'll have a few thoughts from the players in the balcony away to our right during the second innings of this game. That latest ball hits the pads and it will be no run.
A couple of photographers here with the long lenses. Catch the action by John Held down there, who's a regular around the Yorkshire League scene and can be seen at Headingley.
Points his lens towards Marshall, who's playing this one down the onside of the wicket. There's been some fantastic shots actually of this competition. It's been some really good stills up there on the Twitter feeds of the various teams. Sky's still grey. The sun that did join us briefly in the first innings is well and truly tucked away now, and from the river end Graham's bowling, and this one's again, Marshall was threatening to clap that away like she did in the previous over through extra cover, but just didn't quite get as much of it as she would have liked. As I say, when she does get hold of it, it stays hit with Laura Marshall. Relatively tall figure at the crease, just moves across her stumps and has to dig a ball out as a result of that. Graham felt there was toe involved before toe of bat, but the umpire decides it was the wooden version that had made contact with the ball first. Dot ball.
Yeah, if the Thunder can get themselves to kind of like 50 for 1 after 15 overs, something around that mark.
As Marshall tries to get them there, working it off her legs, that'll be 4. Lovely stroke. Beats the long leg fielder behind square on the leg side, and Marshall is on to 16. 22 for 1 is the score for the Thunder.
It's just a little bit of a platform to build from then, you know, the runs can come quickly later on in the innings. A fast scoring outfield. I mean, yes, it has been quite difficult to assess bounce-wise.
Graham bowls and Marshall hacks really into the leg side. No run.
It's kept quite low, quite regularly, hasn't it? But other than that, it hasn't been too much of a minefield. You know, you can score your runs on this pitch.
And actually, as long as it's always low and you don't get anything going the other way, you can almost start to accommodate.
Yeah,
I think we saw that with Alex McDonald actually. There was one that did keep very low on her sort of, but she was on around about 79, 80 at that point, and actually her eyes were good enough by that stage to play it out. And okay, the Callis delivery was unplayable, but other than that, the bounce has been low, but not too drastically. As we have Langston. He's just going to deliver right arm over the wicket. Again, a little bit of movement on offer. It's through to the gloves of Heath. 22 for 1 it remains.
I'm not even sure an airline pilot, with the quality of eyes that they've got, would have kept that Callis one.
No, it was absolutely impossible. It was halfway down and hit the base of the off stump. As the wind seems to have picked up in the second half, so that ruffling of paper and our microphones might increase slightly during this reply from the Thunder. Down the leg side it goes. That will be a wide ball. I think in the end, as counterintuitive as it is, Jackson had to try very hard not to hit that one and take the extra, certainly to keep her pad out the way as well. 23 for 1. It's probably one of the most frustrating feelings in cricket, that is, hitting a wide. And Jackson managed to avoid it there as Langston comes in again and bowls in towards the pads, and this time it is pads, and there is no run.
Unless you end up clattering it for 4.
Well, yeah, that always makes amends, doesn't it? You still feel you would have got an extra ball though, don't you? As Langston makes her way back. Our photographer's made his way to the far end now. He's got that lens trained towards Langston, bowling from the pavilion end with that black backdrop of the side screen. This one is defended comfortably. 23 for 1. We're in the 9th over.
She's quite expensive, I think, Beth Langston in the first game. But looks very, very dangerous here.
Yeah, she's an organised little bowler, isn't she? You usually say that about batters, but everything seems to go in the right direction, other than the ball, unfortunately, for Langston on that occasion, which has crept down the leg side. She's certainly aiming to keep it tight to the pads here, which is part of the difficulty she's experiencing. 24 for 1. Plenty of encouragement for Langston as the Northern Diamonds try to keep that intensity going in their cricket, which they've clearly had. 13 points in the competition going into this game, and they'll be hoping for at least 4 more, and they'll really put the pressure on the Sparks if they can get 5 more here today. That one defended into the offside, no run.
That is going to be the game, isn't it, on Sunday? You would think if this game goes the way you would expect it to, and the Diamonds do complete victory, then it is the point of no return for the Central Sparks at Headingley on Sunday. That game becomes a must-win for them.
Here comes Langston again in towards the pads, flicked away into the leg side. 1 taken, 25 for 1 the score. Goes on to the tally there of Jackson.
Even a bonus points victory wouldn't seal things for the Northern Diamonds today, but put them in a very, very good position.
Here comes Langston, who bowls right onto off stump, defended into the offside, and a dot completes the over. 25 for 1 after 9. Yep, there'll be 2 fixtures for these 2 sides to play, one against each other in the final round, and another next Saturday to play as well as
Sunday, round on Sunday, and then the return. I keep wanting to call it a Roses game, but I realise that will do a little bit of a disservice to Durham.
Graham bowls that straight down the middle of the pitch and defended into the onside. Yeah, it always has a bit of a feel of a Roses game, this, because the former names of these teams were Lancashire and Yorkshire, and also these are the sort of the counties that it's been built around in a way.
This is the rivalry, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, I think the easiest way to describe it is a cross-Pennine rivalry, but
this one's bowled towards Jackson's off stump, and she drives into the offside for no run.
In old money, it's a Roses rivalry.
Yes.
But as I say, that's just doing a little bit of a disservice to those counties such as Durham, Northumberland and Cumbria and Cheshire who were involved with these 2 sides.
Particularly a side like Cheshire has produced England cricketers in the past, so they will definitely able to contribute important things to women's cricket, as that one's played away in the offside by Jackson. Again, no run on offer. Another plane of the orange variety makes its way in across the grey sky from left to right. As this one is full by Graham, driven out to extra cover. Gunn is there with the fielding, and 25 for 1 it remains.
Certainly the wind chill factor has increased, hasn't it? Over
Yes,
15-20 minutes.
I think, unfortunately, you're probably hearing a little bit of that on the microphones. We're trying to shield them as best we can, as this one is just stabbed out into the offside, and it's beaten Stair Callis and will be through for a single. It was one of those watch the spin, and Callis didn't quite manage to do so. 26 for 1. It's been another slowish over from a Thunder perspective so far, but they will want to get to 50 for 1 as the first target. I think you were saying there, Graham Hardcastle?
Yeah, I think that just gives them, say, a little bit of a platform to build from, really.
Here is Graham in towards the pads. Marshall can't quite flick it where she would have liked, and it's another dot ball to complete the over. So steady progress being made by the Thunder, but steady is probably the word. You were mentioning figures of Beth Langston in this competition, 2 for 30 in the first game against the Sparks, then 0 for 43 against the Lightning, which is that one where you were mentioning her being a little on the expensive side, but back with 2 for 48 at Leicester. So just with that, as they always do when you're giving the big build-up, they're going to change the bowling, and it's going to be Katie Levesque to come in, who, saying to Danny Hazel in the first half, is it a cricketer who just seems to enjoy going about what she does Katie Levesque. There's always a sense of fun about her and a smile on her face.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that is a little bit of a product of the fact that
bowling to one slip here. It's just played out into the offside. Dot ball to start with.
She's confident in her ability. I think she's a fairly outgoing individual anyway.
Here's Levesque again. Second ball. That didn't seem to come out quite as she intended, but caused a few problems. Kind of seemed to just roll out her hand a little bit, but it was nicely flighted in the end, but no run is the result.
She knows that probably this is her level. She's at an age where...
Bowls again, floats it up, nicely stroked into the offside, but it stays 26 for 1 on the scoreboard.
It's unlikely that she's going to play for England. She may well still do, but...
Throws one up outside the off stump, and it's played away on the offside, but no run on offer.
I think there will be enough younger cricketers who England will have their eye on.
Here comes Levesque, tosses it up. That's a good little delivery that seemed to just rush on slightly, but again it's a dot ball. Good start from Levesque here,
and she kind of works in the pro coach business at Headingley, so she's very settled in her cricket, and that automatically brings a settled kind of nature to your cricket.
Trying to unsettle Jackson, but can't do so, and the over comes to an end. It's a maiden for Katie Levesque, and she's just rushed through that. 26 for 1, as it was at the start of those 6 deliveries. So yeah, good start from Levesque, and that's exactly what the Diamonds required there. They've had a good tight opening spell and then follow it up with the first change bowler as well.
Yeah, Phoebe Graham continues.
Just throwing the ball from one hand to the other as we wait for the PPE clad extra fielder to come on. It's not a time to be a extra fielder in the game at the moment, is it? You have to have the mask and the gloves, sometimes even that kind of plastic apron as well, as it goes through outside the off stump from Graham, who's decided she does fancy a 6th over, and just to see if she can get Marshall out, which seems as if it'll be a very telling wicket in this innings.
I might use my face mask as a means to keep warm a little bit later on. So let's guard myself against coronavirus.
I see the zips gone up to neck high now on the Graham Hardcastle coat to my left. No run on offer there. Stair Callis in with the fielding off the pad.
So you see me with 6 layers of face masks on, that's why.
Well, I did feel justified in the fact we're finding it a little bit cold, because Danny Hazel's in charge of the most northerly side, and she was definitely of the persuasion it was cold as it goes down the leg side. 26 for 1, although she did say we just know how to dress properly up in the northeast. So That's probably the key to it. 27 for 1, sorry, the wide took the board onto there as it crept down the leg side. Running in again is Graham. Played from the crease really by Marshall. Graham does the fielding off her own bowling to prevent an addition to the score. Green covers away at the far end. Just one or two little huts and marquees around the edge. Tennis court's looking very quiet away in the distance as bowling is Graham. It's squirted out on the offside, and that one will go all the way for 4 runs. 4 much needed runs. 31 for 1 in the 12th over.
Just jammed down on it, didn't she, there? Again, another example of value for shots.
Tennis, another of the sports that's had to rearrange its plans. Of course, there's usually a big tennis event here at Egbert, as well as the cricket during the summer, but that's had to be put on hold as well.
Has that been staged here, or is it a park not too far away? Is it a bit of a mixture of the two?
It's a mixture of the two, I think, yeah, as Graham just plays it away into the leg side. No run on offer, but they certainly, I think, use those grass ones at the back end there for games during the competition. There's Marshall waits. 20 to a name already, but plenty of pressure on her here as it's outside the off stump, chopped away, and there will be a single on offer. So 31 for 1 the score in the 12th over. It's just got a very settled pattern at the moment, this game. It just feels as if one team needs to budge the other in one direction or the other here.
Yeah, I think both sides will be reasonably happy with the start to this innings. The Diamonds have kept things extremely tight. Equally, the Thunder have still got wickets in hand and can press on if need to a little bit later in the innings. The one thing they couldn't afford to be was 30 for 3 after 12.
Even though strangely the Diamonds were in that kind of position, weren't they? They were 3 down in the 12th over, I think, but the board had been moving, and this is almost the reverse. The board's not moving much, but neither are the wickets. Yeah,
the 30 for 3 in the second innings adds far more pressure than 30 for 3 in the first innings does. With a total that you have to get. So that's a big thing. It's been a fairly solid start.
As Katie Levitt comes on to bowl her second over from the pavilion end. It's defended out into the offside. 32 for 1. Langston with the wicket of Boyce. Thunder have recovered well, and they still require another 217 runs as this one is flighted up on off stump and played to mid-on. No single on offer on that occasion. We see Alex Hartley, the Thunder skipper, has appeared over our shoulder as Levitt bowls, and this one is played away and it's caught in the offside. Second wicket goes. Graham with the catch in at short cover, and the wicket falls. It's a disappointed Marshall who makes her way off the pitch for 21, and well, she got herself in but just couldn't keep that ball down and couldn't go on ultimately.
No, and a relatively simple catch at short cover, and again we're just saying the Thunder can't afford to be 30 for 3. It's 30 for 2 now, but still, just one partnership, that's all it takes just to get them back into a position where they can push on later on. It's still not panic stations yet. There is still plenty of time left in this game.
There certainly is, and it's time that'll have to be used well, of course, though, by the Thunder in their reply here. As we see Threlkeld it is, who strides out to the middle to try and rebuild things, and Her and Jackson, they're now into this stage of the innings, aren't they, where it's got to keep moving, but also they've got to keep those wickets in hand, and it's going to be that balancing act the whole way now for them.
Yeah, completely. And this is a big moment in the game. If Ellie Threlkeld can just make sure that she gets herself in, and she's a busy player. She's had runs at this level before, England experience, and she can change the game here.
Yet to concede a run, Levesque, and she has a wicket to her name. Graham across with the fielding on the floor this time. Keeps it that way. Nervy start to be made by Threlkeld as the aviation continues in the grey skies above the clouds, so we can't actually see this particular microlight as Threlkeld gets off the mark with a sweet, busy player. 52 in the first game alongside Sophie Eccleston, so she'll be keen to build on that. As Levesque comes in again and throws it up, it's defended out into the offside, and that is the end of the over, so we'll just click the mic off and give it a quick clean, and then I think we'll get Alex Hartley in alongside us and hear what the thoughts of the Thunder
Don't you worry about me.
captain are. So we'll just give the microphone a quick wipe down, and I'm delighted to say that we have Alex Hartley joining us here on the live stream. So I think that one's as clean as I can get it for you, Alex, there. And we'll flick it on. Absolutely delighted to have you join us. What have you made of this game so far then? I think it's the place we've been starting with most of the guests.
Oh, well, it's not the start we wanted. Definitely not the start we wanted. I thought we did a decent job in the field first half. 250 is definitely chaseable. We just need to rotate the strike a little bit better, you know, get these ones, turn them into twos. But yeah, the girls have got off to a decent start and pick up the run rate now, and you never know.
33 for 2 the score then. Threlkeld marking her guard. You must have been really chuffed to see her get a 50 in that first game. Yeah,
belting from Ellie. She's a confidence player, and she's taken some confidence from that.
So, change of bowling as well now from the river end, as that's unusual action from the far end from Fenby.
We like to say she looks like a frog in a blender when she bowls.
The old Paul Adams approach.
Yeah.
She's a right armer, but she certainly has that kind of roll of the head. A wide to start with, takes the score on to 34. Threlkeld is there, and it's gone through outside the off stump. Another wide, 35 for 2. We're hearing as well a little bit of bragging rights potentially up for grabs in the first innings, because Alex McDonald is your flatmate. Although you did the stumping of Beth Langston, I suppose you got one back there.
Yeah, I tried. I said to her, if you get out before 50, I'll buy you a takeaway tonight. But she nearly got a ton, so it didn't work.
Well, we certainly know who's buying there, as Fenby bowls again just seem to be struggling to let go of it here. 36 for 2 the score.
Yeah, so I definitely owe the takeaway tonight after that, because it was a good knock by Mako. We did have her dropped at square leg for none though.
Well, yes, we did notice that, although it was hit rather hard. We noticed, it was almost one of those where you look into the boundary for 4 and all of a sudden Marshall had managed to get something on it. As another wide ball, 37 for 2.
Tell you what, if she keeps bowling these, we might get up with the run rate.
Yes, they're useful, aren't they?
It's always sickening this as a bowler. You know, you can't. You're at the top of your mark. You know where you want to bowl, and the ball's just not coming out right. She's just bowled at her mate at extra cover there, and it completely missed her. So, yeah, I feel for her here.
And we've been talking about how cold it is as well here. I mean, it's not easy conditions to bowl spinning either, is it?
No, it's not. I'll use that as my excuse for the first innings as well.
The figures were fairly tidy, Alex.
Yeah,
I think
10 overs. I can tell you them because I've already looked.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I've already looked. But yeah, 10 overs of 2 for 41. A bit expensive. I would have liked to have been a little bit more economical.
Nice catch from Liberty Heat though, and her first wicket as well, as we wait for Fenby to come in with this distinctive action. It's a little bit more like it. Threlkeld hits it to cover, no run. Fenby back to her mark, trying to settle into her work from the river end here at Liverpool. She is about to throw this one up. As Rachael waits, looks to go on the sweep to wide down the leg side, 38-42. So in terms of temperature, I was listening to the No Balls Cricket podcast. I learned a lot, not necessarily that will contribute to this commentary in the next 10 overs or so, but you were saying it was very cold at Trent Bridge as this one is outside the off stump and the ball is played away in the offside. Rachael brings it on to 39-42. So how's this comparing? Because the wind seems to have got up in the second half, and it is a bit chilly on the balcony all of a sudden.
Yeah, it was absolutely fine out there when we were bowling. It wasn't too bad. The sun was trying to creep through, but the temperature has dropped. Yeah, we don't have jumpers, which is not ideal.
No,
so you can see me, I've got my bubble coat on now, so it's doing a job, but I can't field in it.
In comes Femby. Just played away on the offside. There's a single on offer to Jackson. She might even turn it into two here, because as it disappears out of our view, there is no fielder down there. So another couple added to the total, 41 for 2. Profitable one for the Thunder so far.
Yeah, it was a cold one at Trent Bridge, and it was a rain-affected game, but one we managed to win, so hopefully we can do the same today.
Big effort from the ground staff by the sound of things as well, which was good, and it's always nice to play at those venues, I suppose, as Jackson plays it away on the offside. No run to Callis, 41 for 2. And then Edgbaston, of course, on Bank Holiday Monday, New Road as well. It's it's quite a sort of collection of grounds for, I suppose, maybe not players who played at your level, but players who are sort of making their way in the Thunder team as Jackson knocks it down the offside of the wicket.
Yeah, you kind of forget about that. So having played for England, you play at all these really nice grounds, and you turn up at Edgbaston, and a few of the girls have never been there before, and it was definitely the first time I've played there, and it can be quite intimidating.
As in comes Femby to look to complete this over. It's played out into the offside. There is no run there. We have one ball remaining. No, we don't, with the ball's back to the umpire, and it's 41 for 2 at the end of the 14th. So even a player of your vast experience, a player who's played at Lords in a World Cup final, actually Edgbaston was a new experience.
Yeah, it was, and yeah, it can be quite intimidating, especially for the younger girls, but I suppose the plus side of that is there's no crowd, so you don't get the oohs and the ahs from the crowd, so it was quite easy to settle in and get underway out there. And
how have you been finding the tournament? Because this is a structure that I've heard earlier in the competition it's one-off in name, but not necessarily in structure. It's the one they're looking to go with moving forward.
Yeah, it's really good. I think the standard of cricket has been excellent. It had to follow the KSL, didn't it? And the KSL was up and running, really good standard of cricket.
Here comes Levette to bowl again. Of course, she's bored her team a little bit here with the fact she's got the wicket, and most importantly of all, that she's not been going for runs. Concedes 2 there, which takes the score on to 43, but that's only the 3rd run she's conceded so far.
But yeah, I've been really impressed with the standard of cricket. Having 3-4 professionals in each team, it makes a massive difference.
In comes Levette, throws it up, looking for the sweep shot down the leg side. There was a bit of something involved, but it clearly wasn't bat, we don't think. Heath getting across with the keeping. 43 to the total as Levette approaches again. Seems somebody who, much like yourself, very much enjoys a cricket and a spin bowling task, does Katie Levette?
Yeah, she's an unbelievable player, is Levick. She's played for Yorkshire for years and years, and she's always does a job for them.
Throws it up again. This one left outside the off stump, although it was tempting for Rachael to come forward for a second there.
She's probably the bowler that we've said she will do a decent job for them. She's just consistent. Line and length is always just absolutely perfect, and she's done that for years and years now.
Alex Hartley, Thunder captain, joining us on the live stream, which has been doing some good numbers today. We had more than 2,000 listeners or viewers rather, in the first part of this game, which is very good to see indeed. And as I say, I'm sure some of your rivals will be having a spy from the South group today as well, as Levette bowls. This one swept away behind square on the leg side. It's going to go all the way for 4. Much applause from the Thunder players away to our right. 47 for 2. You've got lucky today because we've put the microphone down on the left-hand side, so it was the Northern Diamonds who sort of in danger of hearing the whispers from, but you've got your bench over on the right today.
Yeah, nice. I'll keep our girls out of the way. We have all been told to be on our best behaviour, so we had a couple of girls get told off in the previous game, so we're on our best behaviour today.
I've said regularly during this competition when I've been watching your games, I've seen the one at Edgbaston, the one at New Road as well, that I'm sure your team are definitely having a lot of fun under the skippering of Alex Hartley.
I would like to think so. A thing I've learned over the last 12 months is just enjoy it. It's only a game of cricket. Losing my England contract kind of made me have to do that.
Femby down the leg side, wide ball signal, then there'll be a single, so 49 for 2.
It's one of those where I lost my England contract, it was almost a year ago now, and I didn't know if I was going to play cricket, so I had a year out and really missed it, and I just go out there now and enjoy it and have a laugh and try and make sure everyone's happy, because at the end of the day it is just a game and we all play because we love it.
Femby throws it up, driven off the back foot by Rachael, doesn't find a gap though, so it's a dot ball. Much applause from the Diamonds players.
But I do appreciate it is an incredibly frustrating game.
Yes, well it is, and it's one of those very difficult games because it's so easy to have a bad day, if that makes sense, and maybe sort of lose that perspective as the ball goes up to mid-off dot ball.
Yeah, it's something I talk about quite a lot though. Like, I didn't bowl my best today, but I had a brilliant time out there. I was having a good laugh with Alex McDonald and Jenny Gunn, and I think that's one of the most important things, you know. Whether I do or don't play for England again, as long as I'm enjoying it, it doesn't matter.
In comes Femby, throws it up, and she seems to have found her area here. Rachael just popping it back to her, dot ball. And turning again is Rachael into her stance. Early stages of the innings, just 8 to her name so far. Bess Heath waits behind the stumps, but this one will be cut away, and this looks as if it could be another valuable 4 runs. The chase is on, but it's in vain, and that is the 50 for the Thunder. 53 for 2, the orange figures display on the scoreboard there, and a little bit of polite applause there from Alex Hartley.
Well, just another 200 to go.
Well, yes, it's quite a target, isn't it, today? 249, but there will a good little chunk of it gone so far, and Rachael trying to find 4 more of them with a really fine sweep shot that beats the player on the 45. 57 for 2. Successive boundaries for Ellie Rachael.
It's something we've spoken about. Sweep shot is Ellie's strength. If the ball's there to be swept, she takes leg stumps. If it's on her pads, it's going down. You can't get her out, so sweep the ball and she gets a reward.
And a challenge, I suppose, for a spin bowler to deal with that, as you will have known. I'm sure there will have been 1 or 2 who might have got on the lap to you over the years.
Yeah, it was very annoying today when Alex McDonald kept doing that to me.
Yeah, so yes, she's one who likes the sweep, isn't she? 92, if you weren't with us earlier, for Alex McDonald, and it's very much set up this chase. Wide ball takes it on to 58, so that is 230. No, less than that. Hold on a moment. As in comes Femby again, looks for that sweep, as Alex Hartley was just saying there, but it goes through. 190 is what I'm looking for, as the ball goes through, over complete. 58 for 2 the score. We have Thunder captain Alex Hartley alongside myself, Mike Perkins.
One of the most frustrating things about Alex McDonald getting runs in that first innings, being my housemate, which is obviously frustrating, she was using my cricket bat.
No way, really?
And I swear to God, that cricket bat, when I use it, doesn't go that far.
You know what that also means?
Go on.
It means you ain't getting that cricket bat back.
No,
that's got runs
She's
now.
re-stickered it. She's put her own stickers on it.
No way.
Yeah, so she's keeping that one.
So she's not got a different bat sponsor, has she? And she's repurposed it.
Yeah,
Oh
she
dear. In comes Levesque to bowl. It's played away behind square on the offside, and Stair Callis will get there with the fielding. 59 for 2. You seemed almost a little on the embarrassed side to celebrate that wicket of Stair Callis. She's on a dreadful trot, of course, and got one that just didn't bounce. It was unreal. I mean, we thought it must have missed at first because there was no reaction.
Well, it was one of those where I had absolutely no clue what was going on. I thought Ellie might have kicked the stumps or something, but yeah, the ball just stayed so low.
In comes Levesque, and it's played away on down the offside of the pitch, straight back to the bowler. 59 for 2.
But as a bowling unit, we knew she was out of form. We knew she hadn't scored any runs, so we really tried to put the pressure on her.
In comes Levesque, down the leg side. Threlkeld looking for the sweep, appeal for court behind. The umpire thought long and hard about it, but just raises the hands either side, and it's 60 for 2 with the wide.
Heart was in my mouth there.
Well, it always seems like one of those appeals to stop the wide, but you're never quite sure if it has just got a flick, because Threlkeld is forward, orderly in defence on that occasion. Dot ball.
Yeah, I'd be happy for our batters here just to see Levick out, try and take her for 30, and really attack the other bowlers, because we know the other bowlers are more inconsistent, especially with Femby being on at the moment at the other end.
Yeah, there'll be pressure on the Northern Diamonds. They haven't lost a game so far, but they know the final's so close, and this time it is LBW. Threlkeld hit on the back pad eventually. 60 for 3 the score, and it's an innings that has come to an end. LBW, there was a big appeal for caught behind earlier in the over, but LBW is ultimately how Katie Levick has dismissed Ellie Threlkeld.
Yeah, not ideal, that is. Yeah, I was saying I'm happy for Levick to go at, you know, 2s and 3s and over. She's an unbelievable bowler, and she just bowled well there. She bowls full and straight. She turns the ball, but you know that's hit right in front of middle, and I'd be surprised if that's missing middle stump.
Yes, yeah. It just looked for all the world as soon as it hit Ellie Threlkeld there, as if the finger was going to follow, and it's a tough chase from here. I hope not too many more go, because you're going to have to go get the pads on, I suppose, at some point. We saw you introduced a little bit of chaos at New Road. You managed to get the overthrows in there. That kind of done the strike rate any harm. I think you're right up there in the competition now, aren't you?
I think I could be one of the only batters to hit the ball to the popping crease and get a boundary for it.
Yeah, no, it's as I say, we said it's always exciting when you come to the crease, and it certainly proved so on Saturday, wasn't it?
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, but as long as I provide the entertainment.
So Nat Brown will be the new batter on her way to the crease. Just settles over her bat. Made a very sort of fluid 33, was it, at Edgbaston, and looked very, very good for that in a game where most people struggled to score at that sort of fluency.
Yeah, she's been very consistent for us this year. She's getting 30s and 40s, and just hasn't been able to, you know, convert them. So big day for Nat Brown today. You know, she's in some form, but I'd love to see her get that big score.
Seen Threlkeld dismissed for 16 LBW, and that was almost the same delivery, but Brown was forward in defence and just touched it out into the offside. 60 for 3 the score. But I mean, there've been some real performances in this competition so far, as in comes Levick to bowl. That one seemed to turn fairly appreciably there, but the result's the same, no runs, 60 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and what I really like is that, yes, we had the England girls for the first 2 games of this tournament, and they came in and showed the standard of cricket to others where we need to be at in English cricket, but when the England girls have gone, the other people have stepped up, which has been really nice to see, you know, like Alex McDonald getting runs today, Nat Brown being consistent for us. We've had a young leg spinner, Olivia Thomas, come in and bowl really well, so it's been fantastic to see, and you know, the future of women's cricket is exciting in England.
I've really enjoyed watching Olivia Thomas, of course not involved today, but she's sort of really busy in the field as well. She's sort of in at that short extra cover position, which seems to be so key in women's cricket. We've seen just about every team employ it and always be very busy, and Olivia Thomas has kind of done that role for you and been very good at it.
Yeah, I chucked her in the deep end at training a couple of weeks ago and said, do you fancy doing extra cover? And she's just completely fearless, and she's been brilliant, and I said to her, you're going extra cover because you're not scared.
Well, just the couple of overs from Femby, and Jenny Gunn is into the attacker. A familiar name to Alex Hartley, of course. I mean, is it quite a bizarre experience in some ways? You've got Danny Hazel down there doing the coaching, you've got Jenny Gunn back for the Northern Diamonds. Obviously, you're captaining a team yourself.
Do you know what? It's really nice to see. I said to Jen, I said, what did Danny Hazel do to bring you back out of retirement? I
asked that question as Jenny Gunn plays behind square on the leg side. Katie Levick is down at long leg to do the field in 161 for 3. And I think I was getting the modest explanation, but apparently it was a WhatsApp between friends. It was the explanation.
That's what she gave you, a WhatsApp between friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the actual story?
Beer.
Okay.
She said, yeah, I'll come and play for you as long as you buy the beer.
Well, there you go. There you go. No, I mean, Danny was saying it's sort of, you know, Jenny's always kind of moaning it takes her a bit of time to get going these days, but we found out the incentive now as Gunn bowls, and it's played away just behind square on the offside. It beats Callis, and it's actually going to go all the way to the boundary. It's a good effort. Alex Hartley signalled for, and so's the umpire. So 65 for 3 the total moves on to, and it's the awkward stage of the innings now, isn't it? You've got to keep those wickets intact, but you've also got to keep the board moving.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those situations where we try and push the fielders out. You know, they're probably going to have 4 out to try and restrict our run rate, but this is where the experience of Jenny Gunn for them could be really key.
Gunn at the back of her mark, River End making her way in, Brown on strike, down the leg side, that'll be a wide ball, 66 for 3.
But going back to having Jenny Gunn in the side, it's brilliant having Jen in this side. She's 34 years old, she would hate me for saying that, but she just brings so much experience, and the other girls can learn from her. You know, having someone older and who's played over 150 games for England, it's just such a privilege to have them in your team.
183 to win as this one is played out into the offside. If you noticed, I'm just doing it on the calculator now after that earlier error. 249 is the target here, and Jenny Gunn makes her way back. But I mean, it's a really serious point, isn't it, in the fact that for so long, kind of women's domestic cricket, it's been difficult to keep people in the game, like yourself, like Jenny Gunn, who there isn't that sort of level to drop down into that we see so often with county cricket. And then also, I mean, you know, I've seen the Central Sparks games and people like Marie Kelly and Eve Jones as well. There's so many cricketers like that who haven't quite made it at international level. Katie Levick's maybe another example, as in comes Gunn to bowl, and it's played away on the offside. Still have aspirations, but they've actually got somewhere to go and somewhere to keep going and keep trying to achieve that ambition, because there's so many players like that obviously in county cricket.
Yeah, and having the likes of Jen in your side, as our girls, we've got an average age of about 18, you know, we're such a young side, and if we had a Jenny Gunn in our side, because, you know, I played a little bit, but I didn't play anywhere near as long as Jen, and, you know, just don't have that experience. It's just so important for the young girls to learn from, as I said before, and, you know, having Jen in the Yorkshire side will benefit them without them even knowing.
Yeah, because I mean, you used to hear so many stories like that of people who just had to go away and had to find a second career, you know, at kind of around about the mid-20s, and then that experience is almost lost as it's Katie Levick's latest ball is defended into the onside.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of this competition now. Women's cricket is professionalised. We're all getting paid to be here today, and I think that's the next step.
Thrown up by Levick, right on the spot again, as you'd expect. Sure, when she turns around, there'll be a grin on the face.
Yeah, come October, there's going to be 40 professional women's cricketers in the country, and that, you know, we're following the likes of Australia, which is just fantastic.
Levick throws it up, driven up towards mid-off. Fenby's there with the fielding. 66 for 3 it stays.
But having those contracts stops you losing those 20-odd-year-olds that, you know, kind of, if I had lost my England contract 3 years ago, I would have had to get a normal 9-to-5 job.
In comes Levick, just outside the leg stump, defended as it comes back towards those 3 precious poles in the ground. And it's a point I heard you make on the podcast about kind of the conversations can be quite alienating when you kind of start moving on in your career. And again, that's the point I've heard from a lot of sort of women's cricketers who've been around the game before this kind of structure came in and this professionalism came in. No run off that last ball.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because you go, well, can you train Monday, Wednesday and Friday? Well, actually, I've got a job, I can't.
In comes Levick. Forward in defence goes Jackson, who's been very watchful for her 6 so far. 66 for 3 the score.
So the beauty of this competition and these contracts, that I think each team are going to have 5 contracts, it gives those 5 players the chance to train, you know, as professionals all year round, which then once we start playing, they'll bring in more and more professional contracts as the years go on. So the standard of cricket is only going to get better. And we talk about in English cricket how we're behind Australia, but you think we're 5 years behind them. So 5 years ago they were in the same place we're in now. So it's only exciting for women's cricket, and the young girls that we've got in our squad, we talk about us being inexperienced, but in 5 years' time they're going to be unbelievable cricket players.
And it really sort of mimics that Australian structure now, having this core group of players, as Gunn is worked away behind square on the leg side. Brown gets through to the non-striker's end, 67 for 3.
Yeah, it does, and the likes of Libby Heap, Olivia Thomas, they're 17, 18 years old, 16, 17 years old even, and we're not going to lose them because they have the chance to be professional cricketers.
And the first wicket in this competition for Liberty Heap we saw earlier in the day. If you weren't with us, Jackson driving down the offside. We've got Thunder captain Alex Hartley alongside us here, a side 67 for 3 in pursuit of 2 for 9, as Gunn will turn again at the far end. A few seagulls, we can call them seagulls here because they're not far from the sea. This one creeps down the leg side. Gunn trying to keep it tight to the pads. I think there was a little bit of something involved, but not backed clearly as the appeals drift away into the grey sky.
Hey, I had one of them earlier, given a wide.
Did you try appealing?
Wide and a stumping though, so I'll take it.
Of course, yes, yeah.
But it wasn't a wide. I did tell the umpire, are you sure that was a wide?
It's down the side, isn't it? As in comes Gunn, and it's driven back down the ground. Gunn looking for the run out of the non-striker's end potentially there, but doesn't get it. But I think he'd have taken the stumping though. Particularly Beth Langston, another one you know well.
Yeah, Beth Langston is a very, very good batter. You know, she's got the capabilities of being destructive down the bottom order. So it was a wicket we were relieved to get.
Gunn driven down the ground. It's a nice shot by Jackson. She will be disappointed to only get one from that because she hit it quite nicely all along the floor, and it's been a struggle for Jackson so far. That takes her on to 7, but she might have liked to have got to double figures with that stroke.
Yeah, it's something we've been working on as a team over the last couple of weeks is how do we get off strike. So, you know, Jacko looks really good here in the middle, but how's she gonna score more runs?
Here's Matt Brown, nearly chops it awkwardly towards her stumps. Luckily it creeps out into the leg side. 20 overs gone, 68 for 3, the target 2 for 9. We're at Liverpool Cricket Club in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
I think, yeah, that's something that we need to work on as a squad. It puts so much pressure on Georgie Boyce and Ellie Threlkel because they feel like they have to play shots and they have to score runs rapidly to keep up with the rate, because at the moment we've got really good batters, but we're just not getting the runs that are required. So we just need to learn how to, you know, turn those dots into ones, and that will change the game. You know, we'll easily get 50, 60 more runs if we can just do that.
In comes Levick onto the leg stump, and it's turned away nicely by Jackson. Just what you were talking about really there. She gets a single down the other end. She's on to 8.
Love that. It's like she can hear me. That's yes, Jacko. Keep going.
It's like you've got a direct feed from up here on the balcony where you're all joining us from home here at Liverpool Cricket Club today. 69 for 3 as Levick comes in. Photo snapped in the distance. Appeal for, caught behind, and it is out. And Nat Brown will depart for 5. Caught by Bess Heath off the bowling of Katie Levick, and Thunder in a big bit of trouble. 69 for 4. Now, do you have to start getting your pads on yet, Alex Hartley? Because I'm a bit conscious of that at this point.
I think I might just stay up here, you know. But no, I'm selfless captain. I'm batting down at 10. So yeah, we've got one more wicket, and I'll disappear.
So who was it you were sending fine leg to fine leg then? I heard you mention that on the radio.
Yeah.
Or was that poor Liberty Heap?
No, it was Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones.
She didn't have to do it. I've said, you know what, I made a career of that, and it's not very nice. So you do fine leg to mid on.
How lovely of you. She bowled very well today, Hannah Jones, didn't she? That I mean, that responsibility to give a young player like that the ball to open the bowling in the game, and she, I think it's 11 runs off 6 overs her first spell.
Yeah, she's an unbelievable bowler. She's very, very consistent for us, and we only mentioned her opening the bowling yesterday. I said, are you comfortable doing it? She's like, yeah, don't worry, like, I'll do whatever you want. And you know, she's so relaxed and she's so consistent, and yeah, she literally will do whatever you ask her, and she's bowled in both power plays today, and you know, she's bowled really, really well for us.
Now we've got Daniela Collins coming to the crease here, so somebody who you've brought into this side today. What can you tell us about her?
Leftish, hits the ball hard, so basically gone with another batting option, losing Olivia Thomas, the leg spinner, to a slight niggle this morning. Just literally, I think she hits the ball hard, and you know, she went out last weekend and played for Lancashire and got 60 odd, and I think when players are getting runs, I think they, you know, deserve a chance at the next level, so I'm excited to see how she goes today.
Left-handed as well, so she's unlikely to fall in a similar fashion to Nat Brown, who was just caught behind there, and should be able to cover the spin well, you would imagine, a left-handed Collins, and she's in some good touch from what Alex Hartley tells us there. Watches that one carefully and plays it out into the offside, and has survived it's her first delivery in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, first game here today. So she waits again as Levick bowls, and it's turned away nicely by Collins. Gets to the non-striker's end, 74-4 the score.
And that's the positivity that I like to see as captain. That's what I like, you know. She's come in and she's rotated the strike straight away, and that's what I want from my team, you know. Hit the bad ball, be able to turn those dots into ones. Hopefully she's still there in 30 overs time and we win this game.
Well, you'll be close if she is, because 249 the target. It's a difficult one, but a partnership like that could be very important, and it's Jackson, who's been watchful so far, and Collins, who are trying to build it. Dot ball though there. Katie Levitt, very talkative to the field, sends one back to the cover boundary. Nice sort of buzz in the background here in Liverpool today. One of the club grounds being used for this competition as Armitage comes in, does the fielding. 70-4, Mike Perkins with Alex Hartley.
Hot was in my mouth there again. I thought she'd just chip that one into the leg side, but she got away with it. It'd be good to see how these two go. Both young players, both, you know, we've got one more contract to hand out at Lancashire, and they'll both be itching to get it. So a little bit of competition is never a bad thing.
So just Nat Brown out in that over for 5, caught by Bess Heath off the bowling of Katie Levick. And the bowling now will continue with Jenny Gunn from the River End, and I suppose this is what this competition's all about. 2 young players at the crease against a very experienced one in Jenny Gunn. So just assessing her field. We've got 3 in the ring on the offside, mid-off, extra cover and backward point. As she bowls, and it's played into the leg side where there's a mid-wicket, a mid-on. I'm going to guess somebody behind the sight screen. Can't see him, but I reckon there's somebody down there at long leg as well as a backward square leg.
Yeah, Jenny Gunn, another one of these players sponsored by a Viking, and I think all of Yorkshire are sponsored by said sponsor.
As this one is played down the offside of the wicket, Jenny Gunn, well, went to do the fielding off her own bowling and then left it. So is that where your bat sponsor's gone to, is it?
Well, that's where my bat's gone. It's gone over to that sponsor, yeah. So, but I kept saying, are you guys swapping bats on the way out? Because they've all got the same sponsor.
In comes Jenny Gunn and bowls outside the off stump. Bess Heath is there to do the wicket keep. No, we did half wonder whether the fact that Alex McDonald's in the Diamonds team and you're in the Thunder team, that was what had split up the flat arrangement. But
yeah, she's no longer living with me, so I wonder if that's the case. I tried to get her over at Lancs, but she was having none of it.
In comes Langston bowling. It's just flicked away on the leg side. Collins continues this positive start. She's on to 2, and as you were saying, she looks a busy little player.
Yeah, she is. She's a good player. She's been in and around the Lancashire Thunder team for a number of years in the Kia Super League over the last couple. So, yeah, I'm excited to see her today. She's been incredibly frustrated not to get in the starting 11 over the last few weeks.
Waiting is Jackson, who needs to stay with her. It's a little bit of almost a late drive there as it was passing into the gloves of Heath, and 71-4 it remains. Heath with that good catch in the previous over up to the stumps. Always very difficult to do that sort of work, but Heath looks an excellent operator there, and she's standing up to Jenny Gunn now. That one doesn't quite go where Jackson would have liked, but she's struggling on and making sure she stays there. 71-4 the score after 22. And of course you sound like you enjoyed your time out in Australia at the World T20, the last sort of high-level women's cricket before this competition, and it is noticeable the way this is mimicking. I mean, this was the structure that people told me about when all those questions were around after the Ashes last year. Yeah, this is a structure that I've heard is going to stick for the next few years. Yeah, we've got the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for this year as the one-off, just like a bit like the Bob Willis Trophy. So, but this is the structure. You know, we've got the 8 teams, and as of next year, we'll all play against each other in a round robin. It's only going to make things better. Here comes Levick bowling, and It's played away down the offside of the pitch, dot ball. And that, I mean, that tournament was of such significance, that the World T20 that you were at, as Levick comes in and bowls, and there was, well, tried to play down to third man, I think, there, Collins, but couldn't quite do so. And it's sort of, it's a case really of, this is almost like the little step to follow it up, because that was such a giant leap for women's cricket.
Oh, it really was. It was fantastic to be out there.
As Levick bowls, it's back in towards the stumps, dot ball.
If you'd have said, you know, 5 years ago that 90,000 people would be at the MCG watching women's cricket, people would have laughed at you. But it was just an unbelievable spectacle, and you know...
Levick bowls, and this one is defended down the onside of the wicket for no run.
It's a shame that with that tournament, the best game of the tournament was the first game, India versus Australia. India won, and the final wasn't as good a cricket game as we would have liked, but it was just fantastic to see 90,000 people there.
In comes Levick, finds the inside half of the bat, but Collins also, in industrious fashion, finds a run. 3 she moves on to, 72 for 4, but almost in a way, I mean, you sort of say it's a shame that the first game was in many ways the best game, but it gave the whole tournament a sense of jeopardy of whether Australia were going to get to that final.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, I was hoping they wouldn't make the final, can't lie.
Of course, England sort of felt they were robbed of their chance by the rain. Australia somehow squeezed a game in. Wide ball signalled there, 73 for 4.
That was honestly one of the most frustrating days I've had watching cricket, playing cricket, being involved in cricket. You know, that first game being rained out and England missing out on the opportunity to make the final of the World Cup was, you know, I was gutted for the girls. And then when that second game got on, you couldn't write it, you know, and they got the whole 20 overs in, you just couldn't believe it.
Levick just trying to plot another downfall of a Thunder batter. Probably won't get it there because she's thrown it up. It went uppishly into the offside, which would have probably caused a beat of the heart to be skipped from Alex Hartley there as that one went away, and another sort of gulp as you thought, oh dear, but no, it was away for a run. 74 for 4 at the end of the over.
What I like about that is she's put her hands through it. We talk about how can we turn those dots into ones, and if you hit the ball hard and put your hands through, especially on a pitch like that, gives you such a better opportunity of getting a boundary. And you know, they've had deep cover out, so it's just one, but it just looks so much more positive.
And the Thunder in pursuit of 249 as Jackson settles in, trying to find a bit of positivity to get her innings going. She drives it nicely into the offside, but Armitage is there with the fielding. Another of those players who's been around for a while, and Huddersfield born, I think, and enjoying her work captaining the Northern Diamonds. Got a score in the first game. As in comes Gunn, just slips it down the leg side, white ball, 75 for 4.
There's been a few extras, hasn't there, from Yorkshire today? I reckon extras could be up there with their top scorer.
well, I mean, strangely enough, there've been a few games I've seen where there have been a lot of extras, but all the ones I've watched, there've been very, very few actually. It's been, you know, they've been there, but no more than any other one-day game of cricket, as that one's defended by Laura Jackson, and it is quite unusual to see the Diamonds have been doing so well actually concede as many as they have so far.
Yeah, they have. They were in a bit of trouble in their second game when Nat Siver got 100, and just shows you the experience that England girls bring.
In comes the bowling of Gunn, and it's played away into the offside. One out to the cover sweeper. 77 for 4, 76 for 4 is the score. Yeah, we've got 21 extras so far in the innings.
Have you got the delights of having Olivia Thomas on air with you?
I believe so, yeah.
I pray for you.
Well, I say she's a cricketer I've been enjoying watching so far in this competition, so it'll be nice to have a chat with her. There's no run on offer there as it's played down the leg side of the pitch, 76 for 4.
She's a belter. You're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, look at her. She's giggling away at the back. She's ready.
What would you recommend asking then? I know you're good at these questions.
As long as she doesn't swear, then as long as she's on her best behaviour.
As in comes Jenny Gunn and bowls to Collins, who plays it away into the leg side. There is 1 run on offer, 77 for 4. I mean, the poor girl's going to come on now and just almost not be able to say anything because you put so much pressure on her. As
long as you ask her how she finds me as captain when I'm not in earshot and what she really thinks of me, then while I'm not here, I don't mind that.
In comes Jenny Gunn. Standing tall is Jackson, driving into the offside. It goes to wide mid-off. There's no runs, 77 for 4. So is it time to let you go in and strap those pads on, Alex?
Yeah, I think I might go put my playing kit on and get ready to see some bombs, I reckon.
Well, best of luck with the chase. We'll just, in fact, Jen, who was on in the first half, Jen Barden, the senior talent manager for the women's cricket here in the Northwest, is very kindly wiping down the microphone, which is always is helpful. And join us on the balcony, we've got Olivia Thomas. How nice is it? Strangely enough, and this isn't planned, but I've been saying how much I've been enjoying watching you during this this competition, because I've seen you at Edgbaston and at New Road. I've seen you in there at short cover, and you seem to be enjoying your work, and in particular as a dot ball goes through there outside the off stump from Levick, that partnership with Kate Cross you must have really enjoyed. We'll get your thoughts on that just after this delivery from Katie Levick, as this one is driven out into the offside. No run on offer.
No, it was really good to get out there with Crossy. Obviously, I've grown up playing at the same club as her, and just to get out there, get that experience with a senior player, obviously she's playing for England and stuff, and I think for me to bat with her and help her to get her score and put on a partnership and a total for the team, I really enjoyed it, yeah, it was really good.
Dot ball there into the onside, and Vic will look to try and produce another one or something even better. Has to settle for the dot there. 77 for 4. So you go right back with Crossy to the same club?
Yeah, Crossy actually found me at a primary school, so that's where I came from. She did a coaching session with Jen, and that's how I got invited for Lancashire. So yeah,
the Vic bowls there. It's out into the offside. There's no run on offer.
Yeah, so same club and everything.
Right, so it was sort of one of those sessions that you hear about the school, and it's led all the way to this, and you two batting together at Edgbaston as Levick bowls, and this one's turned into the leg side. There will be a run on offer this time to Collins, 78 for 4 the score. And so when you were out there in the middle, I mean, how surreal an experience was that? The fact that this is somebody who literally sort of picked you up out of school and gone, right, I think this person's a cricketer, that you were out there at Edgbaston together.
Honestly, it's insane. Like, you play in it's a test match ground, and you look at all the people who've played there, not just women but men, like some of the biggest names in the female and the male game have played there, and also to be out there with Crossy, like someone I've looked up to as a kid, and it's like, even to be on the same pitch as people like Crossy and Alex, you just think like, these girls play for England, like I've looked up to these girls for a long time, and now I'm playing with them. Like, it is a really surreal experience.
And that day, I mean, you had to really dig in to get your team to a total on that day.
Yeah.
And I mean, Kate got 45 in the end, and I'll look up the figures of the innings, but you really had to dig in for such a long period of time.
I think I ended up on a 16 not out, I think it was. But yeah, my natural game is to just be ticking. I'm not a big hitter, I'm not a big boundary scorer. That is my natural game. So to be able to have being able to be given that responsibility to go in and do that job for the team was obviously great to get out there, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, to be not out at the end, you were there for 74 minutes, 72 ball. That was what was really required in that situation. And what do you take away? What do you learn from that, and what confidence does it give you?
I mean, it gives me the confidence to know that, do you know what, I faced some good bowlers there, and I've not got out. Do you know what I mean? It gives you that sort of confidence to back yourself, to know you can do it. And it also, just getting like minutes in the bank, like 74 minutes there, like you said, like that's a long time to bat. So then when you're coming into the next game and the game after, you've got that under your belt, and then you're not, do you know what I mean? You're into your rhythm, you're in a bit of a groove, which always helps then. Because say the next game you need to come out and you need the runs quickly, you've got the minutes in the bank, easier to play your game.
Yeah, Olivia Thomas, the voice you're hearing there, missing out today on the Thunder lineup, a little bit of an injury.
Yeah, hip flexor.
Oh dear, right. So,
yeah.
So in what way does that hurt, if that makes sense?
So it's a little bit like the joint between your hip and your quad. So it's more of a case of like when you're running and jumping and basically every movement you're going to need for a game of cricket. It's not ideal, but just a little niggle. Hopefully be back fit for Sunday to be playing again against Loughborough.
So that's the aim, to be out here at Egbert on Sunday.
Yeah, 100%.
And there'll be commentary of that game as well on the live stream. Thunder's coming is the hashtag to use to get in touch with the Thunder, and it's for the North if you want to get in touch with the Northern Diamonds on Twitter. We've got Alex McDonald into the attack from the River End. She bowls, and this one's played out into the offside. There is no run on offer. Jenny Gunn, and another one of those I suppose you will have watched over the years in the field and at short cover.
Definitely. There's I think that's the brilliant thing about this competition. Like, obviously I'm quite a young player and I've come into this and playing against the likes of, so we played Loughborough, Tammy Beaumont, like Jenny Gunn, like obviously these girls are...
Here's McDonald, who made 92, and this one's played away into the offside. It's a dot ball. Such
massive figures in the female game, so just to be sharing the pitch with them is brilliant.
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, you can just hear, and I hope people can sort of almost feel it coming through the speakers on their TV sets and their laptops and that kind of thing at home, just the enthusiasm a young player like yourself has for the experience you're getting. A dot ball there as it's played into the offside, 78 for 4.
Yeah, like I don't know many 16-year-olds who say, I've played a game at Edgbaston, I played a game at Trent Bridge, and granted it's behind closed doors and you don't necessarily have that crowd, but for me it's the experience of playing at these big grounds against and with big names of English female cricket.
McDonald's hands went to her head there as if she thought there might have been a bit of bat involved. I don't think there was from Collins. Heath couldn't take cleanly anyway, so it remains 78 for 4. Slightly chilly. I'm surprised you've been particularly brave there because you've got the shorts on, Olivia.
Always got the
even
shorts
though you're not
on.
playing.
Always got my shorts
And even
on.
though it's probably about 6 degrees out, it's a little warmer than that, but not much, as this one's played away into the offside, and there's a single on offer, 79 for 4. No, you're going to have to get yourself a trip to Australia or somewhere like that when we're allowed to travel again.
I would love a trip to Australia.
I think that's more in keeping with than the weather we've got here at Liverpool today. But there's a single from that last delivery. Jackson settling into her work. She's worked very hard, in fact, for the 10 she has got so far. Rachael Crouch behind the stumps, appeal. It looked very, very straight, and there must have been some bat involved. I thought for all the world that was going to bowl her from the angle we've got with sort of a very fine leg when the bowling's from the River End, but she must have just jammed down the bat, I think, Olivia, there in the nick of time. 79 for 4 it remains.
Yeah, I thought I heard a bit of bat there, to be honest. No bias involved.
Well, as I was saying, I mean, we're in the perfect position to umpire from here,
exactly.
So we'll take that
we'll go with it
as gospel. And what's the atmosphere been like in the Thunder team? Because obviously, as I say, you're a young side, you're a developing side, and it can be very tough against teams like Northern Diamonds who have a lot of experienced cricketers.
Yeah, obviously it's obviously more difficult coming into, I'd say as a whole we are quite inexperienced, but the fact that we all get on, there's like all that sort of thing, and the banter in the dressing room, the experience around that is brilliant. So when you then get out onto the pitch, that translates itself into play. So we're in the changing rooms, we're all quite a bubbly bunch, and that comes out then onto the pitch, and that makes our cricket 10 times better. So to me, I don't think we've looked inexperienced. I think everybody's come in and felt at home, and that's a really good signs for the future.
One worked into the leg side there by Collins, who's on to 7. 80 for 4 the score as Levick comes in again, and this one turns quite appreciably from our vantage point, now just up on the left corner of the sight screen with the bowling from the pavilion end. You're joining myself, Mike Perkins, and Thunder cricketer Olivia Thomas here on the balcony at Liverpool Cricket Club, as in comes Levick, and it's driven back to her, so no run on offer once again, because a lot of what we were hearing in the first half of this game from Jen Barden and from David Thorley as well, the regional director of cricket in this part of the world, as this one's played down the onside of the pitch, 80 for 4, is that this is about the bigger picture, and it's about people like yourself playing in 5 years' time and being able to really contribute in a competition like this.
Yeah, 100%. I think this year is a great opportunity to develop as players. So obviously, with the England girls, obviously that's 3 of our players that have gone back to the England bubble. That gives
and bowls this one, a dot ball.
That gives 3 younger players then the opportunity to come in, and it's invaluable experience for anyone who manages to get on that pitch. Like, it's really good, and you learn so much. And even if you don't think you've learnt a lot, you have.
Bowls, and this one is driven, and it goes past the keeper Heath in the end. It was very much a first, even maybe a second slip catch in the end, and 2 are added to the total. Jackson continues to just stick in there at the crease. She's on to 12. 82 for 4 is the score now, chasing 249 of the Thunder.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of us younger girls are looking for, in 5-6 years time, then we're taking the place of people like Alex Hartley, and do you know what I mean, and we're coming in and we're being them senior players, and to have that experience at 16, 17 is obviously goes a long way to help you get to that.
So she's out of earshot now, so you can tell us what you make of Alex Hartley a skip. I'm looking forward to this, I have to say.
No, to be fair to her, she's been a brilliant captain. Like, I know Al's not barely done much captaincy before, but
there's Al McDonald bowling. This one's played into the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Neatly hit shot by Collins. Her first boundary takes her into double figures. She's on to 11. 86 for 4, and we can hear a bit more about Alex Hartley's captaincy from Olivia Thomas.
No, she's done a really good job. She's very good at, obviously she's a people person now, so she's very good at gelling the team together and being that sort of like one to look up to, and with help from the other senior girls as well, obviously, but I think she's done a really good job.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to ask her but from what she was saying, it sounds like as well, she's found a kind of new lease of life from this job as it's played away into the offside, and may well be here for at least a few of those years of the development of players like
I
yourself.
hope so, because she's done a really good job, and having someone like Alex, who obviously has played for England, she's good at what she does, she's good at developing them younger players, so having someone like Al around is really useful in the development of the younger ones.
Couple of runs taken there, 87 for 4. We're in the 28th over as we tick towards 3:30 on this Thursday afternoon here in Liverpool. A big appeal, and Jackson turns away, and the call from umpire Thomas up here on the balcony decides that was not out. 87 for 4 it remains, and I mean, it sounds like it is, but is it fun under Alex Hartley? I've been saying there's one thing that will definitely happen, and that's that the Thunder team will have fun in this competition under Alex Hartley's captaincy. We'll get thoughts on that after this latest delivery from McDonald, which is played into the offside. There's no run on offer.
Our aim is just to have fun, really. If we have fun, we'll go out and we will play good cricket, and that's pretty much guaranteed. So if we enjoy ourselves, that's the main bit about it. And obviously Al being like, she is that fun person, so having people like that in your dressing
McDonald bowls, and this one is a dot ball. 87 for 4 it remains.
Goes a long way in terms of making the whole experience fun.
And she was telling us a little bit about how you ended up as the short cover fielder, which was essentially a lot of balls were getting smacked at you in training, and you were coping quite well, which
pretty much.
I think is quite good from what I've seen of the short cover fielders in this competition, as this one is bowled and it's played down the offside and no run is on offer. It's a fielding position that almost always seems to be there, and that seems to be the requisite attribute for it, because you get really peppered in that position.
I mean, I've just never been scared of the ball, really, so in training I stuck myself in there. I thought, do you know what, I was diving around, I tried to stop everything that I could, and I mean, I've just ended up there, but I don't mind it. I really like it because it's one of them, you're always involved in the game. Like, even if the ball doesn't come to you, it's gone to the keeper's chucking it to short extra. So for me, I'm always involved in the game. It's a good place to take worldies, it's a good place to like stop a good ball, and I really enjoy it. And to be fair, it's a weird one, it's really weird, but I do enjoy getting it pelted at me. There's just something about it, it's just, do you know what I mean? It's a bit of a strange one.
Alex McDonald at the back of a run here. Olivia Thomas, the voice you're hearing, the Thunder cricketer who's injured today but has very kindly agreed to join us on commentary for a little stint here. It's dot ball as it was played into the leg side to complete the McDonald over. So 249 the target. Bit of work still to do in this one, but the longer these two are out there, the better chance the Thunder will have. Another, let's see, 162 more runs required as Levick takes the ball.
I do back these girls. I mean, if we bat time now and then, we'll leave a base then for other girls to come in and extend that on a bit. I mean, we just need to make sure we're batting time.
Crept through outside the off stump. Heath couldn't quite gather cleanly. There was a cut stroke from the batter Collins, who will be learning a little bit. Had runs for Lancashire, as Alex Hartley was telling us before. That one pops up into the offside, but harmlessly enough in the end, as Armitage comes in from short mid-wicket to do the fielding. 88 for 4 it remains, as it was at the start of this over. So 161, sorry, is the number required still. So this is worked away behind square on the leg side. It's going to roll away quickly. Everything just about today has gone for 4 and 92.
Outfield. It's a very quick outfield today.
Yep, score on to 92. And it's a quick outfield that Olivia Thomas has been telling us she'll be looking forward to getting on Sunday, hoping to be fit for that one, as it's bowled by Levitt, cut away behind square. There's no run available again, 92-4. And I'm guessing a short extra cover, and because you've been such an able contributor to the commentary so far, I'm guessing you have a little bit to say in there as well, as Levitt comes in and bowls this latest one. It's worked uppishly towards the captain Armitage, but she has to settle to watch it bounce, and there's no run.
I mean, I'm not a sledger. I'm not. I mean, obviously I'm loud in the field. I like to be, but
in comes Levick. It's outside the off stump and played away.
I'm only 16. I've got no place to be piping up to these girls. You know what I mean? Some of these are well above me. I've got no place for that. But obviously, I'm quite a loud person anyway. So I am nice and loud in that short extra position. Yeah, well, as I say, I'm sure you help the wicketkeeper and the bowler in motivating everyone else in there, and yeah, definitely
chatting away.
Yeah, if the field goes quiet, you'll still hear my voice.
Well, as I say, I mean, you have, from the games I've watched of you play, you have been able to sort of just sense that enthusiasm that I'm sure is coming across to everybody at home. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket on a Thursday afternoon via the Northwest Thunder's live stream, and this one's driven down the ground. It's the second time Jackson's hit a nice shot down the ground, and she got one the first time she did, and she gets no reward on that occasion, which will be a little bit disappointing, but she seems to have a good temperament about her.
Yeah, Jacko's one of them where she can bat for time and then she can go on to extend it, so it's a really good temperament to have as a batter, I think. Looking
to open up there, but gets the inside half of the bat. It goes away into the leg side. Jenny Gunn, I think, doing the fielding for Alex McDonald. 92 on the board, exactly the number of runs that McDonald made. It was a fine innings, it has to be said, although apparently made with Alex Hartley's bat.
Yeah.
Which must have been slightly galling out there, as this one is bowled. It's nearly worked into the leg side by Jackson then, but again just struggling to find a run, as she has been throughout this innings.
Alex was saying in training that she's taking any credit for runs Alex McDonald gets. I mean, I can't blame her.
Well, I did say to her, she's probably not going to get that bat back now, I wouldn't have thought.
Oh, definitely not.
Tapping at the crease then is Jackson, and does get it away through the leg side this time. She might get 4 here. The chase is on, and that's one of the few balls that hasn't gone all the way. Good bit of fielding out there returns it. 1 added to the total. 93 for 4 now, the score. Just creeping up towards that 100 mark. You feel it's going to be a chase too far, but we will see. There's still resources in hand here, as
yeah, I wouldn't write us out of it yet.
That one is played back to the bowler McDonald, who does the fielding off her own bowling. It's Hopkins out there now on the cover boundary, was out on the leg side boundary, who did the fielding earlier in the over, so important to give her the credit for that. River end, McDonald on her way in, outside the off stump, driven away, and there is a single on offer. And what can you tell us about Collins, who's just got the single there, and has come into the side for you to take her opportunity.
Yeah, I'm really confident in Danny. She's a brilliant batter, and I've known Danny years. Like, I've played age group cricket with Danny, I've played club cricket with Danny, so to see her go out here, and she's looking really good at the minute, and to see her do well is brilliant, and she deserves it, to be honest. She deserves the opportunity, and she deserves to do well.
Tell you're doing a great job there, because I was able to get a swig of water in during that, so that's fantastic, because I did nearly choke during that previous over, so apologies if that came across at home. But we've got Olivia Thomas, the Thunder cricketer, who's been heavily involved in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, hoping to be back in the side for Sunday, and she's been giving us the benefit of her wisdom here in this one, up on a fairly cold balcony at the moment here in Liverpool, but we're just glad to have cricket, really, aren't we? Is it?
Yeah, we are. No, we are all definitely glad to have cricket. Like, even when we was at Trent Bridge, we were on and off for rain, absolutely freezing, but everyone was still just chuffed that we were playing, to be honest.
Armitage has brought herself on, and she's been worked away behind square on the leg side. There will be a single taken, so that means Armitage just readjusts her field for the right-handed Jackson, who has taken the total onto 95 for 4. It's slow, sort of inching progress at the moment, but the longer these two stay out there, the better chance they will give their side, as Armitage comes over the wicket to the right-handed Jackson, and she is bowling short of a length, keeps a little on the low side, and it's prodded down the pitch for no run on that occasion, as Jenny Gunn returns it to Armitage. Glad we've had so many of you enjoying the live stream today, as Armitage bowls again, and again there is no run on offer. Pavilion end here at Liverpool. Thunder approaching their 100. 800 of you have hit the thumbs up button, I see, which is very nice, so keep doing that, because it helps us do more of these, of course, as one run is taken. 96 for 4, 30 overs of the innings gone before this, and Armitage again is just on her way up to the crease. Bowls a ball turning back towards the stumps. Callis is there, busy with the fielding, and Armitage just spins a couple of catches on her hand, and now will make her way in once more. Throws it up, worked away on the leg side. Callis is there with the fielding, and that's a dot ball. 96 for 4 at the end of the over. 31 gone, and as you say, you still sort of, you still feel in the game here from a Thunder perspective.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this morning I was still able to, like, mitt for the girls, so I've been involved, and obviously the girls 12 and 13 have been involved. I think we're still involved now in the game. Like, we're not far off there. We can still do this, definitely. I think with the batting we've got to come, we've got the power behind us. These two bat time, make a partnership, no reason why not.
Well, 140 more are required here, and it will be Jackson to settle in and wait, and drives into the offside and gets it through the gap. There is a fielder out on the fence, so it will only be the one run again. Jackson on to 14 as she is able to get the single there. Collins back onto strike. I think we have a guest from the Diamonds Persuasion to come in just a moment, because we've been rather Thunder dominated so far, and the Diamonds take their 5th wicket here as there's a attempted heave into the leg side. It means the 5th Thunder wicket falls, and Collins just taking a risk too many there, trying to find a way over the leg side, doesn't make contact. 97 for 5, and it just again tilts that equation a little bit into the Diamonds' favour with that wicket.
Yeah, Danny will be disappointed with that shot, to be honest, but obviously I still back us as a side. We've got batting to come, no reason why not. We're still in it, still in the game here.
Another 152 required for the Thunder, and certainly everyone who's walking out to bat, no doubt will have the sort of confidence that we're hearing from Olivia Thomas, who's part of the Thunder ranks here. So just a little bit of a chat between the Diamonds players in their blue strips. Of course, Thunder in the darker blue with a few touches of red. Of course, the Lancashire colours. Olivia Collins makes her way back in, and it's Rebecca Duckworth now out to the middle, and again it just feels it needs one of these partnerships just to stick and just to accelerate the board here.
Yeah, 100%. If we can get a partnership on the board now, and that takes us through to maybe the last 10 overs of the game, then we're in a very good position then coming into it.
Yep, we'll just make the change, I think, at the end of this over. So we've got the crease being raked at here by Rebecca Duckworth, and she awaits her first ball. Running in now comes McDonald, squeezed into the offside. McDonald there with the all-important wicket, and that is played away for just the one run in the end. 98 for 5. Alex McDonald at the back of her mark. 92, of course, with the bat is looking like being the decisive moment in this game, or the decisive innings of it, as Jackson plays down the offside and no run is taken. As I say, we're about to let Olivia Thomas depart in just a second, but thank you so much for your time, Olivia.
No,
and I think that positivity will be required back on the bench, but I'm sure we'll hear those hands clapping if the boundaries do start arriving for the Thunder. It's what they need here, with Jackson playing into the leg side. But it's been absolutely terrific to get an insight from a young player playing in this competition, and just hearing what it means to people like yourself.
Thank you very much.
So Olivia's just going to depart for now. We're going to just give the microphone a quick wash for the changeover, as Alex McDonald is able to play it into the offside. I'm sorry, Isaac, I feel very rude to our guests, the fact they have to sort of clean their own equipment, but thank you very much for popping on. And the over is complete. 99 for 5 is the score. I mean, Isaac, the Diamonds must be feeling very happy with the position that they're in this game here.
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident at the moment. In the past few games we've been in sort of a similar situation, 4 or 5 down, not many runs on the board, so we had confidence in our lower order to get us up there to a decent score. Well past, I think, over par what we thought a decent score would be on this pitch, so we're pretty happy at the moment.
And Armitage is going to continue, the skipper taking responsibility here. Another one in shorts here, Isaac, although you're looking less confident in than Olivia Thomas was. She was saying, no, I always wear shorts no matter what the temperature.
It's a S&C staple, you've got to wear shorts all the time. That's the rule, no matter what the weather is.
Dot ball from Armitage. She bowls another delivery that's a dot ball, despite the fact it was met on the full on the sweep by Jackson. But no, you're certainly having to move a little more to keep yourself warm than Olivia was.
Being in Yorkshire, yeah. A lot colder over here.
So, on the banks of the Mersey today, here in Egbert, as this one's played away on the offside, and it's Graham who's taken a catch in this innings who does the fielding. Armitage is at the back of her run, strides in a couple of paces. It's short of a length, and this one's smashed away by Jackson. She will get that boundary that she's been looking for much of this innings, and gets it away to the boundary square on the leg side. It also brings up the Thunder 100. They move on to 103 for 5. It looks as if it's going to be a chase too far, but a few more hits like that and the nerves will start to jangle.
Yeah, it's never over till the final wicket goes down, as we found out in our last game when we were 7 down.
Armitage bowls, and it's played into the leg side. Yeah, I mean, that was a terrific win against the poor Lightning. Just don't seem to be able to get over the line, but you, as I say, you seemed out of that game for all the world, and it's really changed the complexion of the group.
Yeah, that win was probably the best one of the tournament for us, really, doing it without our England players, showing the other teams that our players can do it without. having our England players there.
Here's Armitage again, bowls a flatter one that's chopped into the offside on the cut. 104 for 5 the total goes to. Jackson will be feeling satisfied having hit 5 off that over. So 21 on the board for her. So tell us a little bit about your role with the Diamonds and sort of how it works.
So we've only had, obviously with the current situation, we only had a short amount of time to get ready for this tournament, but as in my role it's to basically get the players physically prepared to play the game. So that's through gym, running, monitoring, screening the players. And it's something new for a lot of these players that haven't had before, which the men obviously have had for a while now. So it's something new for them, which is great. And they've all bought into going in the gym, doing the running work alongside the cricket, and they see it as a...
Here's McDonald bowling from the river end. It's played away by Jackson off the back foot, and it's going to roll down towards third and away for 4 runs, I think. No, the fielding has just been done by the fielder at third, just out of our view. So it's 1 to the total, 105 for 5 as another aircraft makes its way across the sky.
So yeah, it's nice that the players see the S&C side as an equal as their technical skill. Especially with the game growing now physically.
In comes this latest delivery from McDonald, who I suppose fitness work will be key to her at the moment, because she's made 92 with the bat and she's now out there bowling.
Oh yeah, she's great, Alex. She's always asking questions, and you never have to really check up on her at all. She's great.
Running in again comes Alex McDonald. Through outside the off stump. Bess Heath is there with the keeping. 105 for 5 is the total here. 249 the target for victory. It's a fairly steep one, but these two will be just looking for their moment to increase that score and increase that board. Heath crouches, McDonald bowls. It's full again. Duckworth driving into the offside. Picks up a 106 for 5. So how much of an advantage has it been to somebody in your sort of role with the strength and conditioning side of things, Isaac? Essentially, you're going to get these players for longer periods of time, because ultimately that must make a huge difference in trying to keep people as fit as they can be.
Definitely, yes. I've worked with the women's for the past 2 years, and
in comes the bowling here of McDonald. She seemed exasperated there that she couldn't get a wicket, but she doesn't. 106 for 5.
So yeah, the contact time in the past 2 years, I've probably seen him in the winter probably once a week, twice a week at most. So having seen these girls 3, 4, 5 times a week, it's great. And that can, as a support staff, we can make much more of an impact rather than relying on them.
In comes the bowling of McDonald, played down the offside of the wicket despite McDonald's best efforts to field off her own bowling. 92 with the bat. Looks as if it could well end up being just about the difference between the sides if another couple of wickets are to tumble. 106 is the Northern Diamonds score, so they will be attempting to find a way to get these next 142, isn't it, left for them to knock off here as discussions continue. But Armitage back into the, or continuing in the attack from the pavilion end. Just strides back a couple of paces, rubs the hands together in just to dry them off before heading in, and delivers this one. Cramps slightly for room, Duckworth, who plays it into the offside for no run.
One thing for Holly is having confidence in herself as a captain to bowl herself. And last game,
she's bowling herself now, but again cramping Duckworth for room, dot ball.
And last game, the situation forced her to bring herself on early, and she got 2 wickets, which showed her that she can do it. And we believe in her as a bowler, not just as a batter, to take wickets for us.
Yeah, such a useful batter at the top of the order, but she's doing her work with the ball there. Didn't quite get that one right, but wasn't punished for it. 143 still required for victory. Thunder 106 for 5. There's a little bit of light pokes between the clouds in the distance, but we haven't seen that barely all innings, and the finger goes up here. Must have pitched in line, and Duckworth was unable to get bat on it. She is out. LBW to the bowling of Armitage. I suppose it was exactly what you were saying there. The Thunder 106 for 6, and it's Holly Armitage who's backed their bowling and got the wicket for it.
Definitely, yeah. And another thing is, not often you see a team with 3 leg spinners in it either. So leg spinners are normally wicket-taking bowlers, which is good to have in the team.
Yeah, I mean specific leg spinners is very unusual. Of course, I mean the Thunder at times have fielded, I think, four spinners in one game, and I think have had others at their disposal as well that they didn't use on certainly on Bank Holiday Monday at Edgbaston. They were in a very good position from the spin bowling department. But Duckworth LBW to Armitage for 2. Was in for 8 balls in 10 minutes. We've also seen Collins dismissed for 18 in 39 balls off the bowling of McDonald, and those 2 wickets really just seem to have put this game into the favour now of Northern Diamonds, and this must be a 100% record that all the staff are very proud of.
Definitely, yeah. It's something as a group when we met before the start of the tournament, we obviously aimed to get to the final, but not having much cricket before the start, this is definitely great to see us. 3 wins so far, and on course for the 4th one if things keep going as they are.
Yeah, certainly looking that way, and it looks as if finals day could well be beckoning as well. I know from what James was saying earlier that you're very much trying to take it one step at a time, and I think the fact you want to get in there shows for that too.
Don't want to put the mockers on it at the moment. Yeah, anything can happen in cricket, but it'd be nice for the girls that to get there and to go to Birmingham.
Alice Dyson, the new batter, and she let this one really turn past the outside edge, but it certainly looked inviting from a Diamonds perspective, that one. And caused a little bit of excitement. Dyson waits at the crease. She put bat to ball in the previous game, plays this out on the offside. Made a breezy 24 around about a run of ball, and we'll be looking to do something the same and then some, you would think. Jackson has really dug in and worked hard for her runs. She has 22. This is the only cricket taking place in the UK currently, and it's been very good to have as many of you with us as possible here at Liverpool. The tennis court's quiet in the distance, and it's good to see some cricket on the main square. 35 overs gone. That means the last power play has to be taken, so that will come into effect here. We've got Langston back into the attack, just trying to finish this one off for the Diamonds, and it will be Jackson to face up. And well, I mean, if she can manage to get a team there from here, it would be an absolutely huge effort, but one she would have deserved, because she's really dug in early on as Langston bowls to Jackson, who defends into the offside. Heath just with more encouragement, and Langston turning at the back of her mark as a plane climbs steeply into the skies away from Liverpool Airport, and that's knocked the middle stump out the ground. Langston has the breakthrough. Jackson is finally out for 22. She worked so hard for those runs, but the Thunder are 106 for 7. This game appears to only be going in one direction, and that's a victory for the Northern Diamonds, which will delight their strength and conditioning coach, Isaac.
That's great, yeah. It's one of the best plans at the start was to target the stumps, keep the stumps in play, and it's great to see that the wicket's there coming off and the plan coming off, especially on this pitch here as well.
We've been talking about kind of how the, I suppose, standards were driven in the first 2 games, I suppose, just inevitably by the fact you had Brunt, Sither, Winfield, Hill, who captained in those games. But Was that evident in the kind of the fitness work that was being done by these players as well?
Definitely, yeah. Well, Danny, the head coach, she's prioritised. She's great to work with as an S&C coach. She's buys into it all, sees the importance of it, and just gives me whatever I want to do with the girls. And it's great having a squad that buys into it, and especially in these sort of times, training themselves with limited contact for them. And it's great to see it paying off for them out here, especially with games coming back to back. Might be needed a bit more in between the games now.
Yes, yeah. Well, I suppose it must be after Sunday. You'll have a week, which must be a kind of rare luxury in this competition. As Beth Langston comes in and bowls, and it's defended by Liberty Heap, who has come to the crease at number 9 to join Alice Dyson. 21 of 24 it was. I've just had a chance to look it up in the previous game for Dyson at the non-striker's end, so she can be a dangerous cricketer, but it's the Diamonds' hands that are clapping. And leaning forward there is Liberty Heap, tries to work one away down the leg side, doesn't make contact but gets a wide as consolation. 107 for 7 as the chopper's back, making its way across the sky in the distance.
It's great for a lot of these as well. As a Diamonds group in the KSL, we haven't done too well in that, so for some of these girls to have a few wins under the belt in this competition.
Langston bowls, and Heap is playing it down the ground. It almost was a leap as it popped up over the mid-on fielder there and away for 4. A nice stroke by Liberty Heap, and that's her first runs in the competition to go with her first wicket in the innings, in the previous innings. As we wait for Liberty Heap to make her way in, it's defended into the offside. Beth Langston is on guard. We have Isaac, the strength and conditioning coach from the Northern Diamonds here. So in terms of keeping those standards, then I guess that was that was something that must have been a challenge when those players sort of move out of the team, and that must be something the squad have really had to focus on. We'll just get a few thoughts on that after this latest delivery from Langston to Heap, who's forward in defence and does so well. 111 for 7 the score remains.
Well, yeah, I think the girls set the standards themselves, really. We have meetings before the games, and we let them run the meetings, and they set their own bar for what their expectations are, and that starts from the warm-up in the game, fielding in the warm-ups with me, and then that hopefully runs into the game, having the high standard.
And yeah, I mean, and from here, I mean, you're presumably the target has to now be let's go all the way to Edgbaston, and those groups or those teams in the southern group, they look formidable opposition.
Yeah, obviously we haven't seen too much of them at the moment, but from the KSL we know there are good teams in that group. But on the day, anyone can beat anyone, so we'll take it one game at the moment, and then if we get there, we believe in ourselves that we have the talent that can win.
Yeah, it'll be a really interesting matchup to see if it is the Diamonds indeed who get there. Of course, the Central Sparks will have their say tomorrow.
Especially being on Sky, that's another for a lot of these girls that wouldn't have performed on TV at all. That's another motivation for them.
Yeah, getting their chance on YouTube today, so keep making sure you're hitting that like button if you're enjoying it. I think we've had more than 800, which is a terrific showing as a single goes through. 112 for 7. Of course, both these teams built around very proud counties and very proud people in both these parts of the country, so I'm sure they've been trying to make sure that this feed gets plenty of support as Armitage bowls, and seemed to be out towards the leg stump, but it turned back as Armitage intended. 112 for 7, and in comes Armitage, kept a bit on the low side. Dyson couldn't find a run there. That is Heap, sorry, at the far end with the long blonde ponytail. Heath crouches, Armitage bowls, up his drive, goes away through the dust in one of the wicket's ends, and that will just creep towards the rope but be pulled in inside. So the stop nearly wasn't effective from, I think it's Hopkins still out there, but she just got to it in the nick of time. 112 for 7 is the score. Armitage strides in confidently, right arm over the wicket, driven out into the offside. The fielding is done at short cover by Graham. 114, sorry, that's what I was expecting to see. 114 for 7 is the figures in orange on the black scoreboard on the far side. As we will get one final change, I think, here in the commentary position. So we're going to get Tom Evans from the Liverpool Echo coming in. So we've had a variety of voices for you here today on the live stream. So I hope you've been kept entertained. Our thanks to Isaac, who's popped in there. We've had Olivia Thomas and Alex Hartley as well in this innings, as we say. Danny Hazel as well has been on, as well as Graham Hardcastle, the ECB reporter. And we now have Tom Evans from the Liverpool Echo, who is joining us here. I mean, I suppose from your point of view, from your locality, it must be fantastic to see cricket in Liverpool this summer, really.
Yeah, it's great. It's been a really big week for the club, obviously, with the Lancashire games, and now that these 2 games today and Sunday as well. Shame we couldn't get the crowd in. That's the only caveat, obviously.
Yeah, it would have been really nice to see. We were discussing the prospects of that for the final of this competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. That's driven down the onside. There is no run on offer as Langston continues from the river end, having got the wicket in a previous over.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to get the crowds back in. It's too early to predict any of that at this stage, obviously, isn't it? But,
yeah, I mean, it's going a worrying direction with the crowds as well. There seem to have been 1 or 2 events that have been told, actually, no, we thought we were going to let you, but we can't. That's a nice drive by Dyson, sweetly hit. And then there's a direct hit as she is well into her ground, completing the single, but might have fancied more than the one she got there. 115 for 7, but could have perhaps been on for a 4 there if Jenny Gunn hadn't been doing the able work at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, the Diamonds in fielding has been excellent throughout. It's really stopped Thunder from getting away in these middle overs. They've put the squeeze on them.
Liberty Heap taps the bat on a couple of occasions. A plane roars across the sky. It's one with a big jet engine above us as Liberty Heap is able to jab down on the ball and keep it out. No run.
I think it's quite interesting to see the way the game's gone. It's in the middle overs that really has been the difference between the 2 innings. If you look at the way they went up to about the fall of the 4th wicket, that was where Diamonds managed to accelerate, and it's where Thunder have really got held up. And I think there's been some good bowling and fielding.
Langston bowling from the river end, thin little touch of the bat, takes it past Heath and away for 4 runs. And Liberty Heap will move on to 10, 119 for 7, 249 the target, so it looks as if it will be out of reach for the Thunder today, but these are all valuable runs and valuable experience, as we've been hearing throughout the day. And in terms of that recovery, I mean, just very much driven by yes, the experience of Gunn, but also just a terrific innings from Alex McDonald, as in comes Langston to bowl, and Heap's going to try and crack it back past her, but can't do so on this occasion. No run. And those 2, I mean, that little partnership of 67, that was just where the game seemed to seesaw in the Diamonds' favour.
Yeah, Gunn was pushing the singles really nicely, using all the experience in the game, obviously, and it was the way they kept on accelerating after that 4th wicket had gone down that was the key to it.
Far end, Langston with the elbow guards on, bowls. This one's driven down the pitch, and well, Liberty Heap had taken a good few strides forward, and she's able to get through for the single, and in fact she's able to get 4 from that. It was a misfield up there at mid-on, and 123 for 7 the total goes on to. So Femby unable to prevent the boundary there, and the Thunder just getting a few late order runs, it feels, but who knows what it could turn into.
Even if you accept the game is probably a little bit too far out of reach, there's sort of small victories you can go for, isn't there? Can this pair bat till the end? Can they win the next 5 overs? Can they get the run rate up a bit? It's all experience, even if it doesn't materially affect the outcome of this game.
Armitage onto bowl as a couple of dark coloured birds make their way across that fairly light grey backdrop that we have here, but it's been a blanket of grey throughout this game so far as Armitage is on her way in and bowls a ball, turns from outside leg stump. It's worked to 45. There's no run on offer. Tom Evans from the Liverpool Echo, the voice you're hearing alongside myself, Mike Perkins, and we've had a thoroughly entertaining day's cricket all in all, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been good to watch. Yeah, it's been enjoyable.
Here comes Armitage, floats it up, driven down the onside of the wicket. Across comes Langston, and hand goes to chin in contemplation. Doesn't prevent the single. 124.
That was close. She was gone with a direct hit, then, I think.
Yeah, Langston just couldn't control the throw though, and 125 more are needed. So they're the halfway point here, Thunder, but 7 wickets down is the issue they face, as well as the overs ticking away. Armitage turns at the back of the run once more, makes her way in, delivers, uppish and into a gap. 1 run added to the total, 125 for 7, so they're past the halfway point of the chase. And as I say, it's just nice to see sport at this ground. You know, the tennis courts are quiet away in the distance, but it just feels back to where it should be here, Liverpool Cricket Club today. Here's Armitage bowling down the leg side. It's taken, and there is a wide added, 126 for 7.
Playing a few shots, aren't they? Young Liberty Heap is definitely, giving it a bit of a go. It's good to see confidence from someone so young.
Armitage bowls. It's off the toe of the bat to the fielder Femby, and the over ends with a dot. 126 for 7. So, I mean, writing here in this part of the world, then, I mean, it's actually having a sort of franchise potentially playing cricket here in the 100 is, I guess, is going to be a big aspect of the women's game going forward. Although a side named the Manchester Originals, which is one of the strange quirks of that competition.
Yeah, it'll be a tricky sell, but hopefully, it'll be able to attract. So I'm competing with a military helicopter of some kind here.
Just turn him down slightly.
It'll hopefully attract crowds and drive interest among young people in cricket in this area, because you have to think cities like Liverpool must be an untapped resource when it comes to potential players, just because of access to the game and exposure to the game. So hopefully it'll be good for that.
Back into the attack we have Phoebe Graham, and she's bowling short of a length. Turn towards the offside, but not into a gap eventually. Langston with the fielding, 126 for 7. And we were hearing just that story from Olivia Thomas, actually saying, I asked her about her partnership at Edgbaston with Kate Cross and put on useful runs there, did the pair of them, and she was saying, Kate Cross picked me up out of a school basically and said, right, I think you're a cricketer, come along to my club. And it just does show how far cricketers can go from those sort of humble beginnings. 126 for 7, and as you say, you would assume that the schools around Liverpool, there must be a tremendous amount of talent.
You'd have to assume so. Yeah, it's a big sporting city, and you often find that people who are good at have an aptitude for one sport have an aptitude for another as well, and it's just getting a bat and ball in their hands and getting them playing.
Bowling is Graham, played into the leg side is Heap. No run on offer on that occasion. And Amy Campbell there doing the fielding. Palm outstretched, just trying to keep Graham on track here. It's a track that runs from the river end of the ground towards the stumps of Liberty Heap, but she can't quite work it into the leg side, can Heap, so she remains on a useful 15 so far.
In terms of the sport locally, there are 3 members of this Thunder side who play in the Liverpool competition, for example, but there's Ellie Threlkelds from St Helens, Nat Brown plays for Sutton and St Helens as well, and Laura Jackson plays for Norley Hall, which is based near Wigan. So
bowling here is Graham, driven down the onside of the wicket. I didn't realise Rachael was a St Helens
she's
woman.
at Rainford, yeah.
Oh, right,
playing
okay.
the first division of the Liverpool
A very
competition.
and a club with a great reputation, Rainford. So yeah.
Yes, speaking to their captain before the season, she'd have been first choice wicketkeeper of the first team this season.
Bowling in towards the pads, there's an appeal, but the umpire, I think, decided they could see plenty of the stumps on that occasion, so a leg bye is signalled. 127 for 7. But yeah, I mean, I suppose it just adds to the local feel of having a team playing here when you do have 3 in that very strong Liverpool competition.
But with it being a local competition, even so, it's the teams sort of out in the sticks that are providing the players. You know, it's the teams in the fringes of the area. You know, it'll be great to see local players in both the women's and men's game. You know, players local to the city of Liverpool coming through into the professional game. I'd love to see more of that, because the players must be out there.
Yeah,
it's just a question of finding them.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, you always feel when you look at any walk of life, and it maybe doesn't represent what you see in wider society, or when it doesn't represent what you're seeing going on in terms of different sports. You know, everybody's going to one sport or another. You actually think that there just has to be people there. You just have to inevitably be missing out. So it would be really nice to see people coming through, and the fact that there's such a high level of cricket going on at Liverpool Cricket Club, it can only be a good thing from that respect.
Definitely, yeah. It keeps coming back to the same point. It was just a shame no one can come and see it. But hopefully by next summer, when like you say, there'll be more women's games at this ground, you'd think, presumably more of the men's games as well, with Emirates Old Trafford being in use for the franchise, the 100 franchise during that competition. So hopefully it'll be the start of something for cricket in Liverpool.
A couple of birds cross in the sky above as Armitage comes in to bowl again. It's cut away behind square on the offside. Good diving stop, keeps the first ball a dot delivery. 2 backward points in at the moment, trying to prevent any runs through that particular area of the pitch as Armitage comes in again. 127 is the score, 249 the target for victory, as Gunn does the fielding to prevent the run at mid-on this occasion.
She's giving it some flight, and she's trying to tempt Heap into the big shot.
Heap just watchful in the crease for now. And it's bowled. It's turned right across her from Armitage, and Liberty Heap is out for 15. It was a enterprising innings from her, but she has to tuck the bat under her arm and trudge off to the pavilion. Liberty Heap out, bowled by Holly Armitage, who has, I think, her 2nd wicket of the day. And it looks as if this game can only now be heading in one direction. 127 for 8, the Thunder find themselves.
Yeah, it was a enterprising innings from young Liberty Heap, but came to an end. You know, obviously she's looking to play shots, looking to play down the ground. It's good, it's what you want to see in this situation, but one shot too many, sadly, for her. But you know, it's more experience, more time out in the middle on the plus side. So.
Yeah, and as I say, I mean, we heard it earlier in the piece, just what it means to these young players. I mean, Olivia Thomas, I've been impressed with her cricket throughout this tournament, but you could just hear the enthusiasm they have for this competition and this opportunity that they're getting.
Definitely, it's great for the game that managed to come up with a competition that can fit into the tight schedule we've been forced into this summer. Yeah,
and as I say, it's a competition with prospects for the future as well. It's certainly going to be around for a few years. Armitage then 2 wickets now, and she's about to try and add to that from the pavilion end, as this one is short outside the leg stump and played off the back foot by the new batter, which is Alex Hartley, who was up here on commentary, and I think I've seen Ellie Threlkeld appear over our shoulder, so we'll try and get her in before the end of the over, because, well, 2 wickets to go. You never quite know how long these things are going to last. So we'll get Ellie Threlkeld in, and you finished me with some new information, Tom, to bring to, because I didn't know she was playing her cricket in St Helens. So that's very interesting indeed. 127 the score with those couple of dots. Holly Armitage is making her way into the crease, looking for that 3rd wicket of the day as the Diamonds skipper. Didn't quite get as many as she would have liked with the bat, but Alex McDonald, who does the fielding here, it's 92, looks like being a major difference between the sides. Another 120 needed for victory. That's the end of the over. Thanks to Tom Evans for popping in. Really do appreciate that, and
my pleasure.
We'll look forward to reading your words on this game at some point here in the Liverpool Echo. But thank you for popping in. I think we're going to have Ellie Threlkeld pop in as well, just to join us. So we've had 3 of the Thunder players on during this innings, which has been absolutely excellent, and one of them is out there doing the captaincy at the moment. So we'll get Ellie Threlkeld to pop in here as the bowling continues from Graham at the river end of the ground, and big welcome to Ellie Threlkeld. Thank you for joining us.
No, thank you for having me.
I've just found out you're playing your cricket in St Helens. I didn't know that, at Rainford.
Yeah, I do, yeah. Back garden for me, this. Yeah, I've played a lot of cricket here. It's a lovely ground, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. As I say, we've not quite had the sunshine today, but that's been the only thing you can fault it on, really.
No, not quite.
Been ensuring that we've been very well looked after. This looks as if it might be 4 byes. It is indeed. It's just crept through past Bess Heath, and that will be 4 more onto the total. So the Thunder are on to 133. Reminder they need 249. It seems a bit far off at this stage. You will have been delighted with that half-century in the first game that set up your sides winning this competition. It must have been really nice to get runs on the board early on.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was more important that we won that first game, really, and yeah, it was good to get that first win on the board, and yeah, it's always nice to contribute, but yeah, it was good team performance, and nice to have the England girls with us as well. And yeah, it was just good to get one over on Loughborough, really, and get the comp off to a decent start. But
Graham through to Heath there outside the off stump, no run added, and Graham will pace in once more, bowling to Dyson, who drives fairly loosely into the offside, but no run on offer on that occasion. And I mean, it's a great competition for everyone to have at this level, but what's it sort of offered you in particular as a kind of up-and-coming wicketkeeper? Clearly a very, very talented wicketkeeper. We'll get your thoughts after this ball from Graham. He's trying to run another one through to Heath, and does so, and nearly takes the off stump as well. 133 for 8.
Yeah, I think we've been lucky to get any cricket on the summer, haven't we? So I think from that point of view, it's great to get a bit of cricket in, and for someone like me, it's good to take a bit of a senior player role in this team, and a bit of a leadership role as well as with the gloves and bats. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and it's good to get some cricket in.
Bowling here is Graham. It's played into the offside by Dyson, and Langston is there with the fielding. She has 2 wickets for 21 runs from her 7 overs so far. Over comes to an end, 133 for 8. Of course, 249 the target for victory. So that's quite interesting then, because I suppose in the Super League side you would have been considered quite a junior cricketer in many ways, whereas you have quite a sort of senior role in this side, which kind of the contrast must be nice.
Yeah, it's gone from 0 to 100 really quickly, I suppose. But yeah, it's good to get a bit of leadership under my belt and take a bit more responsibility, and yeah, I think it's good to help develop the younger girls as well, and they've really impressed us, so yeah, it's been great.
Here's Armitage, throws the ball up, defended out into the offside. I mean, I was saying when Olivia Thomas came on, you could just feel the enthusiasm coming from a young player that they've been given this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. Liv's a belter, isn't she? She's got loads of energy, and yeah, she brings a lot to the group.
Armitage bowling, this one driven into the offside. We're into the 43rd over of the game. Still another 116 required by the Thunder here. And I guess buying in of a player at sort of your stage, I guess you also have the chance to kind of buy into this long-term look that we've been hearing in the first innings of this game from your sort of staff, that you're looking at this as kind of almost a 5-year project in some ways, as Hartley squeezes a run out into the offside. She's on to 234 is the score. She's on to 3, in fact.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really important that we look into the future as well, and playing a side like Yorkshire, they've obviously got a few experienced players in there and a lot more experience than some of our girls, and that's just the way it is sometimes. And I think, yeah, the young girls have really impressed, and we're really excited that the fact that we've put some performances in this year, and I think, yeah, just really excited for the years to come, really. So
Armitage bowling again, dot ball that she snuck through outside the off stump. This time she's clipped down to fine leg. It might even roll all the way. It's been a very quick outfield today, and so it proves once again. Leg buys that go on to the total, 138 for 8. And I mean, I was saying in the early rounds of this tournament when I was watching Thunder games at Edgbaston and New Road that there's one thing's for sure, under Alex Hartley you'll be having a lot of fun as a team, and certainly everybody I've asked about it's brought a smile to the face.
Yeah, definitely. She's another belter, is Hartley. She's been a great captain for us, actually. Yeah, she's very positive. And
Armitage and bowls, and it's worked away into the leg side. Single on offer. Hartley comes to the strikers end, 139 for 8.
Yeah, she's really positive, and yeah, we are having a lot of fun, which is always nice. And I think it's really important that we do bring that positivity to this group. And being so young, like, I think we knew we weren't going to win every game, and I think that's okay. And as long as we're developing as a group, and like I said before, looking into the future, like, it is a bit more of a long-term plan. But yeah, Hartley's, yeah, she's a belter.
And you're feeling, I mean, even in a situation like this where it looks as if this game is eventually slipping away from your 110 needed now off the last 7 overs, it'd be quite something from here. But there's still always that feeling of there's something to learn out there, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all about getting a bit of time out in the middle for these girls now, I think, and just get what we can and try and get as close as we can to that score. And
here's Dyson, who made 21 at New Road, and she's trying to add to a total of 4 here, but can't do so.
Yeah, we like to think we can bat all the way down, and yeah, it's good for girls to get experience out in the middle, and yeah, just get as close as we can, I suppose.
And how do you find your cricket in this part of the world? Because obviously, I mean, Liverpool is such a football-dominated city. Obviously, St Helens a rugby league-dominated town. As Dyson plays out into the offside, it's a dot ball. But I suppose when summer comes round, both of those are out the way, and cricket can take centre stage.
Yeah, definitely. That's it. Football in the winter, cricket in the summer. That's how it's always been. So, yeah, it's nice to play both though, and gives us a bit of a break from one and the other and sort of thing. So yeah, it's good.
Graham bowling from the river end. The houses with those neat little windows behind her. Dyson's fairly lucky to keep her leg stumped there, as that one just crept past it as she backed away trying to find runs into the offside. 139 for 8 the total. It's been another thoroughly good day's cricket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. If you're just joining us, it looks as if the Northern Diamonds 100% record will stay intact, as in comes the latest delivery here, driven down back to Phoebe Graham. I'm going to have to get out the calculator and work out what the total is for the bonus point, I think, but I imagine the Diamonds are probably looking at that as well if they can. Here's Dyson facing up to Graham. Oh, it's come out as a full toss, and it's no ball. 140 for 8, just slipping out there from Graham. Perhaps a first sign of a little bit of tiredness from her there. And how have you found the grounds you've played at so far? You seem to have enjoyed your work at each. You've had Edgbaston, Trent Bridge and New Road, I think.
Yeah, it's fantastic to play at county grounds, and I think it does women's cricket good, and I think the better pitches we play on, the better the games, I suppose. And
Hartley's been caught out here, but she does get through eventually. I think she was making sure she was in at one end, and Dyson was charging through, trying to get to the non-strikers. 141 for 8.
But yeah, it's always nice to bat on good pitches, and I think, like I said before, for the spectators' point of view, I think the better pitches we play on, the better the game. So yeah, it's really good for women's cricket that they're letting us play on them county grounds, and the hosts have been fantastic. So
Bowling slightly short of a length here is Graham. It's played into the leg side. 1 run's on offer. Hartley takes it and moves on to 4. 142 for 8. And I suppose you'll be absolutely desperate, having beaten the Lightning in the first game, to try and get a win over them when you play them here on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's a game we can definitely look to win. And yeah, well, we've still got 2 games. We play these again, don't we, next week? So yeah, 2 games, 2 wins would be lovely. So yeah, just looking to keep getting better as a group, and in some respects we're not far away from winning some of these games. So always nice to beat Loughborough as well. A lot of my uni pals play for them. So
so is that where that's where you've been studying, I guess, because of there's the centre of excellence there as well, of course, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, that's I've done 3 years there now, so just got 1 to go. But yeah, the structure's all changing. There's no MCCU programme there anymore because of this new women's setup. But
right, I see.
But it's exciting for women's cricket, I suppose, going in the right direction. So.
Yeah, because obviously back in my day there was that MCCU structure which was very useful to a lot of cricketers. But in comes Fenby into the attack now from the pavilion end. That's a wide ball, 143 for 8. So what are you studying there at Loughborough then?
Studying psychology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Well, very useful from a cricket point of view as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Given they always say it's a game played in the mind, as Fenby comes in from the pavilion end, and this one is chopped away on the offside. It's going to beat the first fielder in Armitage. The second one out on the boundary. Hopkins does the fielding. Hopkins making 16 at the top of the order for the Northern Diamonds, who look on course to win this game. Thunder still requiring another 107 runs here as Fenby approaches. It's short of a length, and it just sneaks through outside the off stump for another wide delivery. 144 for 8. It's kind of been a nice, just feels almost, it's been a little on the cold side for Fenby here today. She seems to have just struggled to get the flight here at Liverpool, but she's making her way in once more. That's a better ball that's chopped away on the offside. It's retrieved just outside the circle, and the unfortunate Stair Callis from earlier on, who got a ball that absolutely didn't bounce. And I'll be honest, your celebrations nearly fooled me, because I see Alex Hartley was saying she thought you might have knocked the bail off, and as I say, it just seemed almost, it was such a strange scenario that it was very hard to pick up what had happened, as this one's clapped down the ground. Now, is there a fielder out of our view? There is not. It goes away and will be returned, so it's just evaded that fielder, in fact, and 2 runs have been added to the scoreboard. So Dyson back onto strike on 6.
Yeah, it was unlucky that in the first innings, that wasn't it? That ball that just died.
I guess it's always one of those things that happens when you're on a low run of scores, and poor Stair Callis has not made a run in this competition despite being such a talented cricketer, but I'm sure she'll be back amongst them shortly. Hartley with the single there, so 149 the score goes to. So 148, sorry, so 101 more needed for victory. Hartley's got all the runs in this over, actually. I think we're slightly confused there, as that one's played away. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Dyson to the non-striker's end is on to 7, and now it is 100 left to win, but only 6 overs to do it in will be a very, very tall order, and it's maybe a case of trying to get inside that bonus point total as in comes Fenby. This one's chopped away, but nowhere in particular from Hartley, who, as she often does, is able to have a laugh about it. So 1 short of the 150. I suppose that'll just be another little thing to take away from the game for the Thunder as they try to beat these opponents again, and of course the Lightning on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. I think now it's just about ticking off as many runs as we can and getting as close as we can to that total, really.
Yeah, we'll see what the Thunder can muster here. Ellie Threlkeld, the Thunder's wicket-keeper, has been good enough to join us. Plays her cricket in St Helens for Rainford as well, as we've learnt today. And in comes Dyson to face, and Graham bowls, and it's chopped down to 3rd, and that one doesn't quite run away. appreciation for the fielding from the Diamonds players. 150 the score moves to, so that's the 150 up for the Thunder. And again, another just a little milestone to take away from this game. River End, and Graham is on her way to bowl, and it's just stabbed out on the offside. Hartley to the non-strikers end. 151 for 8 the total goes to. Hannah Jones's spell must have been good to keep to, coming on and opening the bowling. Always a challenge whoever you are, and particularly when you're a spinner. She bowled very well today, I thought, Ellie.
Yeah, she bowled brilliantly and has done all tournament, to be honest. You just know what you're going to get with her. She just bowls them on a string, really.
Graham bowling here, and this one's played into the offside. No run taken.
Yeah, extremely consistent, which is always good. She's really reliable with the ball, and yeah, like I said, you just know what you're going to get. Yeah, different challenge for her to open the bowling today, but we knew their openers weren't as strong against spin, so that's why we did that, and thought we'd try and sneak a few overs in, and it seemed to work, I suppose.
This one is played away in the offside, and no run is possible. Armitage is there with the fielding on this occasion, and Graham makes her way back to the end of her mark. Dyson settling over the bat, all valuable experience for her, as in comes Graham through outside the off stump to Heath, who does the wicket keeping there, and it's another dot delivery. But yeah, I mean, 6 overs, 11 runs, 1 maiden. That's a fantastic opening spell of bowling, whoever you are, and to be doing it bowling spin is really encouraging indeed.
Yeah, it was impressive, wasn't it?
This one's played into the leg side. Dyson will get the single if Hartley's quick, which she is with a dive, and she manages to make her ground. So 151 for 8 the score at the end of the over. Ellie Threlkeld alongside myself, Mike Perkins. So I think even the bonus point score, we think it's 198. Might be a little bit of a challenge, but perhaps something to aim for there to just deny the Diamonds a point. I'm sure Central Sparks would be very grateful of that. And I guess up against people like, well, you've seen Marie Kelly and Eve Jones both score runs as well. I guess you take away things from your opponents in this sort of competition as well, in terms of approaches to batting and that kind of thing, and the way
definitely.
Particularly Marie Kelly ground out those runs in what was a really entertaining low scoring game at Edgbaston.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Eve played really well when we played them last as well, both in decent form, and yeah, they both dug in hard and just hit the bad ball really and just knocked it round, and I think that's something we can learn from. I think we just need to execute our skills for a little bit longer as a batting unit, so yeah, definitely can learn from the way they've played.
Here's Fenby coming in to bowl, looking for the sweep. There was the batter Dyson, but she couldn't connect. 153 for 8. Central Sparks game tomorrow against the Lightning, so there'll be another live stream of that. So it's been great to bring you these commentaries. We're back here on Sunday as well at Egbert to see how the Thunder get on against the Lightning, as this one's chopped away just in front of point. Stair Callis with the fielding there, and Fenby at the back of her mark, looking to add to the dot balls she's recorded, and this one just sneaks through outside the off stump. And I suppose in some ways, I mean, yourself and Bess Heath are kind of the young wicket keepers coming through at the moment. There's a few in the South group as well, so I guess you're looking on at what potentially is Arthur at the next level up, as Fenby bowls. It goes through outside the off stump and is deflected away down to third. This one will be hauled in inside the rope just. So 2 taken and 2 added to the total. 155 for 8. We're with Rachael, the Thunder's wicketkeeper. I presume there are real aspirations to push on and try and push Amy Jones for that spot in the England team.
Yeah, definitely. It's always been a dream of mine to play cricket for England, and yeah, I'm a hard-working person, so I'm going to try and do all I can to make that possible. But at the same time, it's great that women can have a career in cricket now, where it's not England or nothing. So yeah, I guess just going to try and keep putting performances in for this team if I can, and see where that takes me. So
Femby with another dot ball there. What can she produce with this latest one from the pavilion end? Chopped away on the offside. Callis won't get there, and Hopkins has a chase on, and it goes through her hands and into the rope for 4 runs. So Dyson continuing to add to the total. 159 for 8. We're just over 3 overs remaining. Hopkins actually did the hard work with the feet there, but just couldn't keep hold of the ball at the crucial moment, as in comes Femby once again. Cut away into the offside. Callis gets in front of Point in the dust, but doesn't prevent the single. 160 for 8. So this is, I suppose, in some ways has kind of really set you up for the next few years, and means you can focus on your cricket in a way you might not have otherwise been able to.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's great for some of the younger girls to see that there is a career available in cricket now. And like I said before, it's not England or nothing. And I think that's the way the women's cricket game as a whole is going to get better, by making people train more. And
well, that's it, isn't it, ultimately? I mean, the more time you spend working at a game, cricket, the better you can get, the better the standards can get, and that's just simply an opportunity that hasn't been there for a lot of women cricketers. I mean, until the England central contracts came in, it wasn't there at all.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of our girls are trying to currently balance a full-time job with this, which can't be easy. And
here's Langston bowling from the river end, no run on off.
Yeah, the more training these sort of girls can get, and the more experience they can get, the better. And I think the more professional the game goes can only be good for women's cricket as a whole. So
160 the 8. 249 seems out of reach, and even that 198 target to prevent the bonus point win seems as if it'll be a bit far off. So the Diamonds adding another 5 to their tally, staying unbeaten, it looks like, as Dyson gets through to the non-strikers end. But this is all about doing the things that we heard Alex Hartley talking about when she came on commentary, making sure you're looking for those 1s and 2s throughout, which is something you seem to really pride yourself on when you go to the crease, and I suppose you're almost a typical wicket-keeper, and you always try and be very busy.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Try and be as busy as possible, and I think these 50 over games are just trying to bat long and put that bad ball away when it comes, and then do what you can with the rest, I suppose.
Stabbed out into the offside, and Hartley providing the example that she was talking about up here on commentary of just finding a single in the offside. 162 for 8 the score. Rachael, the Thunder's wicketkeeper, is alongside myself, Mike Perkins, as we head towards the conclusion of what's been another good day's cricket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It's been a very entertaining competition of very high quality, as Beth Langston comes into bowl, and this one's cracked away on the onside by Dyson. That was more of what we saw at New Road when she was trying to set a total, and she finds the boundary there, does Dyson, and she's actually moved on to the score she got at New Road. 21 from 24 balls there. It's taken her a bit longer today because of the scenario, but 166 seems a useful operator down there at the bottom of the order.
Yeah, definitely. I think like I said before, we like to think we can bat all the way down, and this just proves that all of our order are capable of putting that bad ball away and rotating the strike like we talked about. So it's just about trying to do it for longer, I guess, and trying to work up to them 200 plus scores.
In comes Langston, who maybe was a little annoyed that she'd slightly ruined those figures. She has 2 wickets to her name for 23 runs going into this over, and just delivered a slower ball, it seemed, there to try and catch out Dyson's swing. There's 2 back on the leg side boundary now, as well as another at long leg. Mid-on, the only fielder in the ring on the onside, as Dyson waits and just deflects into the offside. 2 backward points run in, and Femby is the first to the ball. 167 for 8 at the end of the over. So the total out of reach, but plenty on offer for the Thunder as they try and build towards that game on Sunday, and that'll feel a big one really, between two sides who've perhaps not got as many wins as they would have liked, but two that are maybe building for the future and future years in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like you just said, Loughborough are similar to us in the respect that they're not quite as experienced as other sides in the comp, so yeah, that'll be definitely a game we're looking to win.
Here comes Femby, throws up a good leg spinner on off stump, but it's worked into the gap between the two backward points. Hartley is through, 169 now the score, so around about 30 away from that target for the bonus point, or to prevent the bonus point, but all looks safe as we're in the penultimate over of this game. Still take another 80 runs to win it, which seems out of reach, but as we say, Hartley trying to set the example as skipper here. All quiet on the tennis courts in the distance, as this one is short of a length. It turns in towards the inside edge of the bat. Langston is round and does the fielding, and that is the 170th run of the inning. So it's quite a handy little total. I mean, it was obviously a Duckworth-Lewis Stern win, wasn't it, against the Lightning in the end. There was a little bit of rain around at Trent Bridge as Femby forces a defensive stroke. But I think this will be the highest score of the competition now for the Thunder, 170. So again, something to take away from this game.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of positives to take from today, and like you say, we're getting better each game, and we're getting more runs on the board each game. So it's just about building, I guess.
And Heath takes, and there's no run. So these Thunder batters will be back on Sunday. You'll be able to enjoy another live stream with commentary of that one as we wait to see if they can build even further past that 170 score, as the attempt here to chop a ball away is made. In fact, you've made 206 actually. I've done you a disservice. It was the other way around. The Lightning had the shorter chase, didn't they, in the first game of 146. So not quite the highest score of the competition, but nonetheless an impressive effort against this Northern Diamonds team as that one turns through outside the off stump. 6 balls to go in the game. 170 is the score. So 28 more needed to prevent the Diamonds leaving with a bonus point, as well as their 4 for the win. But I suppose it just every time you're out there, you bat the 50 overs, it just adds to the confidence that batters will have going in next time.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one thing we say we've got to do. We've got to bat the 50 overs, unless we're not going to get a respectable total. So yeah, batting the 50 overs is definitely something we talk about every game. So to have done that from this position is still a positive, and yeah, there's plenty of positives to take away from today. So
final over of this match, the Diamonds on course for victory. They made 249. Alex McDonald's 92 was key to that, and Beth Langston's opened the bowling and picked up a couple of wickets, looking for a third, but she's played away into the offside by Hartley from the first ball. 171 for 8. So the board still moving as the Thunder head towards their conclusion, as Ellie Threlkeld's been saying they'll take plenty away from this game tonight in the Blast as well, in the 20 over competition, as bowling here is Langston through outside the off stump. It produces no run. Hampshire versus Sussex in the Blast this evening, but it's been women's cricket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy which has been centre stage, which is fantastic to be able to say in this summer, and it's been some fantastic September cricket that we have seen today, as in comes Langston and bowls, and it's driven down the ground as we hear a train in the distance make its way along the railway track. No run, but it is fantastic to be able to say that, because for so long it looked as if there might be no women's cricket at all played this summer, which would have been a great disappointment.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said before, it's great to get some cricket on, whatever form of cricket that was, and to stage such a good competition in such a professional environment. I think everyone behind the scenes has done a great job. And
Langston bowls. This one's driven up to mid-off. There is no run. Score remains 171 for 8.
Yeah, it's just great to get back out on the pitch, and all that time throughout lockdown we didn't know whether we were going to get any cricket, so yeah, this competition's been great.
And how difficult was it to stay motivated through that lockdown period? We were hearing the coach's perspective from Danny Hazel earlier, but I suppose it would have been very different from the players' perspective. We've got this latest ball from Langston. It's down the leg side. I think this will be signalled wide, and 4 of them. So some valuable runs there. Takes the score on to 176.
Yeah, motivation was tough throughout lockdown, to be honest. I think because no one knew whether we were going to play any cricket, what form of cricket we were going to play. Everyone was just itching to get back out there, and I think the only thing we could have done was have a bit of a break, I suppose, which is something that we don't do a lot, which was quite nice in some respects, and stay fit for when that season arrived. So yeah, it was tough, but
heading towards the conclusion of this game, Langston bowling for the Diamonds, who are on course for victory, but no run there for Dyson. That's the conclusion. A win for the Diamonds. 175 is the final total for the Thunder. They stuck out their 50 overs well, but were unable in the end to chase down that formidable total, and it means that they have been defeated by 74 runs. But as Ali Threlkeld, who's very kindly joined us towards the end of commentary, has said, there's plenty to take away from this, and I guess you'll be back here on Sunday looking for a score yourself.
Yeah, definitely, and credit to Yorkshire today. They've been a proper side and played some proper cricket, so yeah, credit to them. And like I say, there's plenty of positives we'll take away from this, and yeah, we'll hopefully bounce back for Sunday, so it's exciting.
Well, work in progress by the sounds of things for the Thunder. Ellie Threlkeld, Rainford Cricket Club's Ellie Threlkeld has been here today, but most importantly, I suppose, in this competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the Thunder's wicket-keeper batsman. So we'll enjoy watching her on Sunday. A massive thanks for your contributions to this game, Ellie. We'll just run you through the card to finish here, because it has ended up in a victory for the Northern Diamonds by 74 runs in the end. So it has been a fantastic day for them. They look as if they are on course for Edgbaston, or the Central Sparks will have their say about that tomorrow. 73 runs the margin of victory in the end. The Thunder innings then started with the wicket of Georgie Boyce to score 6 for 1 off the second ball of the third over. She was bowled as the first of Langston's wickets. Then we had Marshall out with a score on 32. She made 20 before being caught by Graham at short extra cover off the bowling of Levick, who came into the attack and kept things very tight indeed. Threlkeld was the third to go. She was LBW to Levick for 16. Then Brown came in with was out with the score on 69 for 4 at that stage. She was caught by Bess Heath off the bowling of Levick. Collins was the next to go, bowled by Alex McDonald, who made a superb 92 in the Diamonds innings. McDonald bowling Collins for 18. She stuck around gutsily for 39 balls and hit 2 fours in that time. Jackson was somebody who stayed in for a very long time, but without really moving the board. Duckworth came to join her, but was LBW for 2 off the bowling of Armitage, and then Jackson was out bowled by Langston for 22. And then the final wicket to fall was Liberty Heap, who came in and put a bit of back to ball for a enterprising 15 off 23 deliveries, including 3 boundaries in that total. But ultimately the damage was done in the first innings. To give you the bowling figures though, Langston 9 overs 2 maidens, 32 runs for 2 wickets. Graham 10 overs 1 maiden, 28 without reward. Levick bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 22 for 3, probably the pick of the bowling figures, showing her quality there. Fenby 5 overs, 38 without picking up a wicket. Jenny Gunn 4 overs, no maidens, 12 runs without a wicket. Alex McDonald went for 14 runs and got 1 wicket, and Armitage, the captain, bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 16 for 2, so some very tidy figures there. But the story of the first innings really was Alex McDonald's 92, and that is ultimately more or less what has been the difference between the sides. The Northern Diamonds winning this game by 73 runs. Lovely stuff, thank you for your help.
No worries.
I think we're all off there, aren't we?
Clear, I think so, yeah.
Lovely stuff.
All I'm going to do to make sure that's off is wind static.